AudioMG presents Two Wedding Crashers, The Dating by Numbers Book 2 by Meghan Quinn. Read for you by Virginia Rose and Joe Arden. Prologue. Beck. Dude, you have to come. It's going to be the party of the century. Chris takes a sip from his beer and watches the dance floor, his elbows leaning on the bar behind him. I bring my water to my lips before I say, "That's great and all, but I wasn't invited." "You don't need an invitation." "Chris," I give him a pointed look, "it's a wedding. It's not like a birthday or company party that I can get away with going to, but a wedding has seating arrangements and actual invitations." "Semantics! Just hang out at the bar the whole time and pick off people's plates when they're not looking. Hell, I think it's a buffet, so you can grab a plate and eat in the bathroom." As much as scarfing down a wedding meal next to a urinal is appealing, I think I'll pass. The music switches from a fast-paced salsa to a slow, seductive melody. Couples on the dance floor immediately fall in step with the song, their moves unhurried and fluid. Hell, what I wouldn't give to be on that dance floor. As a guy, dancing alone to a sexy song reads a little strange, so I keep myself firmly planted next to my good friend Chris, who works behind the scenes at Going In Blind. He was the one who set up my profile 6 months ago, the one who keeps egging me on to try it again. But after the night I ran into Noelle at the restaurant right before she chased after someone else, it's been downhill from there. The girl I went on a date with that night was blah, zero personality. She tried to impress me with her cleavage-showing ways, which, granted, I enjoyed because I am a man. But there was nothing there, no spark, no urge to take her on my bike, so I said goodnight and went on my way. I wasn't ready. Noelle had been right. I still had things to sort through. Noelle was so goddamn gorgeous, so my physical attraction to her made complete sense. She'd been warm and funny, and I wish I'd been ready in some respects. But I get it now. I understand what she meant about emotional connection. She certainly set the benchmark, though. Physically, of course. But she'd become my friend, and I knew that ultimately I really wanted that. Since then, I've spent time learning about being single, and even though it's been good for me to focus on the things that matter the most, supporting and building my charities, I felt like I've been missing something. And I think I know what it is. Can you guess? Sex. Fuck, I miss sex. The last time I had anything remotely close to sex was with Noelle. I'm pretty sure my balls have turned to dust by now. One wrong move and they're going to evaporate into the air for good. Why haven't I been fucking my way through Malibu, you ask? Because no one has snagged my attention. There has been no interest on my end, which is insane since I'm so fucking horny. I feel like my penis is going to fall off. Just think about it, man. You need a vacation. The wedding is in the Florida Keys at this fancy-ass resort that overlooks the ocean. You can crash the wedding, eat with your urinal, get your dance on, and have some crazy no-strings-attached sex with one of the bridesmaids. There are at least 3 that are single. No-strings-attached sex, huh? Crash someone's wedding. You're serious? Dead serious. He takes another sip of his drink. Justine and I booked 2 rooms in case we decided to take the kids, but if you go, we'll make it a parents-only weekend and leave the kids at my mom's. Turning toward me, looking sadly desperate, he says, "Please, dude, please crash this wedding. Please take that extra room so I can have wild island sex with my wife. Do me this favor and grant me this one wish." "Can't you find someone else to take the room?" "Nope, I tried. And you know Justine, she's not going to eat the money on the room, so right now, we're taking the kids." I run my hand over my hair, unsure. This is crazy. I'm not Vince Vaughn or Owen Wilson, primed and ready with a fucking bro code on how to crash a wedding. But a mini vacation does sound good. And honestly, Chris has been there for me through the hard times. He and Justine do actually deserve this time away too. When? Dude! Chris pulls me into a hug and then holds my shoulders as he stares at me. I can't even tell you how excited I am. I need the details first. With a knowing smile, he says, "Oh, you're fucking coming. It's a done deal." Unfortunately, I think it is. I think the final lure was hearing two words, fucking and coming. Yeah, I got it bad. Look out, unsuspecting couple. I'm about to crash your wedding.
Part 1. The Meat Not So Cute. Chapter 1. Riley. I don't know what love is anymore. I flop across Victoria's stiff-as-a-board couch and drape my arm over my eyes. No shoes on my settee, please. How many times do I have to remind you? Victoria, one of my best friends, huffs, while setting a tray of tea on the coffee table in front of me. This isn't the time for your fine china and delicate finger sandwiches. I turn on the couch and prop my head up, jamming my finger into the settee with force, I say. This is the time for vodka. This is the time we crack open that expensive bottle you have and do all the shots. No, not shots. Just hook me up with a funnel and start pouring straight down my gullet. I open my mouth, tip my head back, and point down my throat. Victoria sits across from me and starts making a cup of tea, using teeny tiny tongs to pick up the sugar cubes. 1 lump or 2? Did you not hear me? Vodka, Victoria. I need all the vodka. Inebriation is not a solution to your problem, Riley. She plops 2 cubes into the cup and then pours tea on top. She's always served tea this way. She says the less splash, the better. She holds the cup out to me and waits for me to pick it up. Alcohol won't solve my problem, but at least I'll be less stressed. Until you start violating my toilet with last night's dinner. Victoria shakes her head, her nose turned up in the air. I refuse to be part of your drunken debauchery once again. I reluctantly take the tea and sit up, keeping my shoes away from the 50-year-old velvety fabric. I puke once in your house and you're going to hold that against me? Puke is such a vile word. She shakes her head, an absolute distaste in her mouth from repeating me. And not only did you get sick in my house, but it was before that, when you were dancing around in my petticoat without permission. Can you tell Victoria is stuck in the 1800s? My dearest friend is an author, just like me. But instead of writing raunchy, give-it-to-me big dick daddy sex, she delights readers with non-fiction historical memoirs. I've read a few. Talk about detail and research. This girl has it down pat. But after every book I read, I always ask, where's the sex? Where's the romance? I know, not every book is about love, but Benjamin Franklin most definitely poked his dick around. That's no secret. So it wouldn't hurt to write in some good old-fashioned bifocal banging. Am I right? That's just my opinion. Victoria thinks otherwise. Well, if you weren't so stingy with your petticoats, then maybe I wouldn't have to dance in them without your permission. Taking a sip of my tea, I continue. That's beside the point. We need to focus on the real problem here. Victoria's front door swings open, and Zoe, the third leg to our tripod, waltzes in wearing her designer sunglasses, hair a complete disaster, and carrying 2 bags on each arm. I'm here, and I brought all the things. She slams the door shut with her foot and flops on the settee next to me, her bags spilling across the floor. I have booze, onion dip, Lay's chips, Hot Pockets, and Post-it notes in a variety of colors. She rubs her hands together and looks between Victoria and myself. Let's plot, ladies. I made finger sandwiches, Victoria points out. Cucumber and tuna, so we don't need those microwavable meat pockets. There is always a need for a Hot Pocket, especially when our friend is out of ideas. Zoe rips her sunglasses off her face and turns toward me, her face stern and serious. How bad is it? Are we talking a little blip in the road, or are we talking... She swallows hard. The big WB. Lips pressed together, eyes shut, I let out a long breath. Total and complete WB. The room stills, the air around us heavy as Zoe barely whispers, "Writer's block." The word hangs there between us, the heaviness so incredibly foreboding none of us really know how to respond. Zoe, or Z. Platt, is a children's author. She has a very popular series about Dilly the dinosaur and the trouble he gets into. She's published with Penguin and cranks out 5 books a year while being mom of the year to her 6 children. Yes, 6. And before you ask, she does the illustrations as well. They are so beyond cute. So in a nutshell, she is freaking talented. So being that Victoria and Zoe are both authors, they get it. They understand the weight of my words. They've been there before, and when it happens, we rally behind each other. Despite our different writing genres, we always rally. Victoria eyes her sandwiches, her face twisting with concern. I'm not sure cucumber sandwiches on pumpernickel bread is going to help in this situation. I told you. I flop my body back on the couch, careful not to spill my delicious tea. You guys, I have no idea what I'm going to do. My publisher needs 80,000 words from me in 4 weeks, and I have nothing. Literally, nothing. No ideas, no characters, no plot. Not even one idea of a hot sex scene. Victoria and Zoe both gasp. I know. Like I said, I don't know what love is anymore. I flop my non-tea holding hand across the settee. We can fix this. We got this. Waving at the tea and sandwiches, Zoe says, Vic, clear this shit off the table, warm up those pockets, and bring some shot glasses. We have some plotting to do. I need a trope. I can't just write about the Wright brothers. Why not? They're attractive in their own way. Victoria tips a bottle of vodka, pouring out more shots. This would be round 5. Attractive in their own way? What does that even mean? Victoria shrugs. Mustaches. Mustaches are not book boyfriend material. Mustaches belong to the creepy boss the heroine has to deal with, or the wise old grandpa who tells the hero to follow his heart and get the girl, not the guy who's supposed to plow his rock-hard cock into the tightest canal he's ever experienced. Can you imagine what a mustache would be like on a 30-year-old? I shake my head, envisioning it in my head. There she is, the heroine, lying on the bed, completely naked, legs spread, breasts heaving, nipples hard, waiting for the man she's been dreaming of to finally take her up against the headboard, and in walks Zane, or Blaine, or Blake, whatever you want to call him, sporting a chunk of hair above his upper lip and nothing else, looking like the epitome of an 80s porn star. A 30-year-old in today's society with a mustache saying, I'm going to eat your pussy so hard you're going to come all over my tongue, doesn't really scream sexy to me. It screams sexual predator. 30-year-olds and mustaches. Just no. Even if your name is Zac Efron. No. Shave it, man. Shave it off. Mustaches are dignified, Victoria says. For older men. Victoria huffs her disapproval. How about we drop the facial hair talk for now, table that, and come back to it later and think about an actual plot? Zoe holds a pen in her hand and a pile of Post-it notes, ready to write down our ideas. The only thing we've written down and stuck to the wall is one Post-it note that says, sex. Yup, since it's a romance novel, that's a given, but it made us feel good putting one thing on the wall. What about a stepbrother romance? My friend was raving about one the other day, Zoe says, looking excited about her contribution. Already did one. Remember Tag and Brittany? Oh, yeah. Tag fucked Brittany so hard on that log in the campground. That was hot. What about a librarian? Victoria asks, making a good suggestion. Yeah, a librarian. Zoe cheers and snags a shot glass. 2 librarians, those smart bitches in their books. God bless them. Talking to her shot glass, she says, and down the hatch you go. Getting into it now, Victoria adds, Yes, she can be a librarian who falls in love with a traveling salesman who comes into town on a whim selling musical instruments. Should I name him Professor Hill? I deadpan. Nodding her head vigorously, Zoe says, "Oh, great name. Hot. Professor Hill, do me on those books. Come on my pages, Professor Hill. I want to be fucked on words, right on these inked-up pages." I can see it so vividly. Zoe's eyes look wild as she licks her lips. "Zoe," I interrupt her fantasies to lay down the bad news. "Victoria just described the plot for The Music Man." "What?" Zoe throws her arms in the air out of pure frustration. "Victoria, for Christ's sake, that's the third time tonight. For the love of God, use your imagination." Victoria shrugs and takes a shot, only her second. "I write nonfiction, so sue me." "First, it's Gone with the Wind. Then it was Casablanca. Now, The Music Man." Zoe points her finger at Victoria. "I'm disappointed in you." "It's not her fault. Don't turn on each other." I wave my arms around as if I'm breaking up a fight. Sighing, I lean back and bring my shot glass to my mouth, where I lick the vodka, as if I'm a cat lapping up milk. "This is pointless," I say over my licks. "I'm all dried up. A shriveled vagina with zero ideas." No, don't say that. "Let's go over the tropes again," Zoe says, slapping my leg. "Something might spark." "We've been through them 5 times already. There is nothing." "Small town, brother's little sister, roommates, my boss is my baby daddy." I shake my head, even though my boss is my baby daddy does do something for my imagination. But just as quickly as the idea ignites, it fizzles out. Downing my shot, I place it on the coffee table and hang my head low. "This is pointless. I should just email my publisher now and tell them there is no way I can fulfill my contract." "No!" Zoe slaps the settee, which awakens Victoria, her eyes sharpening from the abuse to her precious furniture. "We are not giving up, and what you need is a refresher of what love is." "If you tell me I should set up a Tinder account, I'm going to punch you." "I would never suggest that." "You did last week when you said I was becoming a hermit." "Well, for fuck's sake, Riley. It's summer, and you're wearing scarves inside your house with socks on your hands. A little Tinder action wouldn't kill you." In my defense, I like it cold in my house. Plus, wearing socks on my hands feels nice, especially when I'm exfoliating and doing a deep conditioning on my hands. My fingers are the moneymakers. I have to treat them with respect. Make sure they're well-oiled and ready to type all the words. Now, if only my brain would kick it into high gear. "I'm not doing Tinder." I put my foot down. Tinder is not the solution. "Well, good, because that wasn't my idea anyway." Zoe bites into a Hot Pocket and talks with her mouth full. "What you need is to be in an environment of love where you can feel romance. I know you, Riley, and the minute you're put in a new situation, you start observing every little thing. From the way a man casually presses his hand on the lower back of the girl he's with, to the look a woman gives her man when they're at dinner, a look that's full of promises." She's right. I'm an observer. A borderline voyeur at times, but it's for the good of the books. That's what I tell myself when I have my binoculars propped against my face, watching my neighbors from my window. "Okay, so what's your suggestion?" Zoe sits up, mischief in her eyes. This is going to be good. "Next week, Art and I are going to Key West for a wedding. My cousin is getting married to her college sweetheart. They are the sweetest couple you will ever meet. Tiffany and Dell, seriously, their love is so cute. And I think you should crash it." "Oh, that's very improper," Victoria says, her lip curling from the idea. "Yeah, I'm not really into that. I don't know them, so that would be awkward." "That's why it's called crashing a wedding. I didn't tell you to ask them for an invite." Still a no for me." I cross my arms and mull over the idea. "Think about it." When Zoe gets in this mode, there is no stopping her. "You fly to Key West for a few days, write off the trip as a business expense, and enjoy the sun while soaking up the romance. And who knows, Maybe a little change of scenery and being in the presence of true love will help you come up with the most epic story ever. It is an idea, Victoria says, but crashing someone's wedding is rude. The wedding is at the Hemingway house, Zoe adds, a hand on her hip and a look of arrogance on her face. And she just dropped a bomb on Victoria. Ernest Hemingway? There is a shake in her voice. Zoe nods, smarmy written all over her. The one and only. Like the place where he wrote his novels? I ask, feeling a little more intrigued. Yep, so think about it. Wedding, romance, beaches, key lime pie, and Ernest's ghost hovering over you, whispering into your ear every idea your little heart can desire. I can't think of a more perfect place to get your writing groove back. Can you? I hate that she's made it almost impossible for me to say no to this idea. I'm not one to crash someone's wedding. Not one at all, since it's a special day full of close family and friends, but romance and Hemingway vibes? I mean, what romance author would say no to that? I'm only going if Victoria goes, I blurt. Why are you dragging me into this? 2 seconds ago, you were just salivating over the idea of being at Ernest Hemingway's house. Yes, I was, because that would be an amazing place to not only visit, but to get married in. She brushes a piece of lint off her chinos. But that doesn't mean I'm about to crash the most important day of someone's life. I'll pass. Ridiculous, Zoe mutters as she gets up and walks toward the bathroom. Victoria continues to pick lint off her pants, her turtleneck looking a little too tight around her neck right about now. Victoria, I'm not going. Come on, I need this. Then go by yourself. I don't need to go with you. You're a big girl. Sighing, I say, you and I both know if I go with Zoe and Art, they're going to end up doing some couples thing like they always do, leaving me behind. I need a partner in crime, someone to help me stare at people. As appealing as that sounds, I'll pass. Victoria, I whine, trying to think. Aha, I've got it. If you go with me to this wedding, I'll go with you to that historical ball thing you wanted to go to at the end of the month. Lifting an eyebrow in my direction, Victoria asks, You'll go to the Historical League's annual summer solstice ball? Yes. And you'll wear a traditional dress from the 1800s. A replica of sorts. I swallow hard, starting to realize what I'm signing up for. You'll wear a traditional dress from the 1800s with jigget sleeves and everything? God damn you, jigget sleeves. Forcefully smiling, I nod. Yep, bring on the jiggets. Fine. Victoria tilts her chin to the side. I'll go to your wedding, but I will tour the Hemingway house on my own. I don't need you rushing me through it. And I require my own room, as I refuse to share with you. Because I make fun of your sound machine? Yes, I would rather sleep in peace than listen to your moaning about my machine all night. So many jokes, so many sexual things. I didn't want to share a room with you anyway, I answer just to save face. Can't let Victoria think she holds all the cards in this deal, even though she does. Sure you didn't. Victoria starts gathering the plates and shot glasses when Zoe walks in clapping her hands. Did you girls figure it out? We're going, I answer, hope blossoming inside me. Hope for a possible book idea to finally come to mind. You're going? Zoe's voice gets louder. I match her enthusiasm, really starting to feel excited about my decision. Standing and throwing my arms in the air, I cheer a little too loudly. We're crashing a wedding!
Chapter 2. Beck. Would you like anything to drink before we take off, sir? Oh, I'm good, thank you. I've never felt so out of place in my entire life. Chris and Justine upgraded our flight to first class, even though I told them multiple times not to, but they didn't want me sitting in the back when they were boozing it up with the yuppies. Their words, not mine. My phone vibrates in my pocket. I've been waiting for this phone call, so I answer on the first ring. Hey, Cal. Beck, how are you doing? Good, really good, I answer, watching the passengers board the plane. A mom and her baby sit in front of me, next to a girl who's buried in her computer. I hope she has noise-canceling headphones in that huge quilted bag of hers. I'm glad to hear that. What are you up to? Cal Pipkin, yes, that is his name, has been calling me every Wednesday around 10 his time for the last 8 years. I've come to grow quite fond of his rough, no-nonsense tone. At first, it had terrified me, but now it puts me at ease. I actually just boarded a plane headed to Key West. Key West, huh? Looking to get a little R&R? Yeah, something like that. No need to go into details with Cal. Are you going by yourself? I know what he's getting at. He usually asks point blank, but now he beats around the bush, testing me. Chris and his wife are going with me. We're attending a wedding, and then we're going to have some beach fun. Chris is a good man. A good man who keeps me straight. There's no doubt in my mind that Cal is happy about this information. He is. Will alcohol be served at the wedding? Biting on the inside of my cheek, I nod even though he can't see me. Open bar, sir, I answer, becoming formal with my sponsor. Cal is a veteran who spent his retired days coaching and sponsoring not only retired military, but civilians who are alcoholics. 8 years ago, my life changed. Luckily, I met Cal, the strong voice of reason driving me forward. How do you feel about that? Good. Strong. It's rare when I want anything other than water. That's good to hear. He takes a moment and then says, I'm proud of you, Beck. Your confidence, knowing there is an open bar at the wedding, is commendable. Stay strong. I don't have any doubt that you'll do fine. Thank you, I say uncomfortably. You're welcome. I'll let you go because I'm sure you have to get off your phone soon. Don't be afraid to call if you need me, especially if temptation finds you. I will. Have a good one, Cal. Temptation. Funny thing, it hasn't found me in over 8 years. The cravings diminished the minute I found out what I did, who I broke, and who I destroyed. Perspective hits you right in the gut when you flip another human's world upside down. And fuck, did it hit me hard. I hang up and stare at my phone for a few seconds, taking deep breaths and slowing down my racing heart. Give yourself a moment, Beck. I understand the nature of my wrongdoings. I am in a process of recovery. I am willing to make amends to those I've harmed. I have accepted my past decisions and whom they affected. And as I often do when I get off the phone with Cal, I take a second to remember the little boy who haunts my dreams. Was that Cal? Chris asks, leaning over the aisle, talking between boarding passengers. Yeah, just doing his weekly check-in. He must have an alarm on his phone to remind him about calling you because, honestly, I don't know how he remembers. I can barely remember to get the kids dressed in the morning. If it was up to me, they'd go to school in their pajamas. That's why you're not in charge, Justine says over Chris's shoulder. Growing serious, Justine asks, How's Cal? Good, I nod my head. Just a quick check-in. Never misses one. Did he ask about the wedding? A lady carrying a tiny dog in a bedazzled dog carrier stands between us, so I wait to answer until she passes, her dog eyeing me through the mesh, his teeth snarling. Listen, dude, I'm not the one who put you in the damn thing. He did. He trusts me. A few years ago, he wouldn't have been as easy to get off the phone. Cal was relaxed as we spoke, and knowing he also believes in me is all I need. He has no reason to worry. Justine leaves it at that, knowing my background and where I stand now, how I've drastically changed. There is loud clanking on a keyboard in front of Justine and Chris. I peek around the seat and eye a woman hunched over her computer, rapidly pressing the backspace on her Word document, muttering something to herself. One by one, her words vanish from the white screen on her laptop, followed by a long sigh and a hand to her forehead. She seems so annoyed, so I'm glad I'm not in her position. Whatever the hell she's doing, or trying to do for that matter. Sitting back in my cushioned seat, I attempt to relax as the girl now brings her phone to her ear and starts speaking rapidly, just loud enough that I can hear her. "You should have paid extra to sit next to me. I would have paid extra. I need you. I have no ideas." She pauses. "You're so cheap, Victoria." Pause. "No, I just deleted everything. It was pure shit. It wasn't even the least bit riveting." "What?" She sighs. "My first sentence, why does that matter?" More sighing. "It was... Look at the bottom of my shoe." Pause. "Yes, I know that's a terrible first sentence. This is what I'm dealing with, Victoria. I wish you were here. I need your bosom." "Hey." "You can be on the phone right now, Victoria. The cabin door hasn't closed. Just give me..." "Don't be such a square. You can be on the phone. Christ! Just give me a sentence, any sentence. Hello? Hello?" Sighing out of more frustration, she puts her phone in her lap and starts typing again. Okay, I know I shouldn't be looking. Hell, I shouldn't have even listened to that conversation, but now I feel invested. What is she trying to write, and why does she need Victoria's bosom? And if Victoria is such a square, it doesn't seem likely she'd lend out her bosom to begin with. Is Victoria her lover? And what kind of a first sentence is, "Look at the bottom of my shoe"? That doesn't seem like a great first sentence for anything. Needing to know more about this girl and her rather comical situation, I study her computer in front of her across the aisle. Yup, I'm that person right now, and I don't even care. She types a sentence and quickly deletes it. Curious, I start reading along with her typing. "Did you just walk in here naked?" Delete. "Snakes, there are snakes in my bed." Delete. "Ahoy, sailors, is that a buoy in your pants?" Delete. "I just made apricot pie, come on in and take a bite." Delete. "Cats, cats, cats, dog. I hate my life, this baby smells like a turd, and if the lady next to me elbows me one more time, I might use my computer as a crocodile device and chomp the hell out of her breast." Delete. I snort to myself, kind of enjoying this girl's sense of humor and also slightly confused by the cats, 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 and dog part of that sentence, even though it was entertaining. From the look of it, this girl is going to have one hell of a long flight. Please put your trays in the upright and locked position as well as your seats. Gladys will be around to collect your trash before our final descent into Key West. Thank you for flying with us, and we hope you have a wonderful time under the sun. Chris shakes my shoulder with a little too much enthusiasm. "Almost there, buddy. I can smell the jet skis." "I can taste the pineapple rings you'll be eating off my nipples." Justine wavers forward, drinking the rest of her wine straight from the bottle. "Vacation, here we come." I guess this is what vacationing with parents gone wild is like. Pineapples and nipples. And we're not even off the plane yet. I'm going to eat those pineapple rings so hard. Lips pressed together, I mutter, "Excited to share a wall with you two." "Dude, we're going to bang all night long. Get ready." All the banging. Justine follows up, giving me an over-exaggerated thumbs up. Wonderful. Just what I need to hear my best friend and his wife having sex, especially when I'm horny as fuck. More clacking comes from in front of me. It's been like that the entire flight, typing and then aggressive backspacing. Combine that with the toots from the baby and the incessant crying, this has been one magical flight. But I can't complain. The lady in front of me, the one trying to calm her baby down, has had it worst. I can't imagine what she must be feeling right now. Harried. The girl with the black hair tied into the messiest of buns on top of her head, wisps of hair fanning around her head, slams her computer shut and rips her earphones out of her ears. Huffing, she stuffs everything in her backpack and then sits back and crosses her arms over her chest, only to look out the window. I want to tap her on the shoulder and tell her things could be worse, but knowing an unwelcome pep talk from a stranger will do no good, I sit still, trying to read her a little better. I don't know why I'm so interested in her every move, but I don't think I've ever seen anyone so outwardly expressive with their displeasure in life. It's as if she thinks she's in her own little bubble, and no one can see what she's doing. First things first, when we land, get me a piece of key lime pie. I don't want anything else, I just want a pie shoved in my face. I want to try all the key lime pies from every pie place and decide which one is best, Justine says. I say we get an Uber and drive around to all the pie places one at a time, picking up slices. Or we can rent one of those golf carts and do the driving ourselves. Chris becomes far too excited about this idea. Putt-putting in our fucking golf cart for pies. Putt-putting for pies. They both high-five. Did I mention Chris had some drinks as well? How about you two check into our rooms first, and then you can go putting for pies after a nap and lots of water consumption? I give them a knowing look that straightens them up. Chris, looking a little shameful, says, Good idea, water, nap, then pies. At this new idea, Justine high-fives him again. Water, nap, and pies? The plane gradually descends, turbulence shifting the cabin back and forth, up and down, every which way you can possibly think. The baby in front of Justine is screaming, her mom shushing constantly, making me feel like reaching over to give her a break. Thankfully, no one is annoyed in first class, including the girl with the weird first sentences. Most are more understanding than anything. Can I get you anything? She asks, shouting over the screaming. Want me to grab you a bottle? The mom turns to her, tears in her eyes. Would you mind holding her for a second while I dig through my bag? Not at all, the girl says, seeming a little apprehensive at first. The mom hands over the screaming baby, and the girl, unsure on how to properly hold a baby, extends her arms straight out in front of her, the baby held under the armpits, screaming. It's awkward to watch. The girl tries shushing as well, tucks her knee under the baby's bottom and lightly bounces her. Sure enough, the baby quiets, the crying ceases. I look around, and relief is written all over the passengers in first class. I want to give the girl a high five. She might not be good at writing first sentences for Lord knows what, but she sure as hell can calm down. Blah! Oh, hell. Without a second thought, I cover my nose with my shirt. I'm quickly followed by other passengers as I watch orange-colored liquid slowly drip down the girl's face and neck. It's almost as if her skin started oozing chunky orange liquid. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, the girl says, holding the baby out as far as possible now, and of course there's a happy smile on the baby's face. Oh no, she must have had a little bubble in her tummy. You burped it out of her. The mom takes the baby and coos into her ear. Poor baby. The girl sits there, arms extended, frozen in place, orange still dripping down her face and neck. Oh fuck is right. I smile to myself, a laugh popping out of me that I keep to myself. Carefully, the girl rises out of her seat only for a flight attendant to scold her. Ma'am, you're going to have to take a seat. We're about to land. But I have puke on me. I'm sorry, but the fasten seatbelt sign is on. But puke. Ma'am, please take a seat. Use a wipe? Fingers twitching, veins popping out of her neck, she takes a seat and looks to the mom who's holding some wipes to her. Sorry about that, but hey, at least you stopped crying. Dryly, the girl replies, Glad I could help. I don't know how I do it, but I manage to hold in the snort so close to escaping. Her tone, her frozen form. Oh shit, don't laugh. But then I glance at her again, and all I can think is, poor baby.
Chapter 3. Riley. I could have walked to the hotel by now. Where the hell is Zoe? I seethe, trying not to focus on the dry puke encrusted on my neck, or how the humidity and sun have created a vicious cycle of liquid and drying baby puke on my skin. To say my vacation has started off on the wrong foot is a complete and total understatement. She said she was drying off when you texted her, Victoria says before biting into an apple. Can you sit down, please? Your pacing is giving me anxiety. I'm giving you anxiety? I step right into Victoria's space and point at my neck, showing off the highlighted veins in orange. I got puked on by what I can only describe as Satan's baby herself, and haven't been able to fully wash it off my body. For the last half hour, I've walked around smelling like a garbage can. I have yet to be able to write one damn sentence for this book, and I was frisked from my tits to my crack by a rather unpleasant TSA woman. I'm 2 seconds away from throwing myself in front of one of those propeller planes to end my goddamn misery. So, I apologize if I don't want to hear about your anxiety from my pacing. Honk honk. Turning around, Zoe pulls up in a souped-up golf cart decked out in fringe. Oh, for the love of God. Hop in, sexy ladies. She honks the horn again. Borrowed this from the hotel. Tops out at 25 miles per hour, so you two better buckle up. Looking closer, Zoe gives me a disgusted look. What the hell is on your neck? She got puked on, Victoria says, tossing her apple core in the trash can. Don't ask her about it or she'll go on another tirade. And you're disgusting. Zoe points at me and thumbs to the back of the golf cart. You have the bitch seat in the back. We're going to need you to sit downwind from us. There's no seat belt, I complain when I sit down. Then make sure you hold on tight, because it's a bumpy ride. And don't let go of your luggage. Hubby is in the hotel room, naked, and waiting for me. Wifey wants the dick, so she's going to be zipping around pretty fast. Why not let us take an Uber then? I ask, praying I don't fall off the back end of this thing as Zoe puts it into high gear and pulls out onto a main road. Oh hell, I'm gonna die, with orange puke on my neck. I'm not a bad host. I invited you guys here, so the least I can do is pick you up. Honestly, Riley. Duh, such common knowledge. From the front seat, I can faintly hear Victoria recount the flight, reflecting on her recent read about Amelia Earhart and the suspicions that she possibly didn't die in a plane crash, but was captured by island natives. Semi-fascinated in the conversation, but bitter from my flight, I tune them out and hold onto the cart and my luggage as we drive along the coast of Key West, passing by palm trees, diving pelicans, and random roosters standing by the side of the road. Odd. Taking a deep breath, I soak in the sea salt air and feel the sun blazing on my exposed skin. This is supposed to be an adventure, a time to relax, an opportunity to spark the writing bug, to light that little fucker's ass on fire. Instead of focusing on the bad, like the inappropriate diddle insecurity, or the regurgitated mango and peach combination plastered on my neck, I need to look forward to the next week here. This is going to be fun. It has to be. It doesn't take long for Zoe to drop us at the hotel lobby where she parks the golf cart, tips a bellhop, and walks us into check-in. I made reservations for us at Martini's on Duval Street. We have about 20 minutes before we need to leave. She eyes my neck. Make sure to wash up and don't be late. Meet by the beach cafe in 20. It takes all my energy not to wallop her in the boob for that comment. No, I planned on going to dinner with puke on my neck. Counting to 10, I remind myself of my initiative to be positive. Just for the record, before you say, I hate this girl, I want you to know I'm usually really outgoing and fun. I love making people laugh, especially with my writing. But I'm going through a difficult time. Not being able to write, having to stand up in front of my author friends and tell them I have writer's block. Hell, it wasn't easy. And this trip hasn't been the easiest ever, so please forgive me and my ornery outbursts. Victoria and I run through check-in. We are staying at Southernmost Resort, which is located right next to the southernmost point of the United States. It's right on a beautiful beach and has the most incredible ocean view rooms with balconies, which is what I chose, naturally, for writing purposes. I can see it now. My legs kicked up, computer on my lap, waves crashing below me, pure heaven and the perfect place to write. Victoria, on the other hand, chose a garden view room and asked for a place close to the roosters, which granted her a ground-level spot. She's an odd girl, that one. Here is your key, Miss Ryan. Would you like help with your luggage? I'm good, but could you point me in the right direction? Yes, ma'am. The girl at the front desk lays a map in front of me and starts directing me where to go with a Sharpie. Unfortunately, it is a little bit of a hike from here, but the view will be worth it. She wasn't kidding. It takes a nice little dent out of my allotted 20 minutes to get to my room, which is on the far side of the resort, but alongside the ocean. Crystal blue ocean shines below me, and if I wasn't so scared of Zoe and her repercussions for being late, I would take the time to appreciate Mother Nature. Instead, I hurry into my room, flop my suitcase on the bed, unzip it, and grab my toiletries. Not taking a second longer, I strip down, leaving my gross airplane clothes on the floor, and practically skip to the shower where I stop mid-stride. In the shower stall is a black razor with accompanying shaving cream. That's odd. Is that courtesy of the hotel? This place is fancy, but not that fancy. Spinning on my heel, I turn toward the sink behind me and spot a white and green toothbrush, tube of toothpaste, and men's cologne. Shit. Turning toward the room, my eyes frantically roam the space, spotting a black suitcase in the corner. Shit. Naked, I cover my breasts with my arm and open the closet door only to come face to face with a few hung-up shirts. Yep, I'm in someone else's fucking room. And whoever this room belongs to is the neatest person ever, because who honestly lines up their toothbrush and toothpaste tube perfectly on the counter? Reaching for the phone, I call down to the front desk. Mr. Wilder, how can we assist you? Oh yeah, totally not in the correct room. Yeah, hi. This is Riley Ryan. I just checked in. I was given the key to room 625, and it seems to be occupied. Oh, dear, let me check. There is a pause on the phone, and then the lady comes on the line again. I'm terribly sorry, Miss Ryan. We have you in room 626. Would you like to come down here and grab a new key? Is she kidding? The trek it took to get over here ate up enough of my time. I can't possibly take a shower if I have to run back to the lobby, grab a key, and run all the way back here. Would you mind bringing it to room 625? I have dinner plans and have to get changed. Oh, of course. I'll send someone up with a key right away. Thank you. I hop around naked, eyeing my pukey clothes on the floor and the shower in the other room. Twisting my lip to the side, I try to decide what to do. I can be super quick, like really fucking quick. I just need to scrub the puke and throw on a dress. Simple. 2 minutes, tops. The water doesn't even have to be warm. I'll write a polite note to Mr. Wilder, whoever that is, leave him $5 as a kind gesture, and quietly leave. No problem with that. Right? Right. Turning on the shower, I hop in before the water can warm up and hiss from the frosty temperature. I douse soap all over my hands and scrub my neck and body vigorously first, which normally I would wash my hair first, but puke. Once I'm satisfied with the amount of scrubbing, I wash my hair, condition it in a minute, do one more soap scrubbing all over my body before rinsing and turning the shower off. 2 minutes. Just in case Mr. Wilder is sitting outside the bathroom, I peek my head out the door, towel wrapped around my body, and call out, "Hello?" When there is no response, I check that the coast is clear, then strut to my suitcase and find a simple black sundress. Not bothering to look for underwear or a bra. I really don't need one with my perky B-cups. I lay out my dress and dry off. Hopefully Mr. Wilder doesn't mind me using one of his towels, or his room, for that matter. He's probably some old dude away on his golfing vacation. I hope I don't give him a heart attack. I drape my towel over the bed and run my hands through my naturally wavy black hair. This will have to do. Picking up my towel one more time, I scrunch my hair, trying to soak up all the water just as the hotel door swings open, light blaring through, a tall, dark silhouette shadowed in the doorframe. I still, frozen from the tips of my toes to the hand scrunching a towel in my hair. Toned calves and legs are covered by black board shorts, slick to his thighs, a bulge prominent. Narrow waist where his board shorts ride low on his hips, a black shirt dancing across his broad chest, cinching sleeves cuffed over his biceps, and a V-neck providing a glimpse of how far his tan extends. Head cast down, eyes transfixed on his phone in front of him, he doesn't notice the naked girl standing in the middle of his hotel room. He stuffs his keycard in his back pocket and looks up, startled. I scream. He grumbles something unintelligible as I point out the obvious. Ah, my boobs are naked! It might be a little concerning that I consider my boobs to be the only things naked at this point. As quickly as I can, I cover my body, towel making a poor attempt to hide my girly bits. The man turns away, covering his eyes with his arm while muttering, "Oh shit. What the hell do you think you're doing?" I ask, struggling with my towel. I know damn well the man in front of me must be Mr. Wilder, and this is in fact his room, and I'm the one intruding, but I still feel the need to place the blame on him for walking in on me naked. "Grabbing my sunglasses," he says, his voice terrified but also deep and rumbly. "What the hell are you doing here?" Still trying to cover myself, I scramble to grab my dress and back up to the bathroom. "Washing my neck," I answer, nervously, boobs swaying with my erratic movements. Eyes still covered, he keeps his back toward me but straightens up. "Washing your neck? Is that code for some kind of weird Key West thing?" I back into the bathroom and make quick attempt of putting my dress over my head and riding it so everything is covered up. Hair still damp as well as my body, I step out into the room and clear my throat, dress sticking to my damp skin. No, it's not code for anything. I really had to wash my neck. "And you chose my room to do it in because—" Bending down, I shove my dirty clothes in my bag and zip up, giving Mr. Wilder the heads up that I'm dressed. At least he's a gentleman. When he turns around, he eyes me up and down, his gaze curious and heated when he sees just how hard my nipples are from the cold shower and the unexpected peep show. "I didn't choose your room to take a shower in." I move my suitcase to the floor and pull up the handle. The hotel gave me the key to this room by mistake, and since I had puke on my neck from the airplane, long story, I decided to take a quick shower while I waited for my room. "I apologize for taking up your space, but I think we're skipping an important detail here." I cock my hand on my hip. "You saw me naked." "No, I didn't," he retorts rather quickly, despite the slow grin that spreads across his face. I'm calling bullshit. "You totally saw my boobs." "I really didn't. Your scream scared the shit out of me. I didn't have enough time to see anything before you covered up." Eyeing him suspiciously, I ask, "You promise you didn't see anything?" "Promise." Okay, because being hotel neighbors and all, that would be extremely awkward if you saw me naked." "Good thing I didn't, then." He rocks back on his heels, hands in his pockets, unsure of what to do. Finally, he reaches out to the desk next to him and holds up his black Ray-Bans. "Just needed my sunglasses." "Just needed to wash the puke," I add, not knowing what else to say. He nods. "Okay, then." He points to the door behind him. "I'm going to go, then." Me too. We walk out together just as a hotel attendant makes his way down the outdoor hallway of the hotel. "Thanks for the shower." "Yep, anytime." He smiles at me, giving me one more once-over. I point my finger at him. "Promise you didn't see anything?" He holds his hands up in defense. "Promise. I have no idea what your naked tits look like." Well, thank God. Although, looking at this guy, maybe I wouldn't mind if he saw my naked bits.
Chapter 4. Beck. For the record, I totally saw her tits. Fuck, did I see them. An entire eyeful of gorgeous breasts. They were small, round, perky, with tight rose-colored nipples. Hell, 2 hours later and I'm still thinking about them. Not to mention the girl they're attached to is the same girl who sat diagonally in front of me on the plane. What are the odds? When I went to get my sunglasses in my freshly unpacked room, just the way I like it, I never expected to run into a naked woman. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't like it. I only wish it wasn't under the most awkward of circumstances. I would have loved to ask what her name was, to ask her what was the deal about her first sentence issues, or to even ask her how her day was going since the puke show. From the look of it, not good. "You sure you don't want to go with us?" Chris asks, his arm draped over Justine. I shake my head. "I'm good, man. You guys go have fun getting pies. Just be careful, okay?" "We will. Do you know your way back to the hotel?" "It's a straight shot down Duval and make a left. I'm good. Seriously, you two go have fun." I give Chris a fist bump. "Parents' night out." "Woo!" Justine cheers, her arm flying to the sky. I high-five her, then wish them a good night. It's almost 8 o'clock and way too early for me to go to bed, but I have a good mystery book calling my name and a balcony waiting to be sat in. Sounds like a perfect night to me. I make my way to the resort and cut through one of the pool areas. The resort has 3 pools, but this is the biggest one, with its cascading sides, cement fish spouting water in the air, and poolside bar. The lights are dim, the water of the pool reflecting a bright teal glow, and faint music plays in the background. Everyone must be out to dinner or down at the bars, which is so not my scene. Closing the gate behind me, I nod at the bartender as I make my way through the pool area, only to see a woman sitting at the end of the bar by herself, casually stirring a drink, legs crossed, long, ebony, wavy hair lusciously falling over her shoulder. I know that hair. I know those slight shoulders, the smooth, freshly showered skin. Pausing in my path to my room, I also recognize those perfect tits, small but also full. Before I can stop myself, I'm walking toward her, a bit of pep in my step and a need to know more about her. "Can I get you anything?" the bartender asks as I walk up. "Water is great." My answer pulls the woman's attention as I take the seat next to her. Turning in her direction, I hold out my hand. "I don't think we formally met. I'm Beck." She eyes my hand and then looks me up and down, a knowing glint in her eyes. Sighing, she mutters, "Didn't see my boobs, my ass." She shakes her head and then takes my hand. "Riley, nice to meet you." She takes a sip of her drink and stares at the water the bartender sets in front of me. "Not much of a drinker?" "Not really." "Me neither." She downs the rest of her drink and cringes. "But after today, I'm pretty sure I should be allotted an entire pint of vodka." "Rough day, huh?" "You could say that." She spins the ice cubes in her drink with her straw. "I was there, you know. I saw the hell you lived through." I say, as if it was doomsday. "I could almost have predicted what happened to you, and if I could have stopped it, I would have. But that baby was too fast on the trigger, and I couldn't block the spewing of orange." Perking up, she looks me square in the eyes. "You were there?" I nod. "I saw it all happen. Witness number 1 right here." I point to myself. "There was nothing you could have done. That baby hosed you. You took one for the first-class team. Burped the hell out of that baby." "You were there." She presses her hand against my forearm. "You were witness to the bullets of Mango and Peaches pelted at me." I can still see it in my mind in slow motion. I shake my head. "Damn shame. That sweatshirt will be stained for years to come." She agrees, playing with my humor. "It was a good sweatshirt. So warm, so thready." I pound the bar and then throw a fist up to the sky. "Damn you, puke! Damn you!" With disappointment heavy in my voice, I add, "Another innocent article of clothing bites the dust. When will it end?" "It's a never-ending crime wave." Her hand squeezes my arm. "Such a fucking shame." I sigh and lift my water to Riley. "To your sweatshirt. May it be known as endlessly comfortable and practical." To my sweatshirt. We clink glasses and I take a sip of my water while she plops an ice cube in her mouth. Sighing, she says, "I think I should have a burial for it." I ponder that idea for a second and then suggest, "An at-sea burial?" As if she was thinking the same thing, she replies, I can't imagine saying goodbye any other way. I drink the rest of my water, guzzling it down with one tip. I set the glass on the bar in front of me and say, "Okay, let's do this." Caught off guard, Riley sits up. "You're serious? You want to bury my sweatshirt?" "You tell me. Do you really think you can OxyClean that stain? That puke was neon. But if you have confidence in your stain-removing skills, by all means, soak the shit out of that thing and pray to the heavens you can make it less neon orange and breathe life back into those well-deserving threads." She nibbles on her bottom lip and says, "Would you judge me if I admitted that my domestic skills are less than stellar?" I lean forward myself. "Would you judge me if I said I still turn my clothes pink on occasion?" Giggling, she shakes her head. "No, I wouldn't judge you in the slightest." "Good." I clap my hands together. "So are we doing this? An at-sea burial?" "I think we are." She tosses a few bills on the bar and hops down from her stool. I do the same and realize for the first time how much taller I am. Taking me in, she says suspiciously, "You're not some psycho killer who's going to toss me in the ocean with my sweatshirt, are you?" Playing around, I add my own question. "Are you some murdering mistress trying to lure me in with your sweatshirt mishap only to shank me in the back with a bottle opener you jimmied into a knife?" She narrows her eyes. "That's too specific. It's like you've banked that way to off someone in your mind for far too long." "You didn't answer my question." "You didn't answer mine," she counters, head tilted up. I very well think I might have met my match. Saucy. I like it. "If I was a psycho killer, don't you think I would have attacked you while you were naked? Or at least waited outside your door once you left to capture you and bring you to my creepy-as-fuck lady lair?" That's not reassuring at all. Her hands are on her hips now. Rolling my eyes, I say, "I'm not a psycho killer." "Prove it." Okay, like that's easy. How does one prove they're not a psycho killer? Searching through ideas, I finally pull my phone out and dial Chris, who answers after the first ring. I put the phone on speaker so Riley can hear the entire conversation. "Woo, dude, you're missing out. We're getting all the pies. Fucking pies for days." Riley raises an eyebrow at me. "Chris, coconut key lime pie in my mouth, right in my motherfucking mouth. I'm owning this bitch. Chris. Back, you're missing out." Justine wails into the phone. "Don't worry, even though it's parents' night out, we'll still bring you a piece, because we're parents after all, and if anything, parents are considerate fucks." "The most considerate fucks ever," Chris adds. Riley covers her mouth. She's barely containing her laughter, and I'm digging her sense of humor. They're high, on sugar. Wouldn't be the first time. This is what they do when they're free of their kids. They eat as much sugar as they can. They won't let their kids have any, which only deprives them. So whenever they're childless, they binge, and they binge hard. They'll regret it in the morning, as always. "I'm happy for you guys. Sugar it up. Just real quick, can you tell this girl I met that I'm not a psycho killer?" "You met a girl?" Justine excitingly squeals. "Dude, is she hot?" Chris asks, causing Riley to blush. Keeping my eyes trained on her, I say, "Super fucking hot. And she's on speakerphone, so if you can just give her the thumbs up that I'm a good guy, that would be awesome." "Look him up," Justine calls out. "Beck Wilder, that's all you have to type." I roll my eyes. Oh, great. "Yeah, and ignore his haircut. It's recent, so don't let the buzz cut steer you wrong. He has luscious locks when he grows them out." "So luscious," Justine chimes in. "I don't know you, lady, but I'm going to tell you right now you'd be stupid not to get to know this man. Trust me." And with that, they hang up, making my phone turn black. In their world, that's like dropping the mic. Ridiculous. "Well, I guess I need to look you up." From the way she's nibbling on the side of her lip, she's curious. I lean against a pillar next to the bar and cross my arms over my chest. "I'll wait." Giving me a suspicious look, she pulls her phone from a pocket in her dress and types across the screen. I give her a few minutes, let her read until she pockets her phone and mimics my stance. "You're into philanthropy, huh?" can't get enough of helping others, especially families in need. I can see that. You raised over $15,000 for families who needed help during Christmas. It's a passion of mine. I shrug my success off, even though I'm damn proud of it. Anything to help, anything to ease the ache in my chest that I carry daily. That's a sexy passion, she admits without stumbling over her words. She's confident. I like that. What about you? You clearly can tell I'm not a psycho killer despite the recent haircut. Yeah, about that. What made you buzz it all off? I rub my head, feeling the short strands stumble over my fingers. Wanted a change. Was going to warm weather, so I buzzed it. Her eyes fall over my haircut, observing, taking it in. I like it. You have a nice shaped head. Chuckling, I say, can't hear that compliment enough. Now, stop avoiding the question. Are you going to shank me or what? I'm not going to shank you. Yeah? I nod at her. Prove it. Rolling her eyes, a smile twitching at her lips, she pulls out her phone and puts it on speakerphone, letting it ring out loud. Mimicking the phone-a-friend, I like it. What? A groggy female voice answers. Slightly cringing, Riley says, Victoria, hey, sorry to bother you, but can you please tell a guy I met that I'm not going to shank him? Grumbling, the girl who Riley spoke to on the airplane fumbles with the phone and then says, Dear sir, stay as far away from the wild beast that stands before you. She will shank you if you look at her wrong, and she's been known to annoy friends when they're trying to sleep. She might be pretty, but she's a gold digger, a certified clinger, and shows no concern in stealing your wallet and leaving you high and dry. My advice to you is run, and run fast. And then she hangs up the phone. Before a furious Riley can respond, I throw my head back and laugh. A good, hearty laugh. The kind of laugh I haven't laughed in a while. Well, that didn't go as planned. Yeah, your friend didn't paint you in the prettiest of lights. I'm actually a little more nervous being around you. A certified clinger? I'm not sure I'm ready to have a live-in girlfriend, someone who apparently likes to steal wallets and annoy friends while they're sleeping. That's some inconsiderate shit right there. Thankfully, the humor in my voice makes Riley smile. So goddamn pretty. Victoria is super cranky. Let me try a different friend. Hold, please. She holds up her finger and types away on her phone. It rings twice. Thank God, I was just about to call you. What is that sex position you wrote about in your last book, the one where the guy is scissoring his legs? Riley hangs up, her face bright red as she sticks her phone back in the pocket of her dress. Wrong number. No way. I reach into her pocket and pull out her phone. Thankfully, the lock screen isn't up yet as I pull up her call history. The last number reads, Zoe, best friend forever. Turning the phone toward her, I say, Doubtful that was a wrong number. I hand her back her phone. Are you an author? Relenting with a sigh, she says, I am. And if you ask if I write porn, I'm going to kick you square in the balls, like toenail to taint. Fuck, she's funny. Turn down the sauce there, lady. I wasn't about to ask you about porn. Jeez. I look around and then lean in. So, do you write porn? Her head falls back and she rolls her eyes hard. No, I write romance. There is a huge difference. Yes, I write sex scenes, as my friend Zoe so beautifully revealed, but if you take the sex out of my books, there is still a funny, romantic, and witty story to be read. There are storylines in porn. She points her finger at me. No, there is not. Boss banging his secretary until she puts more toner in the copier is not a storyline. I laugh. Could be. It's not. She folds her arms and looks away. Okay, so tell me your author name. You got to look me up, so I want to look you up now. She eyes me suspiciously. I'm guessing she's really giving thought to whether or not she should show all her cards with me. Luckily, I win out because she says, My author name is my real name, Riley Ryan. I type her name into the search engine on my phone. The first thing to come up on my results is her website. I click on the link and instantly see a picture of her, sitting cross-legged on a bright purple couch, books on either side of her, and a giant smile on her face. I turn the phone toward her. Are all of those books yours? She nods, a blush staining her cheeks. I'm a fast writer. I can see that. Damn. I click on the link about her books and take in all the shirtless men on the covers. I'm going to take a wild guess and assume you like abs? Love them and pecs. Seriously, there is nothing more sexy than a man with strong, thick pecs. She cups her hands as if she has a pair of those strong, thick pecs in her palms. I raise an eyebrow at her. Is that right? She licks her lips and nods, making me chuckle. I check the rest of her website out and then pocket my phone. Everything checks out to be normal, so if you try to shank me, I might go misery on you and Kathy Bates your little ass. I think I can take you. You can try, Saucy. You can very well try.
Chapter 5. Riley. I'm on a pier, at night, the ocean rippling beneath me, standing next to a sexy man. Strike that. An extremely sexy man I know practically nothing about. And we're saying goodbye to a sweatshirt encrusted in regurgitated mangoes and peaches. When I signed up for this little getaway, I never envisioned my first day going this way. She was good while she lasted, wasn't she? Beck asks, looking out into the ocean where my sweatshirt ashes now rest. She provided so much warmth. Scooting closer to me, Beck's woodsy cologne mixes with the ocean breeze and sends a thrill of chills up my spine. He wraps his arm around my shoulder, pulling me in close. Such a beautiful ceremony. You did her well. I couldn't have done it without you, I joke, feeling a little awkward now that we've bid my sweatshirt adieu. He sighs and turns toward a small part of the resort next to the water where they brought in sand, lawn chairs, and hammocks for a very resort-like ambiance. Care to join me in the hammock? Sounds a little naughty. He squeezes me for a second before releasing his grip on my shoulder. I promise to keep my hands to myself. Why do I think I might regret that? He guides me down the tanning pier to the sand pit, his hand on my lower back, his strong presence making me feel comforted, like I'm in good hands. Who is this guy, and where did he come from? And why is he single? It's like I plucked a hero from one of my books and set him in this picturesque setting. He's everything I would write about when it comes to one of my male characters, besides the buzzed hair. I've always been partial to a styled haircut on a man, so the buzz is different. Hot, in a way. Pushing past his hair, he has it all. The penetrating eyes, the witty banter, the easygoing, addictive personality, and he's all muscles, at least from what I can tell. Plus, he has this rebel quality to him, dark and sultry in a way that has me curious to find out his story. I can't remember the last time I was in a hammock, Beck says, holding it still so I can climb in. I hop in, not being the slightest bit modest, because frankly, what's the point? Beck has already seen it all at this point, no matter how much he wants to deny it. Although at least I put panties on before I went to dinner. I had one in my backyard growing up. I spent hours reading in it. Beck joins me, a little clumsily, which makes me giggle. Once he rights himself, he lets out a pent-up breath and his shoulders visibly relax next to me. That hammock mounting could have gone wrong so fast. I mean, I could have flipped you right out of this damn thing and sent you straight into the sand beneath us. I'm glad you were able to mount somewhat gracefully. I pause and suggestively wiggle my eyebrows, because eating sand doesn't sound quite appetizing right now. He grins. Does it ever? Maybe. I smirk and then look at the bright stars above us. What brings you to Key West, Beck? I feel like that's a question I should have asked a while ago, but with the whole naked hotel room exposure, which I have yet to tell my friends about, and the sweatshirt burial, we haven't had a real chance to get to know each other. Not that I'm complaining all too much. What I know about Beck so far is that he's a gentleman and likes to have a good time. even if that means torching a sweatshirt and sending it on its way. There aren't many people I know who would stand there, hand over heart, talking about the thread count of a sweatshirt while fake crying. The corner of my lips pull up just from the image of Beck wiping tears from his eyes with the back of his index finger.
Do you want the truth, or do you want a fabricated lie that will cause you to fall madly in love with me?
Chuckling, I answer, both.
Fair enough.
Beck pushes his foot against the sand below us, sending the hammock into a relaxing swing.
Want the truth or the lie first?
How about I guess which is which?
Things are about to get exciting.
He chuckles and rubs his hands together.
Okay, reason number 1.
He clears his throat.
I'm attending a wedding this coming weekend. A wedding I wasn't invited to, but my friend begged me to attend because he wanted to bone his wife without children around. It doesn't make sense, but hey, I'm a good friend, so here I am.
That's eerily familiar. I swallow a little harder than expected. There is no way he's crashing a wedding like me. That's only something a desperate author does in order to find signs of love again. Okay, reason number 2.
My sister is getting married this weekend, and I'm giving her away. Our dad passed away a few years ago from a heart attack, and even though we'd been estranged for 2 years, she asked if I would be part of her wedding. So here I am.
Silently, he swings us, my mind whirling with what the truth could be. Both stories were told so effortlessly, so he's either a really good liar or some kind of con artist. I should be scared. I should go to my hotel room right now, wishing Beck a good night, but I don't, because I'm intrigued by this man. Behind the good looks and intelligence, there's something beneath the surface, something dark that makes understandable the age in his weathered eyes. Because of that, I go with option number 2. It seems the most plausible, because who really crashes weddings? Only crazed women with the tendency to sit in a bush with a notepad and pen and take notes while staring at couples and listening in on their conversations. Research and all, it comes at a high price, like spiky branches to the tush. I'm going to go with reason number 2. He nods and says,
I knew you were going to say that, but your pretty little self is wrong. I don't even have a sister.
Stunned, I prop myself up as best I can on the loose woven thread of the hammock and stare him down. You're here to crash someone's wedding? He winces.
Yeah, kind of.
Unbelievable. I shake my head in disbelief and lie back down.
Now, before you judge me and give me a lecture about RSVPing...
I'm not judging you. I turn toward Beck, the hammock making the shift slightly difficult. I'm just a little surprised.
I don't plan on eating any food. He bites his bottom lip. That's a lie. I plan on eating a lot, but hey, I'll bring the party to the dance floor. If anything, I'm bringing them the gift of dance, so you can't be mad at me for that.
I'm not mad, I laugh, still surprised. I'm just trying to comprehend this. Looking him square in the eyes, I say, I'm here crashing a wedding as well. This causes Beck to sit up, his brawny chest straining the fabric of his shirt. He intently studies me, his eyes flitting back and forth until he finally asks,
You're serious? You're really crashing a wedding?
I press my lips together and nod. A sharp laugh escapes Beck as he lies down on the hammock and sends our swing into more of a frenzied movement.
I'm just going to assume, given our luck of baby puke, naked encounters...
I knew you saw my boobs.
I didn't see... Oh, hell, what's the point? I totally saw your tits, and fuck, woman. They're hot.
I blush, horrendously, my face heating up along with every vein in my body.
But like I was saying, with our luck, we're going to the same wedding.
Clearing my throat, trying to move past the part where Beck just made my nipples harden and pop out like turkey thermometers, I lamely say, Yeah, that would be our luck.
Let me guess. Wedding is on Saturday at the Hemingway house?
Cue another rush of heat to eclipse my body. The one and only. He nods and lies there silently for a second before saying,
So what you're telling me is that I have a date for the wedding Saturday night. Not expecting him to say that, I laugh out loud and for some reason say, I'm wearing teal, in case you want to match and take couple pictures. You know, might as well do the whole couple thing up, right? This garners a deep, low rumble of a laugh from Beck. Thank God I packed gray pants with a white button-down. There won't be any kind of clashing in those couple photos.
Nope, not even in the slightest. Still swinging, I say. This is weird.
Nah, it's fitting. Got to live life to the fullest, Riley, because you never know when it'll be taken from you.
Sitting up, his statement confusing me, he holds out his hand and nods toward the building.
Come on, I'll walk you back to your room.
I allow him to help me to my feet. I stand there, being towered over by this stranger, this mystery of a man, my apparent wedding date for Saturday, and even though he wants to walk me to my room, I'm not entirely ready for this night to be over. With a slow, leisurely pace, we walk side by side, the ocean rolling into the shore to our right, filling in the silence. Have any touristy things planned while you're here? I ask, feeling kind of dumb from my question, unsure of what to fill the silence with.
Nothing planned, just kind of winging it.
Why does that not surprise me? Beck seems like the guy who on a Wednesday drops everything and flies to Tahiti because he wants to, hence crashing a wedding. At least I have a somewhat sound reason for crashing. You know, rekindling my romantic brain and all. Me too. If Victoria doesn't want to tear me open with her prehistoric mammoth claws tomorrow, I might try to convince her to go sightseeing with me.
Yeah? Going to tour the island? You know it's only a 2x4, right?
My brows pull together. What do you mean 2x4? We stop in front of our rooms, the doors only a few feet apart. Hands in his pockets, looking sexy with his mouth quirked to the side, and his short haircut emphasizing his lovely hazel eyes, he says,
The island. It's only 2 miles wide by 4 miles long. It's incredibly small, so I think your sightseeing will only last a few hours at most.
Huh. I ponder this. Shows how much research I did before I came here. Chuckling, he answers,
A little ill-prepared, but there is nothing like a good adventure that gets my blood roaring. I'm right there with you, Riley. I did 0 research before hopping on a plane down here.
I laugh. I'm learning that Beck is Mr. Impromptu. Why bother spending hours in front of a computer planning his trip? Shrugging, he continues.
Who knows? Maybe we'll run into each other tomorrow.
With that, he tips my chin with his finger and says,
Have a good night.
Pulling a key card from his back pocket, he enters his room, fist raised to the sky and shouting,
Long live your sweatshirt.
The declaration to my burned-up threads makes me snort inelegantly, but before he can see the snot spray unattractively from my nose, his door closes. Thank God for quick closing hinges. I wipe my nose, pull my key card from the bra of my dress, and enter my room. How strange. This random man, who not only witnessed puke apocalypse on the airplane, but also walked in on me while I was naked in his room, who then shared a weird sweatshirt burial, is now resting his head only a few feet away from mine. It's weird. Almost like Cupid is waving his bare ass in the air, laughing and shooting darts in my direction. That fucking chuckling cherub. I wave my finger to the sky. Nice try, dude. Guess who's not interested? I came here to witness love, not dive deep into the emotion myself. Chapter 6. Riley. Think you have on enough sunblock? The paste-covered human next to me glares from beneath her sunglasses and sun hat, as well as an inch of sunblock that has yet to be rubbed into her body. It's like she's making a 7-layer dip of only her skin and sunscreen. I'll have you know, skin cancer is not to be toyed with. It's a serious thing. Well aware. That's why I'm wearing sunscreen. But it's okay to show a little skin. Better to be safe than sorry. She caps off her bottle and sets it inside the pink and green Vera Bradley bag next to her. Butterscotch candy? She offers, the crinkling of the wrappers mixing with the ocean waves crashing a few feet away, as well as the playful sounds of kids around us. I'm good, thanks. I down half of my water bottle and let the sun warm me up to my very core. My body is not used to this kind of heat. I can feel myself sweating in areas I was unaware had sweat glands. Yes, a far cry from Maine for sure. But the sun is lovely, isn't it? Victoria stretches her lily-white arms and tries to soak in the rays, which is impossible with the amount of cream covering her skin. So, what was last night's phone call all about? You interrupted a very intriguing dream of mine. Sorry, I cringe, knowing how much Victoria relies on her dreams for her writing. She always tells me her best ideas come while she's sleeping. I met this guy yesterday. Already scouring the streets, are we? There is a light, playful hint in Victoria's voice. No, believe me, meeting this guy was all by chance. Ah, there you two are. Zoe's voice startles us from behind. I've been texting you. The Hubs went on some early morning fishing trip and has been gone all morning, and I just rolled out of bed looking for coffee. She takes a giant sip from a frappuccino in her hand. That feels good. What are we talking about? She flops a giant beach bag next to me and pulls a lounge chair through the sand to saddle up close to mine. Keeping her eyes closed, the brim of her hat covering her face, Victoria says, Riley was just telling me about a man she's seeing. Say what? Zoe cranes her neck to the side like it's made of elastic. I'm not seeing him. Jesus, Victoria. We just hung out. Why did you trail off like that? Did you guys have sex last night? I think they did. She called me for a recommendation. I told the guy to run for his life. Zoe clutches her chest and laughs entirely too loud. You did not. Unfortunately, she did, I mumble, pulling my legs into my chest. More laughter from both of them now. Can you hear my heavy sigh? Oh, that's so great. So what happened after you failed to get a recommendation? Zoe pauses and then whacks my arm. Hey, why didn't you call me? Am I not good enough to give you a sexamendation? I tried. You answered the phone asking about scissoring with Art. Zoe nods. The corner of her lips turns down in agreement. It's frightening how accurate that is. Okay, so I was hyper-focused on my own pleasure. What happened after Victoria cock-blocked you? Sitting up some more and crossing my legs, I say, For the record, I wasn't looking for a sexamendation. I was just trying to prove I'm not a psycho killer. Smart man. Zoe nods and sips on her drink. Well, after he saw me get barfed on, and then after the whole naked thing, he came up to me. Oh, wait. Zoe and Victoria both sit up and lean over to look at me. What naked thing? I don't really want to get into it. Let's just say there was a mix-up with hotel rooms, and I wanted to get the puke smell off me. I'm so confused right now, Victoria says. I thought there was no sex. There wasn't. We didn't have sex or even kiss. He just saw me naked. Talking about me. A deep voice pulls our eyes off each other and toward the man standing in front of us, wearing a pair of low-slung blackboard shorts and nothing else, besides a long necklace around his neck that's made of leather and a small gold key. His tan skin glistens under the sun, the contours of each and every one of his muscles flexing tightly with every move. His smile stretches across his face. His eyes are full of intrigue, and his hair begs for me to run my hand over the short strands. Turning toward me, thumb pointed at Beck, Zoe asks, Is this the guy you wanted a sexamendation for? Want a surefire way to make me blush? This right here will do it. My cheeks heat up, my ears burning with embarrassment. Sexamendation, huh? Beck scratches the side of his jaw, his eyes trained on mine. I wasn't aware that's what we were calling friends for. It wasn't. There was no sex involved. None. I can feel my forehead start to sweat. Damn sun. Just making sure we weren't going to murder each other, that's all. Sex is off the table. There will be no sex.
No? That's a damn shame. Beck smiles and then leans over to shake Zoe and Victoria's hands. Ladies, nice to meet you. I'm Beck. Zoe and Victoria introduce themselves, their mouths agape like fishes out of water as they stare at the mound of muscles in front of them. Hell, I don't blame them.
Beck, wow, even your name is hot. Zoe pokes me in the side with her elbow. You should use that name in one of your novels.
I agree. Beck wiggles his eyebrows. Maybe he could convince the heroine to go sightseeing with him in the book.
Ooh, that's a good idea. Zoe picks up my bag and puts it on my lap. Riley was just leaving to go tour the island. No, I wasn't.
Yes, she was, Victoria chimes in. Traitor. She wants to rent a Vespa. She tried to get me to get on one, but I refused. You seem like a gentleman who knows how to handle that kind of machinery. Why don't you go with her?
Beautiful idea. Grand, actually,
Zoe adds, and after digging through her purse, lifts a $5 bill to the sky and waves it.
Ice cream is on me.
I eye the bill, hating both of my friends right now. We're going to need more than $5. Here. Victoria tosses a 20 at me. Have fun.
See, all set. Just tuck those bills in your bra with your license and go have fun.
Zoe starts pushing me off the edge of my lounge.
Go on. Sightsee with the hunk. Thank us later.
You know he's standing right here. I grit out in utter embarrassment. Oh, don't mind me. Beck rocks on his heels and crosses his arms over his chest. I'm just here for the free ice cream and great company.
How can you turn down free ice cream?
Zoe now waves both bills in front of me, a knowing look on her face. Sighing, I snag the money from her, stuff it in my bra top along with my phone, room key, and ID, and stand from my lounge chair. I point to Victoria and say, "You're in charge of my bag." Turning toward Beck, I say, "You're in charge of renting the Vespa. Come on." I grab him by the hand and pull him toward Duval Street. Thankfully, I'm wearing a little black cover-up over my white bikini because driving around in nothing but a bathing suit isn't on my to-do list today. Although it seems like it's on Beck's. You know, you don't have to sprint. We can walk leisurely. Noticing my giant and very awkward steps propelling us forward at an alarming pace, I slow down and straighten myself. Sorry. Just wanted to get out of there before those two said anything else embarrassing. Beck nudges me with his shoulder. Oh, come on. They weren't that bad. I liked them. Yeah, because they practically pushed me into your arms. Into my arms? I would have remembered that. His smile is devilish, and I'm very much aware of how that little tilt of his lips affects me. Don't be cheesy. Not cheesy when it's the truth. Nudging me again, he says, "And what's with this tough front you're putting on? I catch you talking about our night, and now you're acting like you want nothing to do with me? That's not the truth, right?" Man, is he up front. I don't think I've ever had a man call me out like that before. I should have known after one look at Beck that he was going to be different than I'm used to. Letting out a long breath, I turn toward him, stopping him on the sidewalk and say, "That's not the truth. I'm just aware of our situation, and it makes me nervous." Aware of our situation? What does that mean? He takes a step forward, closing an immense amount of distance between us. You know, I gesture between us, my nerves jumping. This, attraction. What about it? He places his hand on my hip, and legit, my mouth goes dry. It's just a hand on my hip. It's not like he stuck his hand down the back of my swimsuit and started massaging my ass. No, it's a hand to the hip. But with the way he so powerfully grips me and his unwavering stare, he has my body tingling, anticipating so much more. Wanting to be honest, since he gets to the point, I say, "I'm not looking for anything serious, or to start anything with anyone. I'm here to write, to be immersed in love,
and then be on my merry way. That's all."
A larger smile splits his lips. Sounds like a plan, but I see some holes in it I would like to fill.
"Beck."
He places his fingers over my lips, shushing me before I can protest. Listen, Riley, I didn't come here to fall in love. I came to have a good time and live in the moment. I find you sexy as hell, interesting, and someone I want to spend some island time with. I'm not looking for anything serious either, but to hell if I'm going to take you as my wedding date and not spend some time with you beforehand.
I snort, just like last night, and quickly cover my nose. How grossly unattractive. When I glance at Beck, he doesn't seem to think so from the heated look in his eyes. "You want to spend some time with your wedding date, huh?" He nods.
You got it, saucy.
I press my lips together, trying to mull this over. "Nothing serious. Just fun."
Living in the moment is what I like to call it. Saying yes rather than no.
I can jump on board with that. It might be good for me, actually, to step outside of my little box I like to bury myself in and actually experience life with nothing holding me back. It almost seems freeing. Before the worrisome side of my brain kicks in, I say, "I would love to live in the moment with you, but no strings attached, right?"
None. Just the memories of 2 wedding crashers and the remnants of an island tan.
It's my turn to smile. "Then what are we waiting for? It's time to see what this 2x4 island is all about." Beck links my hand with his.
That's the girl I was looking for. You're kidding, right?
Beck stares me down, disbelief in his eyes. Dead serious. Pulling me away from the counter, from the prying eyes of the rental worker, he says,
"We're not sharing a Vespa, and if we did, you sure as hell wouldn't be the one driving."
Hand on my hip, I reply, "And why the hell not?"
So many reasons."
"Name them," I challenge him.
"Well, for one, I have more experience. I own and drive a motorcycle."
Of course. I could have easily guessed that from the way Beck carries himself.
"Also, I'm much bigger than you. Bigger in the front to cushion any blow we might have."
"That's a lie. No way that's a thing."
"Well, it is in my head."
I can tell he's not going to back down on this. But too bad. I'm just as stubborn. "I'm driving."
"Fine, then we'll get 2 Vespas."
"No," I shake my head. "Then we won't be able to talk to each other. Plus, it's a waste. We could easily get the 2-seater and pay less as well."
"You're not driving us."
"I'm driving."
"No, you're not."
He matches his hands on his hips to mine. "Yes, I am." Stuart, the man in charge of the rentals, clears his throat, drawing our attention. "Can I make a suggestion, since it seems like you two are having a hard time deciding who's going to drive?" An outsider. He might be partial. "Yes, Stuart, we would be delighted to hear your suggestion." I turn toward him, interested in solving this little dispute. Reaching into his pocket, he pulls out a quarter and says, "Flip a coin to decide." Duh, that was easy. "Brilliant idea." I snag the coin from Stuart and hold it up. "Would you like to call it, Beck, or shall I?"
"We are not flipping a coin to decide."
Beck tosses his ID on the counter and says,
"I'm driving."
Stuart, the beautifully hairy man, takes one look at the ID in front of him and then folds his arms over his chest. "I believe the lady wants to flip a coin." "Yeah, Beck, the lady wants to flip a coin." I stand there in my black cover-up, at least 8 inches shorter than Beck, chest puffed and putting up one hell of a fight. Eyeing me, Beck asks,
"You're not going to back down, are you?"
"Nope."
"But you could kill us."
I shrug. "What happened to living in the moment? Here's your moment, Beck. Flip a coin and decide your fate." Sighing heavily and running a hand through his short strands, Beck says,
"I'll call it in the air."
Giddy, I flip the coin and Beck calls out,
"Heads."
I catch the coin and flip it over to the back of my other hand. Beck, Stuart, and I all lean forward, eyes trained on the fate of the toss. With a touch of flair, I lift my hand and reveal the coin. It's tails! Stuart declares with far too much excitement for being a third party in this little disagreement.
She's driving, dude. I'll take your ID, Riley.
Feeling like I won the lottery, I hand over my ID and lean on the counter while I smile all too brightly at Beck, who seems to be, grinding his teeth. He's not happy, and for some reason, I really like seeing that. Tapping his cheek, I say, "Just think of it this way. You get to hold on to me. Now that's something to look forward to." Bending toward me, Beck whispers in my ear,
"Damn right I do. And if my hands accidentally rub against those sweet tits of yours, then so be it."
Cue gasp and beet red face. Damn him.
"You have to ease into the brakes or else we're going to fly over the handlebars."
"It's more fun this way." I hit the brakes at a stoplight, jerking the Vespa forward and causing Beck to grunt behind me.
"Woman, as much fun as you think it is to crash my cock into your backside, we're going to have a serious problem if you continue to do that."
From over my shoulder, I ask, "Getting excited, Beck?" His jaw ticks, his hands on his thighs, a strain in his neck evident.
"Don't play with me, saucy."
"Isn't that what this is all about? Playing?" The light turns green and I slam on the gas pedal, sending us into a speedy 15 miles per hour down the colorful road of Duval Street, where flags hang from buildings and palm trees offer a brief shade to passers-by. Wrapping his arms around my waist, his entire chest eclipses my back as he brings his head forward and speaks into my ear.
"Are you going to be a tease this entire time?"
My inner goddess smiles. "Count on it." His chuckle rumbles against my back.
"Fair enough. But be warned, two can play at that game."
I'm looking forward to it. I direct the Vespa down the road, the wind breezing through my hair, Beck's hands roaming from my stomach to my thighs, depending on how close he's leaning against me. I can only imagine how he must look behind me, a massively attractive and larger-than-life man gripping me, his arms flexing under the beaming sun. From the stares we're getting from the tourists on the streets, I'm going to guess he either looks ridiculous, or the women who have their mouths open as we pass by are a tiny bit jealous. Hell, I don't blame them. Believe me when I say this. I don't do non-committal flings often, or ever for that matter. But there's something about Beck and his live life motto that has me throwing caution to the wind and experiencing something new, something crazy out of the box for me, something I know will stick with me for years to come. So why the hell not just experience rather than worry? Maybe it will spark my imagination. Maybe this little break from reality is just what I need.
"Where are we going, Speedy?"
Beck grips my hips, pulling my attention from another red light. Straight?"
"Straight?" He laughs. "Well, if you keep going straight, you're going to end up in the ocean. I don't know about you, but drowning this rental wasn't on my list of things to do today."
Such a smartass. "Okay, then what was on your list?"
"Let's go to Mallory Square. It's up there on the left."
He directs me with a point of his finger toward a parking lot. Making the turn, I rumble our bike over the uneven concrete of the road and park between a red Ford Mustang convertible and a black Hummer. I give our whip a once-over and talk over my shoulder to Beck. "We look a little ridiculous right now."
"Slightly. But what's really going to get us into some trouble is people thinking this spot is empty, only to realize you parked this hot two-wheeler here instead."
Ugh, I hate people like us.
"I'm partial to park whatever you want, wherever you want."
Beck hops off the back of the Vespa and holds his hand out to me. "That's because you drive a motorcycle. You're the person everyone hates."
He shrugs. "Couldn't care less what everyone thinks. Plus, I park in the back to avoid a kick to my bike from angry car drivers."
Ah, smart. After Beck helps me off, he pays for parking and tucks the slip in a crack near the speedometer.
"Come on, saucy."
Saucy. No idea why he's sticking with that, but it's kind of cute. He takes my hand in his, and guides me past a brick house labeled restroom that smells like a place to dispose of excrements, and down a little narrow path where we come across a bunch of little kiosks selling your typical touristy island souvenirs.
Are you a souvenir kind of girl?
Sometimes. Depends on the souvenir. It has to be good, something I wouldn't be able to get anywhere else. And I'm not talking about your typical location-branded shirt or mug. It has to be super unique.
Something off the wall?
Exactly. Beck stops in front of a kiosk full of musical instruments particular to the island, like bongos, maracas, and didgeridoos. Not that a didgeridoo is necessarily an island instrument, but contrary to popular belief, I don't see didgeridoos sold everywhere. Beck picks up a rainmaker and turns it upside down so the beans start bouncing off the pins inside the tube.
Tell me, what unique souvenirs have you bought before?
Okay, let's pause for a second. You know how I said I only buy a souvenir if it's super unique? That's true, but what I left out is the massive collection of a certain souvenir that I have at home. And when I say massive collection, I mean a good shelf full of a particular item I seem to find everywhere I go, or that my readers have purchased for me. Interested? Want to know what it is? You're thinking silver spoons, aren't you? Tiny silver spoons labeled with each location, right? Even though they're cute, that's not it. Not spoons, not mugs, not keychains or magnets. No, this is unique. A special find you can only locate in a quirky store. And there is always one quirky store in a touristy town, and you just have to find it. It's the store that carries those dolls that come alive at night, but also Christmas ornaments, local hot sauce, kitschy oven mitts, and hunks. Yes, hunks. How do I explain this? They are little glass or plastic man figurines turned into something special, like an ornament, or a bottle opener, or a wine glass ornament. They are always shirtless, hunky, and so goddamn amazing that whenever I see one, I add them to my collection. It's an immediate purchase for me. My favorite of these glorious gems is my collection of hunky mermen ornaments. You would think, wow, there mustn't be much variety of those. Oh, by golly, you are wrong. I don't think I will ever own all of them, and it makes me sad. I want all the hunky mermen. Is that too much to ask? Sigh.
Why are you smirking over there?
Beck pokes me with his rainmaker. Oh, just having a good time, making rain. I shake a rainmaker and put it back in the bin.
Yeah, that's not the truth. There's a souvenir you collect that you're not telling me about.
Is this man a mind reader? God, he's too damn perceptive. I have a feeling there won't be much I'll be able to get past him over the next few days. None of my ex-boyfriends have been particularly perceptive, so to them, I appear to be an open book. They don't know there has been so much I've never bothered to share. Maybe, I say coyly, while walking over to the next kiosk that has wood carvings. I pick one up and admire the craftsmanship.
And are you going to tell me what this souvenir is?
Nope.
Then how the hell am I supposed to help you find it?
I turn toward him, putting the wood carving back in place. Oh, Beck, I don't search out the souvenir. The souvenir finds me.
Bullshit. You're looking for it right now, aren't you?
Yes. No. If my special souvenir is here, it will be kismet if we meet up. Beck shakes his head and walks me toward a shell shop.
I don't believe that one bit. You're on the prowl. I can feel it. You're searching. But what could it be?
You're never going to guess. Believe me, this isn't your typical souvenir.
You've made that point. Don't worry. My mind is set on unique, out-of-the-box objects like this.
He picks up a ball cap that has a helicopter on the top. Placing the hat on his head, entirely too large for the child's headwear, he spins the helicopter and exudes that devastating charm of his.
You collect these hats, don't you? You have at least 50 of these that you line up along a stretch of your hallway and try to spin them all at the same time.
Hands on hips, I cock my head to the side. Do you really think I have time to do such a thing?
Unapologetically, he shrugs. Hey, I don't know what you do with your personal time. I snag the hat from his head and flip it back into its box. Not that. All right. Picking up a conch shell, he brings it to his ear and says, Shells seem to be too basic to collect. Unless... His eyes light up with humor. You collect dick-shaped shells. That's unique and a very hard find. That takes some examining. Chuckling, I shake my head. No dick-shaped shell collection, although now you have me thinking I probably should start collecting them. I peer my head around. See any? Not yet, but if I do, you can bet that pretty ass of yours I'll be the first to start that collection for you. Ooh, don't get me excited. The disappointment would be heartbreaking. Beck studies me for a second, his hand rubbing against the light scruff on his chin. You know, from your excitement over a dick-shaped seashell, I'm going to guess your little souvenir has something to do with an adult souvenir. Something sexy, perhaps? There's no way he'll figure it out. At least I hope he doesn't. I give him no inclination to whether or not he's right. Instead, I turn my back and pick up a black pokey shell and examine it. Aha! I'm right, aren't I? No. I try to hide my smile, but it's impossible when Beck is standing next to me, playfully poking me in the side. Oh, I'm so right. Okay, sex souvenirs. Where do we find sex souvenirs? Can you not say that so loud? I pull on his hands that are rubbing together as he looks around. What? You don't want people to know you're looking for sex souvenirs? Feeling my face getting red, once again I say, I'm not. That's something you made up. No way. You are so looking for sex souvenirs. A worker walks by us just in time for Beck to gather his attention. Dear sir, would you mind helping us? Of course, sweetheart. The man replies in the deepest New York accent I've ever heard, with a hint of drag queen. And from the Hawaiian shirt and heels he's wearing, I'm going to guess I'm right. I heard Key West is very gay-friendly and has some of the best drag shows ever, and boy, does it seem like they were right. I'm intrigued. My friend over here, the cute one? The worker eyes me up and down and smiles, hands clasped together at his chest. Is looking for a sex souvenir. Do you have any? The man laughs as I feel a strong urge to climb into the shell I hold in the palm of my hand. I'm going to kill him. Oh, honey, we don't sell condoms here. Go to CVS around the corner. At my very blank and confused look, he adds, Don't you realize you're supposed to be her sex souvenir? The man pats Beck on the back and walks away, or more like sachets. Spinning on his heel, Beck faces me and asks, Am I your sex souvenir and don't even know it? Oh my God, do you have a punch card or something? A form I have to fill out? Are you going to take a picture of me with a Polaroid camera, have me sign it, and then hang it with your other sex souvenirs? He clasps his hand to his chest in disgust. Am I merely here to be your fuck toy? Oh, for heaven's sake.
Chapter 7. Beck. You can't possibly be getting that. Why the hell not? She's fucking beautiful. The minute I saw her, I knew I had to have her. I dangle my newfound item from my finger, loving every last inch of her. It's a drag queen sea turtle with glitter everywhere. Riley deadpans. Yeah, and she's fucking gorgeous. Look at her turtly tits and pearls. That's classy. Riley's eyebrows rise. You think that's classy? I might be a little terrified. What sea turtle has breasts, let alone lips like that? The best kind of sea turtles? I take the ornament to the counter and pull out my wallet. Thankfully, the island is full of partially dressed tourists, or else I'd feel really out of place with no shirt. The vibe is pretty relaxed here, and I'm not going to lie, I fucking love the way Riley keeps sneaking glances at my bare chest. She's totally contemplating making me her sex souvenir. Oh, you found our most popular ornament. Isn't she beautiful? Did you hear that, Saucy? I nudge Riley, who's leaning against the register counter with her arms crossed. Most popular ornament. I heard her. Seems like you're not the only deranged person here. She mumbles the words just loudly enough so only I hear them. Dragging her into my body, I wrap my arm around her waist and haul her close to my chest. Her lavender scent, shampoo maybe, makes its way around me, wrapping, squeezing, engulfing. We're on our honeymoon, I say, rubbing my fingers over her soft skin. I'm getting this ornament so my new bride can remember this special occasion. When every Christmas rolls around, she'll remember the day we said I do whenever she looks at this sea turtle. Oh, what a beautiful memory. You found yourself a good one, the clerk says as she rings up Pearl, my sea turtle. Yes, I'm calling her Pearl. My initial instinct was to call her Turtle Titty Tata, but Pearl has the elegance and class she deserves. I tell her that every day. I hug Riley and kiss the top of her head. She's stiff, but with a light peck to her head, her body molds to mine. No souvenirs for the lady? Nah, nothing for my girl. Riley gently wraps her arm around my waist for a brief moment, almost like she's unsure about her touch. She told me earlier that the wild honeymoon sex we're going to have will be souvenir enough. Oh dear, the clerk fans herself. Well, I don't blame her. She takes my card and swipes it. I don't know why you two are even out in public right now. She hands me my card back and nods at Riley. With a man like that, I would be hanging out in bed every chance I get. If only I could see Riley's burnt red face right now. It would make this moment so much better. We have to come out for air at some point, you know. I wink at the clerk, who blushes herself as she hands me my wrapped-up Pearl in a bag. Enjoy, you two, and congratulations. Thank you. I wave to the clerk and leave the shop, Riley in tow. When we reach the street, Riley continues to walk when I half expected her to confront me. Her little legs propel her forward, leaving me in her wake. Running up to her side, I catch her hand in mine and say, "What's the rush?" "I want pie." She forgoes eye contact and crosses the street, barely checking for traffic, and heads straight toward a small yellow building with a sign that says, The Original Key Lime Pie Bakery. Hell, if she wants pie, so do I. After listening to Chris and Justine talk this morning at breakfast all about their pie binge, I'm craving some. And from what they told me, this bakery has the best key lime pie, especially the one with coconut. My taste buds are already watering. When we walk in, it's not the kind of bakery I'm used to. I expected a wall-to-wall bakery cooler of goodies, but instead it's packed full of key lime-flavored everything, packaged and branded for all the tourists. I give the treats a glance, but when my eyes become glued on the pies in the back under a glass case, I'm like a tractor beam to the goods, right next to Riley, who's already ordering. Yes, 1 slice of each, please. Oh, you're a hungry one, aren't you? The lady asks. Riley grabs my arm and drapes it over her shoulder, snuggling in close. Her cheek rubs against my chest, practically purring. What is she up to? Something like that? Smiling at me, she turns back to the lady and says, We're on our honeymoon. Oh, really? Congratulations, that's wonderful. Are you having a nice time in Key West? It's beautiful here, Riley gushes. Just wish we spent more time in the bedroom, if you know what I mean. Oh, dear. The poor older lady looks shocked. Riley sighs heavily and then pats my abs. He might be a pretty thing to look at, but he's having a hard time getting an erection. Hence all the pies. Kind of eating my sorrows. Married a bit of a dud rather than a stud. But hey, that's okay. That's why they make dildos. Riley takes the bag from the incredibly stunned woman and links her hand with mine. Come on, sweetie. Maybe the sugar rush will help your peenie get happy. Peenie? Dildos? Dud rather than a stud? What the hell did I get myself into with this woman? I've met my match. Stunned, I follow a very happy Riley out the door, avoiding the raised eyebrows of disappointment from every woman I pass. Touché. Too fucking shay. Where do you live? I raise a glass of water to my lips and await her response, genuinely interested in her answer. She bites down on a ketchup-covered fry and says, "A small town in Maine called Port Snow. It's kind of like Key West, in the way it thrives off its tourists." Port Snow. Sounds like a magical place. She nods. It's beautiful, but the winters can be bitter. We're right on the coast, so we get the whip of the cold ocean breeze, and if you're not wearing the proper gear, you can freeze your nipples right off. Shit, not the nipples. I mock horror, bringing my hand to my chest. She leans forward, fry in hand. Yes, the nipples. That's fucked up. She chuckles, and it's so intoxicating that I can easily see myself getting drunk on that sound. It's been an amazing day hanging out with Riley, ribbing with her. The heated glances, the small touches, the one-upping each other. Fuck, she's fun. Other than nipples freezing off, you like it there? Yeah, it's where I grew up. Everyone is in each other's business, but we also look out for each other. My best friends live there, and so does my family. They own an art gallery that surprisingly does really well. The tourists flock in during the summer, scoop up all the lighthouse pictures, and then take off, taking a little piece of Maine home with them. That's pretty cool. Where do you get the pictures from? Anyone in the family an artist? She shakes her head. My mom dabbles in different aesthetics, but she's never wanted to sell any of her pieces because she doesn't think they're sell-worthy, even though we beg to differ. We commission all the pieces from local artists and artists from around the state. So where did the writing come in? Smiling, she dips another fry in the shared ketchup bowl we have between us and pops it in her mouth. I was always into telling stories, but it wasn't until I went to a creative writing class in college that the urge to tell stories really bit me. And I think it's mainly because my creative writing teacher said I wasn't very good at storytelling. She said that? Man. I lean back in my chair. What a bitch. Tell me about it. She gave me a C in the class. She scrunches her nose, crinkling the skin, and it's cute. Adorable. Sincere. And now you're a successful author. Good job for sticking it to her. Riley leans back in her chair as well and folds her arms over her chest, amplifying her breasts, but instead of staring, I keep my eyes fixed on hers. Despite the strong temptation to check her out, I have yet to be up close and personal with her sexy tits, but if the opportunity presented itself, I'm there. I wish. I have no idea where she is, or else I would send her a few signed paperbacks with a copy of every single paper she gave me a bad grade on. You kept them? She nods with a smirk. Have them laminated in a folder? You did not laminate them. I did. She answers, almost seeming bashful now. Sometimes you have to hold on to the things that tried to tear you down, because it's good to be reminded why you're going to succeed. Studying her, I tilt my head slightly to the side, trying to get a good read on this woman who almost seems like a dream. Sexy, smart, sassy as hell, with enough wit to keep me on my toes. She quite possibly could be too good to be true. Wait. She is, because she lives in Maine, I live in California, and this is a no-strings-attached fling. But still, I can tell already she's going to be a hard one to let go at the end of this. What's that look on your face for? She asks, motioning in my direction. I rub my hand along my jaw, feeling the rough bristles against my fingertips. You're sexy. Oh, that's not what I thought you were thinking. Her cheeks turn a pretty crimson color. I really like that even though she can hold her own in a battle of wit, she still shows moments of innocence. And what did you think I was going to say? I don't know. Not that. Well, it's true. I lean forward, eyes focused on hers, loving the way her eyelashes flutter with every glance she gives me. One thing you'll find about me, Riley, is I don't lie. I say what's on my mind. Is that so? Her fingers twist and pull on the napkin in her lap. I nod, watching how her eyes light up, ready to strike with that saucy mouth of hers. Then how come you told me you didn't see me naked initially, but then told me differently later? God damn that smile. Makes me want to take her back to my room and kiss it right off her face until she's moaning my name, writhing, begging for more. I was sparing you from embarrassment. You clearly were not super excited that I saw you naked. Who in their right mind would be excited about a stranger seeing them naked? I couldn't care less about someone seeing me naked. You know, wearing nothing is how God intended it. I take a sip of my water. Clothes are just accessories. It's what's beneath us, our true selves, that matters. Riley rolls her eyes at my corny philosophy. Please, you're just saying that because you're an Adonis under your clothes. Let me guess, you have hairless balls, a big penis, and thighs that can crush a walnut. Laughing, I say, I don't know about the walnut thing, but the other two assumptions are spot on. Care to take a gander to see if I'm lying? God, no, that is such a guy thing to say. In a deep voice, she mocks me. Hey, girl I find attractive, why don't you come pull my pants down and stare at my penis and balls? I think they're amazing. Balls and penises are not all that great to look at. I would rather play with an 80-year-old man's ear hair than examine balls and penis. You don't find the male genitals attractive? Not even in the slightest. You have a flesh tube right above a dangling sack of skin full of milky white crap that is less than pleasing to have in your mouth, dripping down your legs and in your vagina. Caught off guard from her candidness, I take a sip of my water, eyeing her from over my glass. I don't think it's the male genitalia that you find repulsive. I never said repulsive. It's just not something I want to have a staring contest with, that's all. Either way, I cut in, I don't think it's the dick's fault. I think it's the men you've been with, because I'm going to tell you right now, when my cum is dripping down your thigh or across your stomach or in your mouth, you're going to crave it. Leaning forward, my voice dropping lower, I say, and remember, I don't fucking lie. Tossing some cash on the table, I stand from my seat, pick up our shopping bags, and hold my hand out to Riley. Shakily, she takes it, and once again, we hop on our ride for the day. This time, though, she's sitting in the back. I refuse to ride on the bitch seat anymore. What do you think you're doing? Pulling an alpha move on you, and you're going to let me. Hop on, saucy. It's time I showed you the island. With little hesitation, she straddles the bike and wraps her arms around my waist, her fingers barely caressing my abs. Fuck. Just the way I like it. You're cheating. I am not. Yes, you are, she accuses me, swiping the dice before I finish entering my score. How the hell am I cheating? Shaking the dice in her hands, she watches me suspiciously. At the moment, I'm unclear how you're cheating, but I will find out, and when I do, oh boy, are you in trouble. I'm coming for you, Wilder. There is no way someone can cheat in Yahtzee. It's all luck. Oh yeah? Then why do you yell Yahtzee every time you throw the dice? Are the dice voice-controlled? She tosses the dice on the table and yells Yahtzee at the top of her lungs, shaking the water glasses perched on the table. When the dice stop, they reveal a load of crap. Damn it all to hell! She tosses her arms in the air. You can't cheat in Yahtzee. Clearly I can't, but you can. She looks under the table. What do you have under there? What are you playing with? Do you have some kind of dice flipper like in the movie Ocean's 13? You're losing it, saucy. How can someone have 5 Yahtzees in one game? What are you playing with? Standing from her chair, she pushes me so I'm sitting back in my seat and lifts my hands from my lap. What's this piece of paper? Does it have Yahtzee secrets on it? I toss the rolled-up piece of paper and hit her between the eyes. She huffs as I say, It's my straw wrapper. Can you please undo the calamity that is your mammary, take a seat, and finish your turn? Eyes on fire, a fierce pinch to her brow, she puts a hand on the table and leans into me. What did you just say to me? Nervously laughing, I play with my water glass and say, I asked you to calm your tits, you know, adjust your bust before it combusts. Her tongue runs along her teeth as she straightens. I don't think I like the wild look in her eyes, like she could easily pull a shiv from her back pocket and stab me in the thigh with it. Let me get this straight. You're the one cheating and you tell me to calm my tits? Is that right, Beck? Is that what I'm hearing? Wow, talk about sore loser. Note to self, don't play games with Riley unless I can purposely lose. Well, for one, yes, that's what I'm saying, and two, I'm not cheating. Call me stupid, but I'm not one to back down from an angry female. If anything, I like to push them even harder because, fuck if it isn't fun. Especially when they're hot like Riley and easily riled. Beckford Wilder, don't you dare lie to me. Holding back the laugh that wants to spring out of me, I answer, my name is Beck, but I like how you tried to add a little finesse to it. And what did we just talk about? I don't lie. I'm not cheating. Yes, you are. No, I'm not. Yes. I calmly fold my arms over my lap. No. You're infuriating. And you suck at Yahtzee. Ooh, did you just see that fireball? Holy hell, I swear one just popped out of her eyeballs. Steam is billowing from every orifice of her body. At least it seems like it as her hands flex at her sides. Is she going to punch me? Is everything okay here, miss? The waitress asks, looking a little frightened herself. Hell, I don't blame her. I'm 2 seconds from hopping behind the bar and ducking for cover, because I'm nervous her bust is truly about to combust. Exploding nipples, take cover. Whipping her head to the side, Riley points at me and says, Do you smell that? He won't stop farting, and I can't take one more second of it. Say what? The waitress lifts her nose, her nostrils sucking in the air around us. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, I do smell something. Okay, for the record, I haven't been farting. I wouldn't do that. I'm all male, but I'm not a moron. Rule number 1, don't fart when with a woman you want to fuck on the beach. It's common sense. You smell nothing, I scoff. Riley here doesn't like how I'm beating her at Yahtzee. If anyone should be offended, it should be me for the cheating accusations she's throwing my way. I'm an honest man, a man of integrity, and I would never cheat when it comes to anything, especially such a vivacious and exhilarating dice game. No, I like a true, honest, and hard-earned win, something I can be proud of for many years to come. Tapping the table with my index finger, I continue. This day will be marked in memory as the day I scored over 600 points in Yahtzee, a day of infamy. The waitress and Riley exchanged glances after my little speech, only to be followed by Riley rolling her eyes and saying, No one asked you. The waitress walks away and Riley retreats to her side of the table, but not before I snag her arm and pull her onto my lap. A sound of surprise escapes past those luscious lips as she pushes stray strands of her silky hair out of her face. Not able to control myself, I graze my hand up the length of her arm, over her shoulder, to the dip in her neck, our eyes connected the entire time. Do you really think I'm a cheater? Her eyes search mine, her body leaning into my touch. A cheater? She gently shakes her head, becoming serious. I don't think you actually have that bone in your body. Cupping her face, I stroke her cheek with my thumb, once, twice, 3 times. Her eyes flutter shut, her lashes long and black, curled at the ends. When they open, I'm met with beautiful blue eyes, sincerity ringing through them. There's a depth to them, slightly weary, hopeful. A shaky breath escapes her when I grip her hip, my fingers, just the tips, skimming her backside. She's sitting sideways on my lap, one of her palms pressing against my chest with the other snaked to the back of my neck. Our light and jovial energy slowly morphs into something more sensual, more seductive. Her pink tongue peeks out and wets her lips. 1 swipe, then 2. Glistening under the sun, plump and ready for me. So tempting. She leans forward, her nose mere millimeters from mine, her breath mixing with mine, her body humming with anticipation. Lightly her fingers play with the short strands on the back of my head, her nails scraping against my skin. Feels so fucking good. Clearing my throat, I lick my lips as well, prepared to take what I want, her mouth pressed against mine, my tongue sliding across hers. I inch forward, our foreheads pressed together, her fingers digging into my skin, my hand a death grip on her hips, not wanting her to move an inch away. Just one quick taste to hold me over, something to solidify this day, to calm the restlessness churning inside me. Just a few more inches. 3, 2. My skin ignites, my stomach dropping with anticipation, my heart hammering, causing my pulse to skyrocket. Her scent, her soft skin, her goddamn heaving chest. "Would you like a refill of water?" the waitress asks, killing the mood immediately when Riley is snapped out of the moment. She jumps off my lap and stands, fumbling with her shorts and straightening her outfit. "Bathroom, I need to use the bathroom." She points in a direction and the waitress points her in another. "Around the corner." "Yep, okay, going to pee, bye." She bolts off, walking as fast as her little legs will allow her. Exhaling heavily, I glance at the waitress, shoulders slumped. Great timing. She winces and holds up my cup. "Refill?" I wave my hand at her. "Sure. Fill me up." "Where do you think you're going, Saucy?" She pauses at her door and innocently puts her keycard down. I was going to go to bed? It's 10. Spend a little more time with me." She chuckles. "I spent almost the entire day with you." And yet it doesn't feel like that at all. I want more time. I want to recreate the moment we had with her on my lap, but this time without a pesky waitress asking about refills. "Yeah, and I still feel like I don't know you." I nod toward the hammock below us and say, "Come on, join me." She's hesitant, so I add, "There will be no games played, no farting, even though there was none to begin with, and I promise to only hold your hand. Come on, I won't bite. Have a swing with me." She sighs. Yes, she's giving in to my charm. "You know, it's hard to say no to you." "Good. That's the way I like it. And remember, we're all about saying yes on this trip, right?" "Right." She takes my hand and we head toward the stairs that lead to the hammock we spent some time in last night. Mentally, I mark the space as our spot. Lame, maybe, but hey, live in the moment. "There you are. We've been looking for you all day." Chris and Justine round the top of the stairs, hand in hand, and as they take in Riley standing next to me, giant smiles light up their faces. "Oh, and who might this be?" Justine asks, looking all too giddy. "Is this the girl we vouched for last night?" Knowing this is going to lead to an embarrassing interrogation, I throw in the towel. At this point, there will be no stopping them. "Chris, Justine, this is Riley, the girl you spoke to last night." "Ooh." Justine cheers and hops in place. "We did a good job then, didn't we? He's a good guy. We were right, weren't we?" Riley gives me a side glance, a smirk pulling at her lips. "Yeah, he's all right. Likes to cheat at Yahtzee, but he has to have some sort of fault, right?" "I didn't cheat," I reply, exasperated. "Oh, sweetheart, the man has many more faults. Just wait." Chris grips her on the shoulder. "I could keep you up all night, running down the list of his faults." "Not necessary, dude. I'm sure she'll figure them out." "So, is this love?" Justine peers at us, her eyes watery, hands clasped together now, almost as if she's praying for us to make babies right in front of her. She's obviously had a little too much to drink again tonight. Parent-free vacays. "Babe, don't you think that's a little soon?" "No way. He fell in love with Christine in a day." The moment the words leave Justine's lips, she cringes. I don't ever talk about Christine, my first marriage and divorce, because it's better for me to stay away from volatile memories that lead to dark places. Playfully, Riley squeezes my hand and says, "Oh my, who's Christine? Is this my competition?" Sobering up from the kickback to reality, I clear my throat. Fuck. No. Not even close. Looking at my watch, I say, "You know what? It's getting kind of late. I'm going to take a rain check on the hammock." I release Riley's hand, not missing the confusion in her eyes. I know what I'm doing. I can see from afar how I'm turtling in on myself and hiding from the world, from the truth of my life. But I know myself well enough that if I go to that hammock with Riley, she'll ask about Christine, and I'm not ready to go there. I'm not sure I'll ever have that conversation with Riley. This is a fling, a short stint of fun in our lives. No use dragging it down with my past. My sordid past that will keep me up all night. Are you sure? Riley asks, concerned. Yeah, kind of just hit a wall. I glance at Chris and Justine particularly. She looks like she's about to cry. When we make eye contact, she mouths, "I'm sorry." I give her an understanding nod and a curt wave. I'll see you guys in the morning. Turning toward Riley, I say, "Have a good night. Thanks for today." Without another word, I make it inside my hotel room and flop on my bed, my gaze cast toward the ceiling, forcing my eyes to stay open, to focus on the texture of the paint, of the color of the blades attached to the ceiling fan. If I close my eyes, I'll see it all. I'll see the shattered cars, the crimson-tinted asphalt, the deployed and battered airbags, and the lifeless form in the driver's seat of the car. The car I hit. I can't close my eyes. Sirens sound off in the distance. I hear the crunching of the jaws of life, yelling from first responders to clear onlookers. My breathing picks up, becoming labored as my body starts to involuntarily shake. Fuck. My mouth goes dry. The smell of alcohol hits me, even though I know there is none in my room. My palms become clammy, and a cool sweat breaks out along my skin. I'm drifting, and fast, not wanting to head into the space I know will eat me alive for the rest of my trip. I do the one thing I know will calm my racing heart. Reaching into my pocket, I pull out my phone and press down on speed dial 1. 2 rings, that's all it takes. Beck? I swallow hard, my hand rubbing my brow, trying to rid it of the thoughts crashing uncontrollably through my mind. There is some muffling over the phone and then the distinct sound of a door being shut. Cal comes back on the line. Talk to me. Breathe. Fucking breathe. I don't know what's happening. Justine mentioned Christine, and all of a sudden my mind started tumbling in on itself. I take a deep breath. Christine has never been a huge trigger point for me, but for some reason the mere mention of her name has my stomach flipping and my heart racing. Where are you? In my room? Anything in there that can get you in trouble? Cal always gets straight to the point. Thank fuck. No, sir. Good. Go grab a cup of water and then let's recite the Serenity Prayer. Doing as told, I fill a coffee mug full of tap water, take a few big gulps, and then set the cup on the table. As if second nature, Cal and I both start reciting the AA Serenity Prayer. God, give me the grace to accept with serenity the things that cannot be changed, courage to change the things which should be changed, and the wisdom to distinguish one from the other.
Chapter 8. Riley. Knock, knock. Pound, pound. Pound, pound, pound.
Riley, I know you're in there. Open up.
I grumble, shielding my eyes from the light peeking through the blinds.
Riley, open the door.
Pound, pound, pound. I turn away from the door and cuddle closer into my pillow.
Ouch. I was stung by a jellyfish. Quick, come here and pee on my leg.
More pounding. That's a lie, I shout.
You're right. But now that I know you're in there, open the door. I have coffee.
Damn him. Damn him and his coffee-fetching ways. Peering an eye open, I take a look at the clock. It's 10:30? Wow, that's later than I usually sleep in. Maybe because I was up all night wondering who this Christine girl was and why the mention of her name made such an impact on Beck. and then I chastised myself for half the night, reminding my little wandering brain that this is a fling, and I don't care about Christine, or why Beck shut down. Because in a few days, I won't see this man again. Needless to say, my brain is tired, my body is exhausted, and the only reason I'm flipping my bedding off my body is because I want coffee. Because I need coffee. I open the door to my room, run my hand over my face, and hold out the other. As if I was locked and loaded with the Jedi Force, the cup of coffee magically appears in my hand, and I take a long sip without ever truly opening my eyes. The hot liquid scalds my mouth, making a wave of warmth down my throat. Clearing his throat, Beck says, mind if I come in so we can shut the door? Whatever, I mumble, drinking more coffee. The door shuts with a slam, and I can feel Beck's presence inch closer and closer, his breathing almost erratic, heavy. I peep an eye open, just one, and look him up and down. Long legs clad in a pair of khaki shorts with a black shirt spanning across his developed chest, thick and strong. Simple, but sexy. He's all male, every inch of him, especially when he looks at me like that, as if he's about to devour me in seconds. My nipples harden, the breeze of the fan igniting goosebumps over my skin, and I'm more than aware of the carnal way he's casually licking his lips and the hungry spark in his eyes. Hands clenching his sides, his voice strained, he asks, "Do you always sleep topless, Riley?" Huh? Topless? Coffee halfway to my mouth, I look down. Well, by golly, take a look at those tits, out in the open for everyone to see. Laughing nervously, I slowly cover them with the hand that's not holding my coffee and say, "In Key West, I apparently do. But hey, at least I'm wearing a thong. I have that going for me." Looking very uncomfortable, Beck pulls on the back of his neck. It's not easy for a guy to have a door opened and a hot girl appear, topless. Do you know what kind of self-control it takes to not press you against the wall and suck your nipples into my mouth? Cue the wave of heat scorching up my spine. A slow, beating pleasure thrums between my legs from the thought of Beck's mouth on my breasts. Hot and tingly, I ache for his touch. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that at all. Not one bit. Have at it, I say right before I take another sip of my coffee, feeling less modest than before. He's seen them already, so it's nothing new to him. Just don't knock this coffee out of my hand when you're doing all the sucking. And hey, do you mind if I lie down while you do it? I still feel sleepy. I go to lie on the bed to cuddle with my cup when a strong arm wraps around my waist and pulls me against Beck's very strong and tightly corded body. Well, good morning to me. Listen here, saucy. His breath tickles my exposed skin. I'm not about to devour those delicious tits of yours while you're half awake. So what's going to happen instead is you're going to hop in the shower, wake yourself up, and then we're going on a helicopter ride. Did I just hear him correctly? A helicopter ride? Repeat that. He's so close, I have to bend back to look at him, and when I do, I'm met with a pair of hazel eyes that for some reason I never noticed the depths of before. They're beautiful, with a gold center and green wrapped around the outer edge. The corner of his eyes look weathered, but his actual pupils are bright and full of hope. I don't think he's kidding about this helicopter thing. I'm taking you on a helicopter ride around the island and out to sea to explore some marine life. You're serious? He nods. I am, and the helicopter takes off in 30 minutes, so you have about 10 minutes to get ready. Hell, taking off my thong is going to require at least 5 minutes from the pace I'm moving this morning. Come on. He ushers me to the bathroom, turns on the shower, and smacks my ass before taking my coffee and exiting the shower area. Excuse me, I need my coffee back. He steps away when I try to grab for it. You'll get it once you're ready to go. That's devil-level torture right there. You realize that, right? I'm aware of the dangerous position I've put myself in by taking your coffee, but I'm also aware of how much fun you're going to have, so I will do almost anything to get you moving.
Now hurry up, Riley. We have some flying in the sky to do today.
And just like that, he shuts the door, leaving a small smile on my face. And there he is, the Beck I've come to know over the past 2 days. Free-spirited, happy, in his element. The man who's propelling me into the shower so I can spend a few more hours during this vacation with him, soaking up his ability to live life to its fullest. The Uber ride to the airport is quiet. Beck spends most of the time staring out the window at the ocean, his hand pressed into his lap instead of linked with mine. I'm tempted to ask him about last night, to question him about Christine, but I refrain, not wanting to set him off again. This is temporary, so don't get too emotionally involved. Although my creative mind is running a mile a minute, trying to figure out why Christine is such a hot-button topic for Beck. Is she an ex-girlfriend? Someone he never got closure with? Is she a current girlfriend he never told me about? I sure as hell hope not. Surely his friends wouldn't encourage me about him if he had a girlfriend. Is Beck a widower? I think it would break my heart if he was, which is another reason why I'm keeping my mouth shut and turning off that rabbit trail of questioning sounding off in my head. When we arrive at the airport, we're directed to the private section where a cute Australian blonde with a killer accent greets us. Our pilot. "You must be Beck, and this is your new bride." Oh, here we go again. Beck and Riley, the newlyweds. Beck reaches out a hand and shakes it while squeezing me close to his side.
"And you must be Callie. Pleasure meeting you."
"Pleasure is mine. I'm excited to be your pilot and tour guide today. Newlyweds are my favourite. They're probably the most fun since they're in a constant state of bliss."
"Totally in a fog of bliss, aren't we, baby?"
Beck gently runs his nose along my cheek and up to my temple, where he places a kiss, causing my stomach to drop and my toes to tingle. It's only one kiss, but when it's combined with his velvety voice, his grip on my arm, his all-encompassing scent, and the press of his soft lips, I have pins and needles and am begging for more of his lips on mine. Controlling my rapidly beating heart, I nod. "Totally." Reaching out my hand, I shake Callie's and introduce myself. After we exchange a few pleasantries, we load into a golf cart and Callie drives us to her bright yellow helicopter that is much smaller than I would have expected. When she starts to run through her safety checks, I lean into Beck and say, "I thought you didn't lie."
"When did I lie?"
he asks, genuinely confused. Pretty sure we're not married and we're not on our honeymoon."
He chuckles. That's more of a joke than anything. I mean, it's a given at this point that we're married. We've been through so much together already. Puke apocalypse, a funeral, nakedness, the Yahtzee Chronicles, and of course the adoption of Pearl Turtle Titty Tata.
"Hey," I point my finger at him. "That turtle is entirely yours. I took no part in giving that thing a home. Pearl is all on you." He presses his hand against his heart.
"You know, it really hurts when you don't love our child. We birthed her together, and for you to just pass her off as if she's some monstrosity, that doesn't sit well with me."
I pat his cheek and playfully say, "You'll survive." "Okay, all set," Callie calls out, pulling our attention away from each other. "Hop up on the platform and I'll take a picture of you two." Before I can tell her we don't need a picture, Beck hands her his phone and picks me up into a cradle position. He effortlessly hops up on the platform, holding me close to his chest and nods at the camera.
"Smile, saucy."
Without giving it a second thought, while my hands are wrapped around his neck, I smile. "Ugh, you two are just too adorable." She hands Beck back the phone and then gets us situated in the helicopter. Let me just tell you this. Beck is a tall, broad man. Easily, he's 6'2", 6'3", which is even more pronounced given the way his body is crouched and stuffed into the small space of the helicopter's back seat. It's almost comical. Callie takes some oil from under one of the seats and pours it into the engine as Beck hands me his phone.
"Plug your number in there so I can send you that picture."
I raise an eyebrow at him. You want my number?
Yeah, I do. Don't give me a hard time and plug it in.
How can I trust you? How do I know you're not going to sign me up on a dozen telemarketers lists?
I make no promises.
He winks and then nudges me.
Come on. Just give me your number so I can send you the picture. And bug you in the middle of the night with meaningless text messages.
Ooh, meaningless text messages. Now that's what I'm talking about. I enter my phone number along with my name. In seconds, after I hand Beck his phone back, I receive a text message from a strange number. When I open it, I read the text out loud. Your husband thinks you look sexy in that dress. This man. Wanting to accept his compliment, I say, Thank you. Pinching my chin with his forefinger and thumb, he replies,
I mean it, Saucy.
Those hazel eyes, that voice, the sincerity in his every movement. Yep, Sunday is going to suck when I have to say goodbye. Honestly, I think it was really rude of the Marine Life to hang out on your side of the helicopter and not mine. This was my first time ever riding in a helicopter, or taking an aerial tour of an island and ocean. And of course, I had to lean over Beck's lap the entire time to get any good glimpses at sharks and turtles. And I think you and I both know Beck had no problem with having me in his lap. Then again, when he was lightly stroking my hair, leaning over with me, talking about all the different animals we were seeing, it was sweet. An intimate moment I can still feel. Beck and I walk hand in hand down Duval Street, one of the main touristy strips in Key West, looking for a place to eat. We had the Uber driver drop us off at the opposite end of our hotel so we could scour our options. And just like a married couple, we're having a hard time agreeing on a place to eat. It's funny how alike we are sometimes, both hard-headed and willing to do whatever we can to get our way. Apparently, pressing my breasts against Beck's arm has no effect on him. That's why we're not eating at the cute little French bakery place I wanted to try. He was against it because it was more of a breakfast restaurant than anything, and he wanted meat. Ugh, men. It's because I paid off all the sharks to show up on my side before we took off. I knew it. I knew you bribed those swimming elasmobranch fish.
Hey,
he tugs on my arm.
Way to pay attention.
I chuckle. Honestly, normally I have a hard time paying attention to tour guide things because my mind wanders at an extreme rate. But Callie's accent entranced me, and all I could do was listen.
Yeah, she was pretty to look at, wasn't she?
Mouth agape, I look at Beck, who's smiling devilishly. I elbow him in the ribs. Your wife doesn't approve of such meandering eyes.
Ah, so you admit it. We're married.
I huff in annoyance. In your dreams, Wilder.
You're right. You're in my dreams, Saucy.
Eyeing him, knowing about his kind, I say, Oh, no, you don't. I write about men like you, with your quick, sexy comebacks, your ability to whisper naughty things into a girl's ear to make her drop to her knees. Yeah, nice try, Beck, but I can see past your ways. I know your type, and it's not going to work.
What's not going to work?
He pulls my hip against his and brings his mouth to my ear, immediately erupting chills all over my skin.
Do you mean this? This is not going to work? This pull we have? What about my ability to make your nipples hard with only the rub of my nose against your cheek?
God, he's so right.
Don't fool yourself, Riley. You might want to believe you can resist me, but it's not going to work for long. Because don't forget, I am your husband, after all.
Oh, Jesus. Laughing, I push him away and start to walk. And then it happens. Oh, my souvenir dreams. They have been answered. Is that a hunk? Unaware of my halt, Beck runs into my back and sends me flying forward. But before I can fall face first into the pavement beneath me, he lifts me upright.
Damn, Riley. I almost flattened you. What has you...
He pauses and I can tell the minute he sees what I see.
You've got to be kidding me. That's it, isn't it? That's your souvenir.
I walk toward the hunk, arms extended, stars in my eyes. This isn't any ordinary hunk either. No, this guy is special. He's a bottle opener. But he isn't just a beautiful, shirtless glass of a man. No, oh my God, I might cry, I'm so excited. He is holding a present over his crotch. He's a freaking dick-in-a-box, shirtless hunk bottle opener, and he's about to be all mine. Oh, he's magnificent. Just perfect, I mutter to myself, turning him over and checking out every last inch of him. I hold him to my chest and squeeze tightly. You shall be named Justin. Ahem. Beck clears his throat next to me, interrupting my little love fest. Am I going to have divorce papers queued up here? Maybe. I mean, look at him. I hold him up carefully. He's perfect. God, everything I want in a hunk. The muscles, the suggestive naughtiness, and he moonlights as a bottle opener. Pretty and useful. Doesn't get better than that. And you named him Justin because... After Justin Timberlake, of course. You know, the whole dick-in-a-box thing. Ah, yes. So I'm going to take a wild guess and say you have a bunch of these lying around your house? I wish. I shake my head. No, I only have a little shelf. They are hard to find, so I haven't been able to purchase many. But the ones I have, oh God, I love them so much. Yeah, okay. He scratches his jaw. Do they all have names? I cringe, starting to realize how insane I sound. If I say yes, will you judge me? I think it's fair to say that I'm allowed to judge you at this point. You hugged a shirtless male figurine in the middle of the sidewalk, and there is no getting around that without someone passing judgment. Laughing, I nod. I'll give you that. Okay, let's get Justin so we can continue to bicker about where to eat, because I'm starving. Beck pulls his wallet from his back pocket, but I stop him. You don't have to buy this. I got it. No, allow me. He squeezes his arm. The least I can do is purchase Justin for you, so whenever you look at him, you're reminded of me. And hopefully I'll rival him a little in your head. Hell, Justin might be my new hunk, but Beck has zero competition as my new man. It's a shame I only get to keep one of them. Beck, are you awake? You better say yes, because I don't hear you snoring unlike the last 2 nights. I read his text message and scoff. I don't snore. At least I hope I don't. God, I'd be mortified if I did, let alone so loudly that Beck can hear me through the wall. Riley, I don't snore. Beck, I knew that would get you to respond. No, you don't snore, but I bet you're a moaner. I smile at my phone and turn to my side, getting in a comfortable texting position. Funny thing is, at this point, I can't remember if I'm a moaner or not. It's been a while since I've been given the chance to moan. Riley, too bad you'll never find out. Beck, keep telling yourself that, saucy. Are you topless again tonight? Riley, nope, bottomless. Beck, are you ever fully clothed? Riley, I like to keep things interesting, switch it up. I like feeling the sheets on different parts of my body. And just like that, my body heats up as my legs begin to rub together. I barely said anything, but the thought of the cool sheets rubbing against my exposed skin has my body prickling with awareness. Beck, that's fucking sexy. Want to know a fun fact about me? Riley, sure, lay it on me. Beck, I don't wear underwear. Riley, like none? Beck, none. Haven't owned a pair in a really long time. Riley, really? That's hot. So does that mean you sleep naked? Beck, why don't you come over and find out for yourself? Oh, hell. I should have known that response was coming, and still my face flushes. Beck seems like a guy who sleeps naked. He also seems like someone who knows their way around a woman's body, which can be lethal. Riley, I think I'll leave the answer up to my imagination. Beck, scared of what this possibly could feel like between us? Riley, terrified. And that's the truth. It's one thing hanging out, flirting, acting like we're on our honeymoon, but it's a whole new level taking this faux relationship, this faux ship to the physical side. Yeah, there have been little touches here and there, and maybe he's seen my breasts far too many times for my liking, but we haven't crossed the line I'm afraid to cross, because I know the minute I do, there will be no ridding this man from my memory. Right now, he's fun, a mere encounter that maybe I won't remember when I'm older. But I know the moment Beck gets his hands on me, the moment he's naked, thrusting inside me, I'll be a goner. It will be forever branded in my memory, and I'm not sure I'm ready for that, or want it. So I'll continue to share a wall with this man, rather than a bed. It's the smart thing to do, the responsible thing to do, the surest way to cock-block myself. And Lord knows I need all the cock-blocking in the world. My phone beeps, and from the preview I can tell Beck sent a picture. Oh God, please don't let it be a naked shot. Please don't be a naked shot. I know what you're thinking. You're crazy, woman. Beck Wilder, naked? Show me the dick pic, right? Well, internally, my horny self is screaming to have the chance to run my cheek along a dick pic of Beck Wilder. But the responsible part, the part we just discussed, knows a dick pic will lead to all the above we're trying to avoid. You know, the unremovable imprint of this man in my mind. Let's not forget that. With one eye open, I cautiously open the message to find a picture of Beck lying on his bed, one hand behind his head, showing off his gloriously naked and toned chest. But it's not the sinew of his pecs that's making me melt, or the flex of his bicep that doesn't go unnoticed. No, it's the devastatingly handsome smile he's sporting. Straight white teeth, tiny, almost unnoticeable dimples, and a small crinkle in the corner of his eyes. Damn him. I read his text that came along with the picture. Beck, your turn. My turn? What exactly is he looking for here? Does he want a topless picture too? Because there is a huge difference between a topless picture of a man versus a woman. And I'm not the kind that texts naked pictures to strangers. Well, stranger husbands. Nixing the naked idea, I go for goofy, because there is no need to drive up the sexual tension between us any further, especially since my pelvis has a mind of its own and is casually gyrating beneath the sheets. I'm about to take a picture when another text arrives from Beck. Beck, I'm waiting. Insufferable man. Now he really isn't going to get the photo he was hoping for. Instead, I take a chunk of my dark black hair, place it under my nose like a mustache, and snap a picture. Nothing like a little Harry Mary to get those engines revving. I press send and wait. I'm not going to acknowledge how giddy I am to hear his response, or how I'm kind of hoping I can hear him laugh through the walls, or how my hips are still gyrating as I stare at the picture he sent me. After what seems like forever, he texts me back. Beck, I see what you're trying to do here, but just a warning to you, Saucy. No matter what you do, I will always find you sexy, even with a semi-believable mustache. My heart starts thumping, my skin tingles, and for once in my life, I actually feel like a character in one of my books. I don't know if I should be excited or completely terrified. And like a reader, I'm keen to see what happens next. Beck, are you awake? Riley, can you hear my TV? Beck, just some muffling. What are you watching? Riley, Key West Morning News. Beck, anything interesting happen? Riley, not really. Only talks of the rooster population. What are you doing? Beck, wishing you were over here, snuggling with me. How can I convince you to get over here? Riley, I'm too warm in a blanket cocoon. Beck, what if I pick you up in your blanket cocoon and bring you over here? Riley, at that point, you should come snuggle over here. Within a few seconds, I hear Beck's door open and close, and then there's a light knock on my door, followed by Beck saying, "It's me, Riley." Smiling, I shake my head and quickly hop out of bed to open my door. I don't wait for Beck to enter, but simply hop back in bed and pull the blankets over me. I blast my air conditioner at night because I hate a warm room, and waking up to the Arctic chill reminds me of home. I peek over my blankets to see Beck enter the room, shirtless and wearing a pair of gym shorts. I don't wear underwear. His text plays on replay in my head as my eyes focus on his crotch, the bulge so evident against the thin fabric, a very revealing outline, so revealing I can feel my entire body start to blush. Thick and heavy. Oh, God. Nodding his head at my little cocooned body, he says, "Scoot over, saucy." Mouth dry, body humming, I watch Beck slowly strut toward me, his torso moving with each step, abs flexing, hard arms swaying by his side, that bulge, shifting. I must still be in a dreamlike state because one of the most handsome men I've ever met is crawling into my bed. Wrapping his arm around me, he scoops me into his side and lays my head against his chest, his fingers stroking through my hair, massaging my scalp. "You're so fucking warm, like a little heat box in this freezing room." I like it chilly when I sleep. I feel comforted when the tip of my nose is cold. Is that weird? He presses his fingertips into my scalp, slowly working them into my skin. I think it's cute, actually. A little nervous, but feeling courageous from the way Beck is touching me so intimately, I press the palm of my hand against his chest and hold it there for a second, feeling the beat of his heart. He doesn't move. He doesn't even flinch when I touch him. Almost like he expected it, and it's a weird feeling, a weird quiet moment. So far, almost all of our interactions have been lighthearted, joking, but this morning there is nothing funny about this moment. It's comforting, easy, natural. Is that weird? To feel so comfortable with him so soon? Do you watch the news every morning? Beck's morning voice rumbles over my body, sultry and sexy. Clearing my thoughts, I take the moment to snuggle in a little closer. Just this time, I'm giving myself a chance to soak this in, the comfort of another human. No, I usually play music while I make breakfast and get ready for the day. Make breakfast, huh? What is breakfast normally for you? I smile to myself. Cereal. I'm really good at making it. He chuckles, the lift of his chest shaking beneath me. Culinary expert in cereal. That's my kind of girl. It takes a lot of knowledge to know how much milk to put in a bowl without turning the entire meal soggy. So much practice and trial and error has gone into this formula. I can believe it. What's your favorite? Depends on the day, but my go-to is Peanut Butter Captain Crunch, followed closely by Fruity Pebbles and Cocoa Krispies. It's so hard to decide, although I do have at least 4 boxes in my cupboard currently. He's silent for a second and then says, I never would have pegged you for a sugary cereal girl. Oh, I'm a whore for sugary cereal. I want them all. I have Lucky Charms, Fruit Loops, Peanut Butter Captain Crunch, and Apple Jacks at home right now. It's been hard eating things like eggs and bacon while I've been here. I only want cereal. His fingers twist in my hair now, lightly pulling on the strands. That feels so damn good. Have you always been addicted to cereal? I shake my head. No, my mom was amazing and made me a nutritious breakfast every morning, which meant I never got to have any kind of trash cereal. Once I went to college, I became an addict and haven't been able to quit my addiction yet. And is it always sugary cereals? What about shredded wheat? Surely you add a little health in there. If it's frosted shredded wheat, I'll eat it, but I won't be happy about it. Beck's laugh fills the room, followed by his lips pressing against the top of my head. Fuck, I like you, saucy. I bite my bottom lip, a smile pulling at the ends of my mouth. I like you too, Beck.
Chapter 9. Beck. Ladies, care if I join you? Victoria and Riley look up from their reading devices and take me in. Riley's perusal is much longer than Victoria's, who buries her head back into the words in front of her and mumbles, Do what you want, I'm reading. Riley, on the other hand, folds the cover to her e-reader over and blocks the sun from her eyes when she speaks. I don't know. Do you have snacks with you? Ever since this morning, after crawling into her bed and talking and enjoying each other's company, I can't seem to get her out of my damn mind. And from the little sparkle in her eyes when she looks me up and down, I'm going to guess she's having the same problem. I hold up my empty hands and she tisks at me. No, but don't let that deter you. I can order some beachside food from one of the servers. Care for some crab cakes? I love crab cakes, Victoria says in a monotone voice. Make sure they give us extra tartar sauce and a lemon water, I'm parched. Diet Coke for me and some loaded waffle fries, Riley answers with a wink. Fuck, I want to take her back to her hotel room and cuddle her some more. Scratch that, I want to do more than cuddle her. Resigned with only getting food, I snag a lounge chair, put in an order for some snacks, and sidle up next to Riley, who's wearing a killer white bikini with the smallest triangles covering her mouth-watering breasts. She's slowly killing me with every outfit I see her in. I'm a patient man, and last night when I was texting her, I wasn't actually looking for her to come over. I knew she wouldn't. She's still reserved, despite how I'm pushing her to live in the moment. And that's okay. I wanted her to know that I'm still very interested in her. I would have been shocked as hell had she knocked on my door, and a part of me, a rather desperate part of me, wished she had. But instead of a late-night visitor, I went to bed with a massive hard-on, very aware that only a thin wall existed between Riley and me, which made things even more torturous. And what made things worse was that Riley understood not to ask me about Christine. She gets me. Gets that talking about the previous night with Justine spilling the beans would have made me uncomfortable. It's why I ended up thinking about her in the shower and relieving some of the built-up tension inside my body. And hell, it had helped. It had helped until I spotted her lying out next to a sunscreened Victoria, looking dangerous with her jet-black hair, white bikini, and toned legs. When I take a seat on my lounge chair, Victoria asks, without even looking up, "Did you get extra tartar sauce?" I ordered all the tartar sauce they have. Thank you. I really like it. I can tell. Not a problem. I also ordered some tacos in case you ladies wanted something extra to nibble on. Lowering my voice so only Riley can hear me, I say, Lord knows you didn't nibble on anything last night. Looking sly, Riley adjusts her body, her breasts pushing up toward the sun. Fuck. And she says, "How do you know that?" I know that because my bed missed you. Just because I didn't go to your room doesn't mean I didn't go to someone else's place. Okay, you and I both know she didn't go anywhere else. Hell, I was so quiet in my room last night trying to hear her that I would have immediately noticed her moving around, let alone leaving her room. The doors here are heavy and loud. I see what she's doing, so I'll play with her. Yeah? Have a midnight booty call? Tell me about it. I move to the side of my lounge chair, prop my elbow on the armrest, and place my chin in my palm, eager and waiting for a little story time. Shaking her head in mirth, she says, "Oh yeah, had a sex feast last night, an all-nighter. I can barely walk this morning, let alone stay awake." She fake yawns and then turns toward me, her breasts smashing together, forming an endless amount of cleavage. Fuck me big time. It was wild. Sounds like it. I'm surprised you're able to make an appearance after the pounding you must have taken. Hey, I live to please the people, she says, lifting her shoulders. Couldn't leave Victoria out here all by herself, now could I? Who would be here to help slather the sunscreen on her back? She could have asked me. I offer and pop up my head to take a gander at Victoria, who tilts her head to the side, eyebrow raised. I'm a really good slatherer. These big hands don't miss an inch. I hold up my hands for both the girls to see. Those are big hands, Victoria offers. Next time I'll be sure to ask you. No, you won't, Riley says rather too quickly for her liking, or at least that's what it seems from the scowl on her face. I mean, I'm your slathering girl. You can't give that title to someone you don't know. I do what I want, and if I want Beck's man hands on me, that's what I'm going to do. Looking down at her legs, Victoria continues. You know, I could really use another layer on my knees. She pops open the sunscreen from her bag and holds it in my direction. Beck, would you mind? Seeing the smirk on her lips, I hop out of my lounge chair. I'd be happy to. Just as I'm about to reach for the sunscreen, Riley leaps out of her chair, swats the sunscreen from my hands, and points back to my lounge chair. Don't even think about it. Those man hands are to go nowhere near Victoria. If they're touching anyone's knees, they're touching mine. Victoria snorts and goes back to her reading, while I have a hard time containing my smile. Irritated with herself, Riley whacks me in the abs and says, Don't you dare think about laughing. I hold my hands up in defense. Wouldn't dream of it. But can I point something out? Not if you want to hang out with us for the rest of the afternoon. Fair enough. I chuckle, which garners a death glare from Riley. You are so going to bang that man by the end of this trip if you haven't already? Victoria mutters. And yup, I laugh. I laugh so fucking hard. So you're all authors? I motion with my finger to Riley, Victoria, and Zoe, who joined us an hour ago. Yup, we met at a local writers' meeting in our area. It was the three of us and two older women, Zoe answers. Since we live in such a small town, there aren't many authors, so we mixed our genres. Makes sense. What do you write, Zoe? Children's books. Kind of shocking, given the mouth on this woman. I never in a million years would have guessed she writes children's books. I think it's her goal in life to fit in as much inappropriate talk in a conversation as she can. From the way your jaw is practically tickling the sand, I'm going to guess you weren't expecting that? Not really. I pull on the back of my head. No offense, but I think you're more crude than most guys I know. No offense taken. I'm honored, actually. Honored about what? Art, Zoe's husband, asks as he drops next to her and starts handing out drinks. I take my water and sip on it with a nod of gratitude. Beck here thinks I have a potty mouth. She does, and I kiss her potty mouth every day. To prove us right, he leans over and gives her a peck. I'm not knocking the potty mouth, it's entertaining. It just contrasts what I had in mind for an author of children's books. Zoe tips her drink in my direction. It's all about the filter. And if you think I'm bad, you should read some of Riley's stuff. Talk about making you blush. I raise an eyebrow at Riley. Is that right? You write some provocative and racy shit, Riley? Unabashedly, Riley pinches my cheek. Yep. Hot as fuck sex scenes in every book. Well, damn. It's true, I can't read them. She writes cock way too many times. I blush. Victoria pulls on the brim of her sun hat. Looks like I might need to download some books onto my Kindle. Surprised now, Riley asks, You have a Kindle? Don't let the looks deter you. I'm a reader. Preferably, I like mysteries, autobiographies, and I've dabbled in history as well. I write history. Victoria pops straight in her chair, and her eyes light up like I've never seen before. What kind of history do you like to read? I'm working on a piece about Amelia Earhart right now. Really? Yeah, I'm working with another historian and some researchers who are tracking where her plane crashed and if she truly died on impact or if she was captured. I point at Victoria. Oh, I saw a piece about that on the History Channel. They were talking about a picture that was found and if it was her in the picture. Yes. Victoria sits on the edge of her chair and fans herself. Oh gosh, I'm all worked up. Wasn't that History Channel special fascinating? I've watched it at least 10 times. Fucking captivating. Victoria starts to fill Zoe and Riley in about the special, and I can't help but smile, because even though they all give each other a hard time, they still show interest in each other's very diverse work. They listen intently and pose questions, which only spurs Victoria on. The passionate way she speaks is inspiring. A historian, a children's book author, and a romance novelist. There is a joke in there somewhere. On a high, Victoria takes off toward the bathroom, leaving the four of us. When I decided to come on this trip, I never thought I'd find a group of people I enjoyed hanging out with so much, but damn, these are my kind of people. So, what book of yours should I read? Riley shifts so her head is facing me, her back to the sky, her ass looking so fucking good. Are you really going to read one of my books? Hell yeah. I want to see what these girls are talking about. I don't know if you can handle it. I wiggle my eyebrows. I bet I can. Lay it on me. Give me your dirtiest book. You're going to chub out easily. A rumble of a laugh escapes me. Chub out, huh? Big time. I get super turned on when I'm writing, which only makes the book that much better. Believe me, you're going to get all hot and bothered. Can't fucking wait. I stand and pull my key card from my back pocket. Where are you going? She asks, giving me a once-over. Yeah, I fucking love it when she does that. Getting my Kindle. I have to start this book right away. I shift in my seat and clear my throat for what seems like the 20th time in the last 5 minutes. Fuck, I'm getting hard and board shorts don't hide shit. Running her finger along my forearm, Riley asks, So, do you like it? Swatting her away, I close the e-reader and shrug. It's okay. Not as hot as you led me to believe. This coming from the man who never lies. Damn it. Sighing, I roll my eyes and lean closer so only Riley can hear me. Every time Jane moans, I swear to Christ it sounds like you in my head, and it's turning me on so much I'm in legit pain over here. Thankfully, I'm lying on my stomach, so any evidence of my hard-on is shielded right now. But hell if having my dick pressed against the lounge chair isn't causing me to have some serious pain. Yeah? I nod and bite my bottom lip. It's so bad that I'm seconds away from humping this goddamn chair for some relief. Riley covers her mouth and giggles. I warned you. You could have warned me to not read it in public. Hey, that's your doing. She takes a sip of her pina colada. But since I feel bad, I'll help you out. Yeah? I raise my brow in excitement. Want to go to my room? She chuckles and shakes her head. Not like that. I'll help you take your mind off the moaning. I would rather go to my room with you. It's not that far. We can tell everyone I'm going to show you the seashell collection I've started since I've been here. Or I can ask you some questions to get to know you better. Sighing, I drop my head to the lounge chair and say, Fine, ask away. Yay! From the corner of my eye, I can see her adjust herself so she's now facing me, sitting cross-legged. Yeah, no way in hell am I going to be lifting my head anytime soon. Not with the way I can see how small her bikini is. Nope. So, you know I live in Maine, but you never told me where you live. Near Los Angeles. Huh, really? Well, I guess that explains the amazing tan you have. She pauses for a second and then says, We couldn't live further away from each other. Isn't that the truth? Kind of interesting that we met on a little 2x4 island. Magical for sure. Smiling playfully, she says, Now I want to know what you do, but I want to guess, so give me some clues and I'll try to figure it out. Do you really think you can guess? Do I really want her to guess? How do I explain that at my age, I barely have a college degree? I hate these types of questions. Possibly. I kind of have you pegged as a rebel, so I feel like I can gather a general read on you, and with a few hints, I feel confident I can guess. Feeling my body start to relax, I say, Okay, how about if you guess correctly, you get to decide what we do next, and if you can't guess it, I get to decide what we do next. Yeah, right, like I'm going to let that happen, she scoffs. First of all, who's to say you'll give me honest clues, and second, if I lose, I know exactly what you're going to say we do. And we are not doing that. And what is that, exactly? She gives me a get-real look. Please, it's what men think about every 5 seconds. How little you know me. I shake my head in mock disappointment. I actually had an idea, and it has nothing to do with removing our clothes. Doubtful. Try me, I counter, flipping to my side, my heart-on under control now. Don't look below her neck, Wilder. Eyes up. She studies me, her eyes bouncing back and forth between mine, looking for any indication that I could be lying. But she should know that I don't lie. Okay, fine. Let's play your little challenge. But I'm going to warn you right now, when I win, you're going to have one hell of a time being my little cabana boy and feeding me grapes while you wave a palm leaf above me. That's your idea of fun? I ask, not too opposed to the idea. Oh yeah, hot guy fanning and feeding me? I call that a good time in my book. That wasn't the good time in her book I was just reading about. I chuckle and then nod at her. All right, are you ready? Cutely, she rubs her hands together. I'm ready. Thinking about my job, I try to be as vague but specific as possible, if that makes sense. I'm not going to lie. I want to win this. I have an idea that will not only be fun, but give me a chance to have my hands all over Riley, something I truly need right now. I work with my hands. She looks up to the sky, a calculating expression on her face. Okay. I work by myself. Okay. Instead of a computer, I have shelves upon shelves of books on horticulture and habitats. That last clue throws her for a loop. She twists her lips in confusion, her brain working hard. And just for the hell of it, I'm going to throw one more her way to really confuse the fuck out of her. Most days, I'm caged up with people staring at me from behind a glass wall. What? Her brow knits together. What kind of profession cages you? She pauses as if she's figured it out. A giggle passes over her and she leans forward, looking around for any eavesdroppers. Are you a jungle stripper? A what? I laugh. Where the hell did you come up with that? So you're not a jungle stripper? I don't even know what a jungle stripper is. Is that a real thing? Well, I don't know. You tell me. You're the one behind a glass with habitat books. It almost seems like you strip and educate about the jungle at the same time, using your hands and whatnot. I can't help it. I full-on belly laugh, clutching my stomach. Oh, fuck, that's amazing. So that's a no? She's so fucking adorable. That's a hard no. Sorry, detective, but you lost. She huffs and crosses her arms over her chest. It's not my fault that you do something super weird. I was going to say you were a mechanic that refurbishes motorcycles because that rings more true than whatever freak shit you're doing behind glass walls with onlookers. Are you a sexhibitioner? Are you fingering women behind glass windows? Cue more laughing. I shake my head. Is that what it's like to talk to an author? You immediately think of the weirdest things because your imagination runs wild, therefore skipping over the easiest answer? Easy answer? She nearly hops off her chair from her question. There is no way there is an easy answer to the hints you... I'm a muralist for local zoos and museums. Once my words register in that beautifully creative mind of hers, her plump lips form an O. Huh. Well, that does seem like a simple and very innocent answer. She gently rubs her hands over her thighs. Yeah, it is, you fucking perv. She laughs and shrugs her shoulders. Hey, it's my line of work to be a perv, so I'm okay with this. So, a muralist. Damn, that kind of turns me on. I'm assuming you must be really good with your paint strokes? I excel at stroking, yes. Rolling her eyes to the sky, she says, Now who's the perv? I have no shame. Sitting taller, I say, Now it's time for my reward. Are you ready? Should I be scared? I stand, take her hand in mine, and help her to her feet. Nothing to be scared about. Turning to Zoe and Art, I ask, Are you guys available for a little game? Yes, Art answers with a little too much excitement. I know we're supposed to be relaxing, but there is only so much lying around I can do. What do you have in mind? From over my shoulder, I thumb toward the sand and say, How about a friendly game of cornhole? Me and Riley against you and Zoe. Oh, I'm so in. Zoe pops out of her chair. You guys are going down.
Chapter 10. Riley. When you think of a friendly game of cornhole, what do you think of? Friends having fun, tossing a beanbag back and forth, trying to make it into a hole, right? Wrong. Not the way Zoe plays. The sheer determination flowing through her right now as she stretches her quads is rather frightening. And Art? He's even worse. He's on their side doing knee-highs and windmills with his arms. This isn't the Olympics, for fuck's sake, and we're not preparing for an epic chase to the gold. We're one beer bong short of a frat party. They seem pretty serious over there. Beck places his hand on my lower back and nods.
Yeah, I'm afraid they might be far too into this. Have you played before?
Of course.
Are you any good?
Ha! Of course I'm not. Sorry, dude. If you were looking for a ringer, I'm not your girl. And that's the truth. I might be able to write one epic sports scene with all the balls being thrown and caught, but to hell if I can do it myself.
That's okay. I'll just have to help you out.
His hand that's on my lower back slides around my waist, his fingers grazing the waistline of my bikini bottoms, the touch light, fuel to the flame burning inside me. Why am I holding out on this man again? Because to hell if I can remember my reasoning right about now with his touch relentless and unforgiving.
You guys can start,
Beck calls out. Bending down, his hand disconnecting from my skin, Beck picks up some beanbags.
We're going to play in teams on the same side. Riley needs a little guidance.
That's fine, Zoe calls out, getting in a tossing position. Alley-oop. She shouts as she starts tossing her 4 beanbags, none of them coming even close to the hole.
That girl is all talk.
Just a warm-up, don't worry. I'll be sinking those bags like LeBron James in no time. Watch out, bitches.
Yikes.
Beck laughs next to me. The sound is so intoxicating, deep and satisfying in all the right places.
All right, we're up, Saucy. Do you want to go first?
He's so close, he's almost whispering, his breath sweetly caressing over my already tingling skin. Sure. I go to toss one when Beck stops me.
Hold up there, killer. Let's get you into position so you can actually sink some.
It doesn't matter.
Oh, it matters, because we need to beat those turkeys over there. Now let me show you how to do this.
Can we agree that Beck calling Art and Zoe turkeys is kind of adorable? Love it. Beck presses his body flush against mine and slowly runs his hands down my arms, immediately turning my nipples hard. His chest rounds my back, the tightly wrapped sinew flexing across my body. Rock hard and solid, he's like a brick wall protecting me from the outside world. But it isn't just the way his body is pressed against mine, or the way his hands feel so right grazing along my skin. It's the way he's teaching me by speaking directly into my ear, soft and patient, and the way he smells, all male and delicious. Lord help me, don't get me started on the lethal pheromones excreting from this man.
Feel this, Riley? This swing? This is the exact kind of swing you want. Smooth. That's right, Saucy, just like that.
He's whispering. His hand is swishing my arm back and forth, his body so tight against mine that I'm seconds from combusting, from exploding from the heat coursing up my spine.
Think you can do this?
I swallow hard, his breath tickling my cheek. Yes, I think I got it.
Good. Give the first one a toss.
He doesn't give me much room at all. In fact, he's still glued to me when I toss the bag, sending it skyrocketing across the small part of the beach. Oh, hell.
Not quite where we wanted it to land.
Looks like you need to do some more warm-ups, Zoe taunts. Maybe a little less sexual tension over there and you won't be sending beanbags to the moon. She's going to get a throat punch after this. It's bad enough I'm trembling from having Beck's hands all over me. I don't need her pointing it out as well.
Don't mind her.
Beck attempts to soothe me, getting back into position. Just keep it smooth and your arms straight. Float her right in the hole. The next 3 bags come close to the wooden block, but they're still losers. But it's okay because Zoe didn't sink any, so we continue to be tied. That's until Art steps up and sinks 2 bags right in the hole. Well, damn. We're losing, I state, feeling like we really need to win for bragging rights. I know if we lose, Zoe will never let me hear the end of it. If anything, we need to win to shut her up. Don't sweat it, Saucy. You have me on your team. Beck gives me a confident smile as he positions himself to throw. But instead of tossing the bags underhand like me, he flicks them from the side, spinning them in the air, and sinking all 4 bags. I know it's just cornhole, that we are tossing fabric corn-filled squares around, but there is something to be said about how hot Beck looked just now. Shirtless, tanned, hazel eyes laser-focused on the board in front of him. His posture is casual, like he owns the game, and he doesn't flinch after we score 4 points. "Oh, hell," Zoe says. "This guy's going to slaughter us." Wiggling his eyebrows at me, Beck takes a sip of his water and says, "Told you not to worry. I got this." And he did. He carried our team through the game, scoring point after point, not even giving Zoe and Art a fair chance. We are 1 point away from winning, and I have 1 bag left. We could not make any and still be far enough ahead that our opponents have no chance at winning, but still, I feel like this is it. I have yet to score a point for us, and for some reason, I really want to contribute. Taking a deep breath, I keep my eyes focused on the hole, envisioning sinking my bag. "You can do this, Riley. I believe in you," Beck says, cheering me on, leaning forward and whispering in my ear, "Did I mention you look fucking good in that bathing suit?" Losing my concentration, I turn to look at him over my shoulder. He's close, once again, hovering over me, his hands low on my hips. My breath catches in my chest when his fingers slip under the fabric of my bikini. Instead of tensing, my shoulders relax from the slow circles he's drawing along my skin, the pads of his fingers running along the front of my hip bones. Oh, fuck. A low throb starts to beat between my legs, my knees becoming wobbly and my need for this man growing stronger and stronger with every wicked look he gives me, every touch. I can't imagine how he'll make my body hum if he has full access to it. If he has it stretched across his bed with my legs spread, ready for his next move. What are you doing?" I ask, having a hard time steadying my voice. "Trying to help you loosen up." "Well, you're not doing a good job. You're turning me on." "Even better," he says in an extremely deep and seductive voice. "Beck." "Hmm?" His breath caresses my heated, sun-soaked skin, his fingers toying with all my nerve endings, shooting sparks of awareness all the way from my stomach to my toes. I swallow hard, my body melting into his touch, wanting to fall into his strong hold, beg him to take me upstairs to his room. "I want to make this shot." "Then do it, Saucy." He presses a light kiss along my neck, bolting me upright, my breath hitching in my chest. He runs his hand under the waistline of my bikini from the front of my hip bone to the back end where his fingers caress the top part of my ass, before he pulls out and says, "You got this." I so desperately want to make this, not just to shove it up Zoe's ass, but to see the kind of congratulations I'll receive from this all-consuming man. Focusing, I swing my arm back and then bring it forward, sending the corn-filled bag toward the other board. As if in slow motion, I watch it fly over the sand, the air around us stilling as it effortlessly slides across the board and through the hole, scoring our final point. In shock, I scream, throwing my hands to the sky and start running in place. "Ah! I did it!" Zoe kicks the sand in front of her, sending a chunk into Art's stomach, and then proceeds to stomp off, not wanting to stick around to watch me celebrate. That's the exact reaction I expected from Zoe. Although the height she got on that sand is impressive. Poor Art. Wanting someone to cheer with, I turned to find Beck standing behind me, a look of pure pride on his face. Not even giving it a second thought, I leap up into his arms and straddle his waist with my legs. I grip the back of his neck and say, "We won! I did it! I scored a point!"
I saw, Saucy, and it was sexy as hell watching you score that final point, too.
I can't believe I did it! I did it! I'm bouncing in his arms, feeling indescribably happy.
You did.
Beck's hands grip my ass tightly, and I could care less at this point. I'm on cloud 9 right now.
"Oh, just kiss and get it over with," Victoria says, passing us with another plate of crab cakes and a jar of tartar sauce in hand. Gotta love my friends. I think she's right. We should just get it over with and kiss,
Beck suggests, looking too adorable with his prideful smile and playful eyes. What I wouldn't give to kiss him right now. But I won't. Not here, not with everyone surrounding us. Despite how much it pains me, I pat his cheek and say, "I don't get involved with teammates. Sorry, dude."
What?
I hop off his body despite his attempt to keep me there, and despite my raging hormones. Never fool around with teammates. It's the cardinal rule. You're completely off limits now. Sorry. I start to walk away, giving Beck a good show, when he comes chasing after me and snags me around the waist.
Fuck that. You're no longer on my team, then.
Leaning in close, he places a kiss on the side of my cheek.
Because there is nothing that's going to get in the way of my taking what I want. And what I want is you, Riley. I want all of you, all night. It's going to happen. The only question is, when?
From the heavy throb between my legs and the way my stomach is bottoming out from every word muttered from his mouth, I'm assuming it will be soon. It's going to happen so freaking soon.
You're really going to sit over there?
Yup. I take a bite from the key lime candy I bought earlier. The tart flavor hits my tongue, followed by the richness of dark chocolate. The sun set a few hours ago, and the moon casts a glow against the rippling water in front of us, barely giving us a glimpse of the dark ocean waters. It's gorgeous here. Peaceful, the perfect place to come and relax.
You're being ridiculous.
Nope, being cautious. I'm not stupid. I've seen the way you've been looking at me all day, and after reading my book, there is no way I'll be able to keep my clothes on if I sit over there with your alpha self oozing out of your every pore. It's why you refuse to put on a shirt. I know it.
Seriously, the man has only worn a shirt once around me.
I get it, Beck. You're hot. All corded muscle and perfect pecs. Yep, you're a walking orgasm.
Chuckling, he says, "Maybe I don't have a shirt on because it's humid as fuck out here and I'm not into the whole sweating through my clothes thing.
Or you're trying to drive me crazy."
Leaning over the rail that splits our two balconies, he asks in a low voice, "Is it working?"
"Not even in the slightest,"
I answer defiantly with my arms crossed over my chest.
The loudest laugh pops out of his deliciously seductive mouth.
"You're not fooling anyone, Saucy."
Slightly irritated that his laugh turns me on so damn much, I say, "You know, we don't always have to talk about sex. We can talk about other things."
"Yeah? Like what?"
Think of something. Pecs, penis, abs, arms, all the muscles in your arms, shoes, your big hands." "Shoes? Yes, shoes." "Shoes!" I shout, startling Beck in his chair from my sudden outburst.
"What?" he asks, laughter in his voice.
"Do you wear shoes?" "Oh, for fuck's sake." Trying to save my idiocy, I add, "You know, since you don't wear underwear, I was just wondering if you wore shoes." From the way his lips are pulled up in the corners, he's confused and entertained. But he lifts his foot off the propped position of his balcony.
"Yep, I wear shoes."
"Duh, everyone wears shoes." "Those are sandals." Might as well keep digging the grave, go all the way, because if anything, I'm thorough. "Sandals are a footwear, not a shoe."
"Thanks for the definition."
Beck chuckles some more. Turning to face me, He places his arms on the rail that divides us and rests his chin on his arms, his eyes easing the tension building in my shoulders. They're so beautiful, hues of green and gold, so calming, so relaxing.
Do you wear shoes, Riley?
The way he asks the question, so soft, so deep, I can feel myself getting sucked into his little world, his sexual web. I nod, the air around us electric, the sexual tension almost making it hard to breathe.
Good to know.
He reaches over the side and grabs my hand, pulling me to my feet as he leans back. With his head, he nods over to his side, indicating his intentions of bringing me over to his part of the balcony.
Get on over here, Saucy.
But we're having a conversation. I bite my bottom lip, knowing very well that our topic of conversation was the absolute pits. Shoe talk isn't all that riveting.
We can converse over here. You can tell me all about the shoes you like to wear.
Weighing my options, knowing I won't be able to resist him much longer, even though I know I should. I take a deep breath and let him help me over the rail. When I go to sit on the chair next to him, he stops me and pulls me down on his lap so I'm straddling him. I take in our little setup and raise an eyebrow at him. I don't think this is a conducive position for a conversation.
I think it's perfect.
Scooting back in his chair, he props his legs up on the balcony rail behind me and places his hands on my thighs.
See? Perfect. I'm comfortable. You're comfortable. We're good.
Running this thumb along my thighs, he says,
Now tell me about your shoes. I'm here to listen. Lay it on me. I want colors, heights, and detailed descriptions about any prints you might have.
Stop. I playfully whack him on the stomach. I'm nervous, okay? The words leave my mouth before I can stop them. I twist my hands in my lap, embarrassed about my small confession. I'm sure you can tell by now that I like to play it cool, that I put on a front. But in all honesty, the reason why I've been trying to keep my distance from Beck is because I don't want to give my heart hope. Because the disappointment that would follow is too crushing. And I know this man could easily give me hope with one press of his lips against mine. I know he would give me hope for not necessarily love, because that's entirely too early to say anything like that, but hope for my future, for the future that with every call from my doctor seems to be slowly slipping from my grasp. I'll never be enough. Calming my breath, keeping my heart from beating at an abnormal pace, I add, I don't do things like this with people I don't know. I'm not a vacation fling girl. Despite how much I try to show you how relaxed and chill I am, I'm a ball of nerves inside. My head falls in front of me, my eyes focused on my hands as they twine together. Lifting my chin so I'm forced to meet Beck's soulful eyes, he cups my face and softly says,
Riley, there is no need to be nervous. I might be flirting with you, but there is no way in hell I would ever do anything to make you feel uncomfortable. Never would I want you to feel like you're being forced into anything.
Hell, now I feel guilty. I don't want Beck thinking he's forcing me into anything. That's not the case at all.
I'm sorry if you felt pressured. That wasn't my intention.
I silence him with my finger to his lips. You didn't pressure me in any way. If anything, you've made me feel sexy, irresistible, a feeling every woman wishes for. I only want you to know I'm nervous, that's all. Beck, kind, funny, good-looking, attentive, thoughtful. He's the fantasy. No man has ever looked at me the way I've described the look in my books. Yet, somehow, Beck does. And it doesn't make sense. I'm never the heroine. There hasn't been a glimpse of a happily ever after for me. And there may never be. You're the kind of man I write about, Beck, not the kind of man who finds me attractive.
Fuck that shit.
His features turn angry, his grip tightening.
Do you realize the minute I first saw you, it was hard for me to swallow, to even focus on what I was doing? Baby puke and all, I was immediately attracted to you. And then I somehow earned the privilege to get to know you, to hang out with you. Not only are you beautiful, Riley, but your personality is a huge turn-on. My face heats up. My palms start to sweat, and I realize for the first time I'm not good at this. I'm awkward as hell. I don't know how to take a compliment. I don't know how to act around an extremely attractive man who's interested in me, and I have no idea what to say other than to put myself down. I want to argue with him, tell him he has no idea who I really am, what I suffer from, and he should stay far away from me. This is crazy, I say softly. What's going to happen here? We have sex and then go our separate ways? No, he answers matter-of-factly. We sit here and talk. We sit here and enjoy each other's company. We sit here and take in the moment. The waves whispering against the rocks beneath us, the moon casting its light on us, and the subtle smell of paradise drifting past us. Soak it in, Riley. Stop thinking and just experience it. Before I can answer him, he turns me around on his lap so my back is against his chest. He relaxes my head against his shoulder and uses one of his legs to kick up mine so they are propped up like his. He wraps both of his arms around my waist and holds on tightly, his mouth a mere inch away from my ear. Relax, Riley, and just feel. Closing my eyes, taking Beck's advice, I feel. The beat of his heart against my back, the pressure of his hands on my waist, the light brush of his leg against mine, the even rhythm of his breathing, the way my body so easily melts into his. My heart beats with his, the matching cadence soothing, my cheek pressed against his cheek, the brisk scrape of his stubble across my soft skin, his powerful thighs holding me up, his soft yet deep and velvety voice rolling from his lips to my ear. Tell me something only a few people know about you. To relax me even more, his fingers find their way under my shirt and seductively stroke my hip bone. God, that feels good. Something they know? I try to concentrate on his question, even though all my brain wants to focus on is the torturous circles. Okay. I clear my throat. I like to write at this little coffee shop in our small town. There is a specific chair I write in that I swear to you is magical. I've written some of my best sex scenes in this chair. I mean, if this chair could talk, it would make you blush. Beck chuckles into my ear. You have a lucky chair. I do, I answer, my body more relaxed than ever. But that's not what I'm about to tell you. No? There's more? Yes. I pause. I want it to be known that I'm not proud of this, but I was desperate, okay? Okay. Beck drags out in curiosity. Promise not to judge me? If you tell me you started diddling yourself in the coffee shop to get yourself turned on to write a sex scene, I very well might judge you, and you can't take that away from me. Laughing, I playfully pinch him from behind, causing him to shift in his seat. Hey, watch it. I didn't diddle myself in public. God, what is wrong with you? His chest rumbles against my back. What the hell am I supposed to think? You're talking about this sex chair and how I'm not supposed to judge you for something you did in it? I think everyone would immediately think you diddled yourself in the chair. My eyes roll to the sky. Sex chair. Gah! Men are so disgusting. Okay, so if you didn't diddle yourself, what did you do? I shift so I'm back into my comfortable position. I was desperate to get through a sex scene, so I walked to the coffee shop, Snow Roast, to sit in my inspiration chair, not sex chair. And when I arrived, there was an old lady sitting in it, sipping her coffee. Oh, Jesus. I think I know where this is going. I told you I wasn't proud of what I did. How did you get her out? Please don't tell me you got into a fist fight with an old lady over a sex chair. Inspiration chair, I say rather aggressively. And no, I didn't fight her. God, I'm not an animal. You see, we live in such a small town that I know almost everyone. And it wasn't my first encounter with Mrs. Braverman. She's known to be a squatter.
She will spend hours sipping a cold cup of tea, staring off into thin air, not having a worry or a care.
So you punted her out of the chair.
No! I hold back my smile. I told her there was a flash sale at Wicks and Sticks.
Wicks and Sticks?
Beck's thumbs continue their pursuit across my skin. It's a candle and incense store in town. Mrs. Braverman is well known for hoarding her scents.
Oh, Riley.
I can feel Beck shake his head.
You fooled that old lady.
I fooled her so hard, I giggle. And she snapped out of my chair, grabbed her cane, and booked it down the street.
You monster,
Beck chuckles. To be fair, I felt really bad while I was writing one of the hottest sex scenes ever. To make it up to her, I gave her a gift basket of candles and incense afterwards.
Beck squeezes me. I guess that's fair. Still, fooling an old lady, that's just low.
I told you not to judge me. His stubbled jaw runs along my cheek as he whispers, "Sorry." Chills scream their way down my arms and legs. My nipples pucker. And just like that, with one word, all humor vanishes from our little conversation, and awareness of this all-consuming man wrapped around me hits me hard. Gathering myself, I say, "Tell me something Chris and Justine know about you." His thumbs hook under the waistband of my shorts, playing with the lower part of my hip bones. His touch spurs on my pelvis, needing to rock, begging for him to go lower. My toes curl in my sandals and my back slightly arches, reaching for more.
Something they know about me.
His mouth doesn't stray from its position against my ear, and his hips start to slowly move underneath me, his legs tangling with mine. Involuntarily, one of my hands hooks the back of his neck as I hold on tightly to him, feeling like I need support from the onslaught of sensation I'm feeling. I hear him say something, but it doesn't register in my brain, which has turned to mush as his thumbs stray from my hip bones to right above my pubic bone. There is no denying how turned on I am, how wet I am from his mere touch, how much, despite my reservations, I want this man. With each stroke, my head turns farther and farther to the side until our noses are touching. Beck's head bends forward to meet me halfway. My eyes flutter shut for a brief moment before I open them and am captured by those flecks of green and gold. The air stills around us, our breath mixing, swirling between us, our lips so close. One swipe of his thumb, another one. I can't breathe. I can't focus. Another swipe, my head leans even closer, my tongue wetting my lips. One more swipe. My heart hammers in my chest, my skin prickling with awareness. Beck brings his mouth even closer, only a whisper away now, and he waits, holding still, his breathing feeling erratic beneath me. One more swipe, and I'm gone. I bring my mouth to his, slowly parting my lips ever so slightly, just enough to maneuver my mouth across his. A low, provocative moan escapes Beck as one of his hands snags the back of my head and holds me in place, almost as if he lets go, I'll disappear. Needing more, I shift on his lap so I'm straddling him once again, my hands on his bare chest, feeling the powerful sinew that holds him together. Our lips press and mold, mingling, taking, begging, desperate. Beck's tongue runs against my bottom lip, eliciting a moan from deep within me, lighting a fire so hot, so wild, my hands start to travel up his neck to his cheeks where I grip him, positioning his head so when I open my mouth, I can expertly dive my tongue onto his. He groans, his lap shifting against mine now, his hard-on pressing against my wet and throbbing center. I match his rocking, using my position on his lap to take advantage of his length I can feel through his board shorts. This is exactly what I didn't want to happen, but God am I happy it has. Maybe I really should live in the moment. Maybe I should take advantage of the opportunity. Maybe I should.
Woo, yeah, get it on!
Zoe screams from below us, immediately shooting me off Beck's lap and into the rail behind me, causing me to lose my balance. With cat-like reflexes, Beck catches my arm and steadies me, his eyes aware but heady with lust, his breathing as erratic as mine.
Don't let us disturb you,
Zoe calls out once again.
just taking a midnight stroll.
Yep, that's great. I give her a thumbs up with one hand as the other is holding onto Beck, our eyes never breaking contact.
Have a good night, you two.
She makes an obnoxious cat call and then disappears with Art, I'm assuming. Thanks, Zoe. Thanks a lot. After what seems like forever staring at Beck, disbelief in my mind, he beckons me back to his lap with a little tug of his hand. But I resist, feeling like the moment has passed. Hating that the moment has passed. I should get to bed. Big day tomorrow and everything. Never crashed a wedding before. Should probably do some research on how to do it. Don't want to be that wedding crasher who doesn't follow protocol. Maybe I should watch the movie. Really brush up on my rules. What does Vince Vaughn say? I bite my lip and try to think back to the movie. Rule number 76. No excuses. Play like a champion. Riley. I point at Beck and say, you should catch up on the rules too. I want to make sure my date doesn't screw this up. I refuse to be kicked out of a wedding because you didn't pay attention to details. I steal my hands back from Beck, and before he can stop me, I hop over to my balcony. Don't forget, rule number 7, blend in by standing out. I touch my nose and then point at Beck again. Blend in by standing out. Don't forget that. I trip over a chair on my blind pursuit to my door. Ouch. Rule number 55, watch where you're going. I unattractively snort. Rule number 82, leave the snorting for the pigs. Rule number 500, shut the hell up, Riley. Okay, yep, good night. I give him a solid salute, because that's what awkward people do, and head into my room, but not before I can hear Beck blow out a long breath and mutter, fuck. Yeah, I'm right there with you, buddy. Part 2. Rule number 7. Blend in by sticking out. Chapter 11. Riley.
There she is, Master Humper of Key West.
Shut up, I say, flopping next to Zoe, my head pounding as if a hammer is trying to make its way through my skull. I steal Zoe's coffee and take a big gulp. Victoria spreads jam across her wheat toast and asks, Master Humper, did I miss something last night?
Yeah.
Zoe grabs my shoulders and shakes me, making my stomach roll from my migraine.
Our girl here totally got some last night.
With Beck? I like him. He's a swell guy.
You should have seen them, Victoria. It was super hot. Art and I went back to our room and had some of the best sex we've had in a while. Isn't that right, honey?
Can you not talk about our sex life with your friends? Art has a fork full of scrambled eggs partially lifted to his mouth, a look of utter embarrassment on his face.
Oh, sweetie, they know all about how you please me. This is not new information to them. But you're cute for turning red.
She pats Art on the cheek and helps lift his fork to his face to encourage him to keep eating. I would do the same, and tell him to ignore the rest of this conversation. Better yet, run for your life, Art. Run. First of all, don't tell me about getting off from watching me kiss some guy. That's extremely disturbing and concerning.
We didn't get off over you two. God, full of yourself much? It lit a spark in us, like it was a competition, like who could fuck harder.
Zoe leans back in her chair and twirls a strand of her hair. Let me tell you,
Art fucked hard.
For the love of God, woman, Art mumbles, face beet red and buried in his plate, avoiding all eye contact. Well, good for you, I answer awkwardly. And for the record, Beck and I didn't do anything last night.
Bullshit. You two were clawing at each other.
In public? Victoria's nose scrunches up. Riley, a little modesty. I know he's attractive, but to hump people in public is just beneath you. We didn't hump in public. We humped on his balcony.
You should have seen it, Victoria. Her hips were moving like a jackhammer.
Oh, God, were they? I sure as hell hope not. How embarrassing. Did Beck think I was hammering my hips into him? Honest to God, I can't remember anything besides the way he tasted on my lips. Like the best kind of addiction I could ever experience. Not going to let Zoe get away with embellishing the story, I say. There was no jackhammering. There was kissing and light hip action. We stopped once you started catcalling up to the balcony. Thanks for that, by the way.
What? You stopped? You weren't supposed to stop. You were to keep going. Why the hell did you stop?
I take another sip of her coffee and slouch back in my chair, closing my eyes, willing my headache to dissipate. It's a tension headache, no doubt. You killed the mood.
Oh no, don't you dare blame this on me. This is all on you.
Zoe turns to Art and says in a sweet voice,
Darling, why don't you take your little fruit cup and go eat by the ocean? What a delightful experience that will be.
Art grumbles and stands from his chair, picking up his fruit cup and a spoon. He's a good man, putting up with Zoe. I barely put up with her, and she's my friend. I can't imagine being married to her, although I think they do balance each other nicely. Art grounds her, and Zoe pushes him out of his shell. It's a good pairing. Once Art is out of earshot, Zoe grips the table and turns to me. I can feel her eyes blazing, scorching laser beams in my direction. I block my sight from the world, but there is no denying the wildness exuding her. She's about to give me one of her lessons.
What the hell are you doing?
Yup, here it comes.
You are single and in paradise, living it up in the sun, getting all tanned, and there is a gorgeous man interested in you, practically panting every time you walk by. If I were you, I wouldn't be sipping my friend's coffee and whining about your humping parade coming to a quick end. I'd be hauled up, fucking said gorgeous man every chance I had. Hell, I would make a fuck it list of everywhere I wanted this man to do me while on this island, including against a palm tree, making it rain coconuts, in the ocean with fish as my witness, upside down in the shower, soap beating my eyes. And let's not forget on a piece of driftwood while sharing a piece of key lime fucking pie. This is your last day here. What are you waiting for?
I sigh and bite my bottom lip, trying to will back the tears threatening to fall. Zoe knows me better than anyone. She knows I'm not a girl who can simply fling. I'm just me. And Beck will probably avoid me like the plague after last night's excruciating exit. Why start something when I know it's not going to go anywhere?
It's called endless orgasms, and that man is handing them out like candy on Halloween. Who cares about starting something? Just have fun, Riley. You deserve it after what you've been through this past year.
And the tears fall. This past year, hell, how I endured it, I have no idea. She's crying, Victoria says stiffly. Victoria doesn't do well with emotions, and I know I'm making her extremely uncomfortable. Zoe sighs next to me and places her hand on my arm.
Sweetie, why are you thinking about this so much? Just have fun. Have a vacation fling. Throw caution to the wind.
I wipe my tears, seeing how soft Zoe's eyes are, understanding etching her features. Victoria, on the other hand, is trying to avoid me at all costs. I'm used to her dismissing anything that deals with feelings, so I'm not the least bit hurt. I'm nervous because I like him. And the truth comes out. I don't want to have a taste of something I'll never have again, you know? Zoe squeezes my hand, pressing the palm of her hand to the back of mine.
I can understand that, but you and I both know. You only live once. Why not live life to its fullest? No regrets, right?
She tips my chin up.
Will you regret throwing caution to the wind and having the night of your life? Or will you regret more never truly finding out what it's like to be with such an enigmatic man?
I know what my body wants. It's practically thrumming for him right now. But can I truly put all thoughts to the side and have a passionate night? Zoe is right. I think of all the regrets I could possibly face,
and not being consumed by Beck for one night would be one of them. A huge one. Massaging my temples, I take deep breaths as I calm the pounding in my head. I need some medicine and my bed.
Headache?
Yeah. I stand, but Zoe grabs my hand.
Let us know if you need anything. Wedding is at 5.
I'm arriving an hour early, Victoria says, finally looking at me again. I want to soak in Ernest Hemingway and his environment. I doubt I'll stay for the reception. I'll pay my respects to the couple and take off. Okay, I'll see you girls later.
Hey,
Zoe calls out before I can walk too far away.
Are you going to be okay?
I barely nod, not wanting to shake my head too hard. I'll be good. Thank you. When I reach my room, I take 3 ibuprofen, down another cup of coffee from my hotel room coffee maker, and rest my head on my pillow, blocking out the sun and the rest of the world. The bed dips, and for a second, it almost feels like I'm on a boat, the waves peacefully floating me up and down. It isn't until I feel a warm hand press against my cheek that I realize I'm in a bed with someone hovering over me. Hey there. Beck's voice drapes over me like a warm blanket. How are you doing? Peering my eyes open, I spot him immediately, his brow etched together, genuine concern on his face. What are you doing here? Victoria gave me her spare key to your room when she told me you weren't feeling well. I wanted to come check on you. I would expect Zoe to do such a thing, but not Victoria, unless Beck once again wooed her over, and I wouldn't put it past him. I brought some food and tons of water, also some more ibuprofen and a Mountain Dew in case you need some caffeine. Right past Beck is a small cart with food, ibuprofen, a bottle of Mountain Dew, and what looks like 6 bottles of water. God, he's sweet. You didn't have to do that, I say while rubbing my eyes. But thank you. That was really sweet. I had to make sure my date was feeling better for the wedding. I didn't want you miserable, and I know how important it is for you to go to this wedding. So here I am. How are you feeling now? I pause, giving myself a second to adjust to the semi-intruder and waking up from a very long nap. There is no pounding in my head, only a faint off feeling, which could be from the nap or could be the recovery from a migraine. I seem to be feeling better. I sit up and Beck helps me by propping up my pillow behind me. Does that mean you're up for some food? Depends on 2 things. What time is it, and what did you bring? Beck pushes a long strand of hair behind my ear, the gesture so gentle, as if he's been doing that for years. It's a little past 2, and I brought burgers and waffle fries. Figured the grease might help you out a bit. But now I think about it, grease helps with a hangover headache, not a migraine. I shrug my shoulders. I bet grease helps with anything. I'm ready for it. Bring it on. Mind if I eat with you? I'm starving. Of course not. I toss some pillows to the ground and pat the bed next to me. I'm not about to make you eat lunch by yourself when you brought me food. That would be very rude. Very rude indeed. With ease, Beck brings the food and drinks over in one swift transfer, balancing all the liquid like a professional. Placing a tray on the bed, he hops up next to me, his long legs stretching out further than mine. Instead of the shirtless, board-short-wearing man I've gotten to know, Beck is dressed in a pair of dark jeans and a plain white t-shirt. The sleeves cling to his arms, and the tan he's acquired makes the white of the shirt pop. And then there is just something about a man not wearing socks and shoes with jeans. Something about him being barefoot in jeans is a bit of a turn-on for me. And even though I'm still feeling a little off, I'm not feeling off enough to not notice how extremely attracted I am to the man next to me. My conversation with Zoe floats through my mind as Beck opens the plate covers, revealing 2 giant burgers and waffle fries. Live in the moment. It's what Beck has said to me over and over again in the last few days. Every chance he's felt my resistance. I think maybe it's time I truly listen. Thank you for bringing this over. You're the best fake wedding date ever.
Not fake, Saucy. There is nothing fake between us.
He winks and then takes a huge bite of his burger. Talking with his mouth full, he asks,
Do you want to watch some TV?
I chuckle. I mean, we've done everything else together for the most part. Might as well watch some TV like an old married couple. Leaning over me, his broad body pressing against my petite frame, he snags the remote from the nightstand on my side of the bed and says,
Believe me, we haven't done everything together. If we had, you'd know it.
Turning on the TV, he shoves a waffle fry in his mouth and adds,
What do you want to watch?
Not too particular, just not sports.
Not that kind of guy, so no worries there.
A little surprised, I pop a fry in my mouth as well and ask, No? Not a huge sports fan?
Nah, I fell out of touch with life for a bit. During that time, I read more than anything, so I've become a reader.
Fell out of touch with life. What does that mean? I know I'm being nosy, but I don't care.
A story for another time,
he answers, shutting down the topic before I can ask him more.
How about Seinfeld? Does this work?
Yeah, that's cool.
Still reeling from Beck's little hint into his life that I shouldn't care about,
I take a bite from my burger while he opens a bottle of water for me.
You're going to want to drink up. Hydrate as much as you can. I've had migraines before and they're killer. Do you get them often?
Not really. I think this was more of a tension headache than anything.
Tense?
He asks the question so casually, as if he already knows the answer. Just a little. I shy away, not wanting to look him in the face. Is he going to bring up last night? I hope not. I'm not in the mood to hash things out.
So what happened last night? You kind of ran away from me.
Well, there goes hoping. Should have known he'd bring it up. Beck doesn't bullshit around. And if there is anything I've come to understand over these past couple days, it's that he gets straight to the point. He doesn't tiptoe, or neglect an issue for that matter. Yet in some ways, I'm annoyed too. He ran off on me the other night with one mention of Christine, whoever she is, and hasn't offered any information about why he ran. Clearly, it was a hard topic, as he does seem to call a spade a spade. How do I play his question now? He'll be angry if I put myself down. Yeah, about that. Weird, huh? I answer, trying to play coy.
Really weird,
he chuckles.
Especially since we were having a good time. One second, I had your sweet mouth all over mine, and the next, I was staring at your retreating back. I thought I'd get a solid kiss goodnight, but you stole that away from me before I could take it.
Gosh, I shake my head. What a bitch move. This makes Beck laugh wholeheartedly from the depths of his rock-hard abs. The sound eases the tension I've been feeling. I've been overthinking this. I feel like I was given this opportunity to experience this man, to allow him to help me step out of my comfort zone, and instead of holding back, I should take a chance on what I can only imagine will be a night I'll never forget. Forget my reservations. Forget what the future will hold for now. Forget the last year and all the doctor visits, and forget about the end of this trip. Just focus on the here and now, because that's the only thing I can control. And right now I want to feel, not think.
Chapter 12. Beck. I give myself one more once-over in the mirror and adjust the collar of my button-up shirt. The air has cooled down, thankfully, so the gray pants and white dress shirt I'm wearing actually feel comfortable, not stifling. But just in case I get a little hot, I unbutton the top few buttons of my shirt, giving myself a little airflow. I spray on some cologne, making sure not to apply too much, and check my dress shoes, all tied. Looks like I'm ready. Then why the fuck do I feel so ill-prepared? Maybe because over the last few days I've become somewhat attached to this little raven-haired beauty. I know tonight is the last night I'll see her. She leaves early tomorrow morning, and my body is already aching over her departure. Fuck. This wasn't supposed to happen. I wasn't supposed to grow attached to anyone on this trip. And yet, it's happened. When I saw Victoria without Riley by her side today at the pool, I immediately grew concerned. It didn't take very long to get information out of Victoria about Riley's whereabouts or a key to her room. Victoria and I could be friends, which I appreciate. I didn't think twice about getting things to help Riley feel better. It felt like second nature, and if that isn't fucking scary, I don't know what is. I haven't truly cared for another person in over 8 years. Fucking 8 years. It's been so goddamn long since I felt an inkling of something for another person, and now, on a goddamn island, I have to like someone who lives over 3,000 miles away from me. Good job, Beck. Way to fucking pick them. Taking a deep breath, I glance in the mirror. The corners of my eyes are weathered, my face almost drained, but there is a spark of hope in my eyes. Hope for tonight, despite not being the man Riley thinks I am. Fuck. She must think I'm some goddamn knight in shining armor, swooping into her hotel room with the cure for her migraine. I want to be that man. I want to be the man everyone looks at and thinks, he's a good human. But that's not how I feel. I feel like a goddamn fake. Someone checking the boxes on how to be a good person, hitting all the marks for people to like me, but deep down, I know my soul is tarnished. I'm not the man I'm perceived to be. I'm ashamed. I'm an illusion, a torn individual with a charismatic personality. And yet I can't stop myself from flirting with Riley, from taking what I so desperately want. One night with her. One night with those light blue eyes staring up at me, seeing the man I wish I was. Someone worthy of her. Taking a deep breath, I pull my phone from my pocket and dial Cal's phone number. "Beck, how are you?" His gruff voice answers. "Good, Cal, how about you?" "Doing well. The wife and I are about to go to dinner." Sorry about interrupting. I wanted to give you a quick call before I head to the wedding." "Yes, I meant to text you earlier. Sorry about that. How are you feeling?" I nod, even though he can't see me. I feel confident, in control. I'm going with the girl I met here. "Is that so? Having a little bit of fun on the island?" His jovial tone is different from his normal straight-to-business attitude, and I like it. He almost seems like a friend right now rather than a guardian angel. And yes, I truly believe Cal is my guardian angel. Without him in my life, no, don't go there. Chuckling, I shift on my feet, head tilted down. "Just a little, but I wanted to let you know I'm feeling good and will be drinking water the entire night." "That's good. Have you had any cravings since you've been down there?" "No," I shake my head. "None. I truly think I've put drinking behind me." "You might think that, but the craving will always be there. Even if it's buried deep within you right now, it will always be there. Got it?" "Yes, sir," I answer, hearing the toughness in his voice once again. "Okay, have fun tonight, and if you need me, you know how to reach me." We say our goodbyes, and I stuff my phone in my back pocket. I adjust my waistline and belt and roll up my sleeves, because keeping them down was a joke. I check the time and see that we have about half an hour before the ceremony, and it will take 10 minutes to walk to the venue. It's time to pick up my date. With a deep breath, I walk out of my room and take a few steps to Riley's, where I knock on the door and stick my hands in my pockets while I wait for her to answer. From the other side of the door, I hear her moving around the room, and I can also hear the slew of curse words popping out of her mouth after there's a clunk on the floor. My lips turn up in time for Riley to open the door. Holy shit. She looks. This is going to be one hell of a night. She's dressed in a teal low-cut dress that drops to her feet with a killer slit kissing her panty line. From beneath the slit, there's a line of lace that matches the dress color, which I can only assume is her underwear. It must be a whole ensemble, because it matches perfectly. I'm growing harder by the second. Her hair is curled in light waves and half up and half down. There is a white flower behind one of her ears, and she lined her eyes with black, making them bluer than I've ever seen. Fuck me. She looks like some exotic island princess, and it's making it very hard to remember what the hell we're about to do, because all I want to do is back her up into her hotel room and lick every damn inch of her body. Hey, I dropped my clutch. That's why it took me so long to answer. Are you ready to go? She looks me over and casually licks her lips, not hiding her feelings at all. It's refreshing coming from her. You look good, Beck. I don't say anything. Instead, I wrap my arm around her waist and pull her in close. I place a very gentle kiss on her lips, a whisper of a touch. I needed one small taste, something to get me through the night without losing my goddamn mind over this woman. When I pull away, I rest my forehead on hers. Fuck, Riley, you look stunning. Really? Her voice is small. How the fuck can she not know? There are no words, but fuck. How can she question this? Yes, so fucking beautiful. You're making it hard on me here. I want to take you to this wedding, fulfill the wedding-crashing promise we have, but damn it, all I want to do is peel this dress off your sexy body and fuck you on every surface of your hotel room. Her breath catches in her throat and she takes a deep breath. I got the dress from Macy's. And once again, she has me laughing from the pit of my stomach. I shake my head and give her one more chaste kiss before pulling away and sliding my hand into hers. You really know how to make a man feel good about the compliments he's handing out. We walk hand in hand down the steps of the hotel and onto the street toward Whitehead Street. Telling a girl you want to fuck her all over a hotel room is hardly a compliment. I pull her close and nuzzle into her ear as we walk. Then clearly you've been hanging around the wrong men. Stick with me, saucy. I'll show you what it's like to be worshipped. A gorgeous smile passes over her lips while she continues to move forward. Maybe, just maybe, she'll be mine all through the night. I sure as fuck hope so. She's incredibly beautiful, Riley says, her eyes full of hearts. Normally I wouldn't be so affected by a wedding, especially since I have a failed marriage under my belt, but the newlyweds were so prolific in their vows and so honest. I don't think I've ever seen a man stand up in front of a large group of people and proclaim his love like that for a woman he so passionately and desperately needs in his life. It was heartwarming, and it made me want to fist bump the fuck out of that guy. He spoke pure poetry to his new bride, and even shed a tear. He's in love. He has the type of love I've never shared with another soul. Certainly not Christine. At first, I thought I had that kind of love with her. We were high school sweethearts, after all. But it didn't take long to work out that's all we really were, and when reality struck, we realized we got married way too early. We went down a treacherous path that carved our tumultuous and rocky future. But it was refreshing to see love at its finest and truest form. It gave me hope, not for me, but for future generations. That was a truly touching ceremony, I say honestly. It really was. Riley pulls her phone from her clutch and starts typing away. Curious, I look over her shoulder and see that she's typing in her notes app. Attention, everyone. The bride and the groom would like to invite you to cocktail hour while they take pictures. Drinks and appetizers are being served over by the pool. Please join us. Don't mind if I do, Zoe says, dragging Art along with her. I smell beef, Chris says, his nose leading the way with Justine trailing behind. Victoria takes a look at her watch and says, I'm going to head back to the hotel. You're not going to ditch my friend, are you? I shake my head. I'm stuck to her all night, don't worry. Victoria gives me a curt nod before taking off, leaving me alone with a typing Riley. I wait a few minutes before I finally ask, Are you writing your novel over there on your phone? She doesn't answer me, so this time I poke her. Hey, do you want a drink? Nothing, just more typing, her fingers moving a mile a minute. Yeah, beautiful night. The sky is so clear. I agree. Nothing. Planned on fucking you against the window of my hotel room tonight. I keep picturing your tits pressed against the sliding glass door as I enter you from behind. Type, type, type. I lean forward now, my scruff tickling her jaw. I've thought about it ever since I met you. I got off from the image in my mind this afternoon while in the shower. Type, type, type. Okay. Getting closer, I pull her earlobe into my mouth and nibble on it before saying, "If you don't acknowledge me in the next few seconds, I'm bending you over these reception chairs and spanking that sweet ass of yours until you cry out in pleasure." Her body goes stiff when my hand slides up the slit of her dress. "What's going on?" She truly sounds clueless. Have you not heard anything I've said to you?" "What? No, sorry." She types a few more things and then sticks her phone in her purse, giving me all her attention. "I had the most brilliant idea and wanted to make sure I got it all down." She links her hand with mine, and I welcome the warm connection. "What were you saying?" I shake my head and lead her toward the pool where the food and drinks are. "Nothing. You'll just be surprised tonight." We pass a few servers handing out pre-made drinks, but I bypass them and take Riley straight to the bar. "What would you like?" She looks over the selection. How about a rum punch?" Signaling to the bartender, I say, "Can I get a rum punch and a water?" When I turn back toward Riley, her brow is pulled together. "Why aren't you getting a drink?" It's a question I get asked whenever I'm around people who don't know my situation. Adults drink socially, that's what we do, and it looks odd, especially at an event like this, when you're holding a glass of ice water rather than a glass of alcohol. I get it, and honestly, I'm not mad about it. I was the one who dug this grave and have to sleep in it. I don't drink. I keep my answer simple, short, and to the point, trying not to open up the floodgates for other questions. But when you're hanging out with a creative mind, it doesn't seem as easy to move past what I don't want to talk about. "You don't drink? But haven't you had a drink since we've hung out?" I shake my head. I would have remembered that drink because it would have been 8 hard years going right down the drain. "Nope. Always water. It's all I drink besides coffee in the morning and an occasional soda, but that's rare. I think this afternoon was the first time in a few months I had a soda." "Really? Wow. Is it because you're a health nut or something?" Clearing my throat, I answer, "Something like that." Just as our drinks are put on the bar counter, I toss a tip in the jar in front of me and hand Riley her drink. "You're hiding something from me." She eyes me suspiciously. "Yeah, I am." I take a sip of my drink. "But it's not something that's necessary to talk about now. Same as the way you've been hiding something from me." I'm not stupid. I can read people really well, and there is a reason Riley isn't fully enjoying her time in Key West. She's holding back. I see part of Riley living life freely, but there are other times where I see her put restrictions on her fun, on letting loose, and I can't quite put my finger on it. Why she's being so reserved. But I know it's important. To her. I'm not. No lying, Riley. You don't have to tell me what it is. I'm not here to quiz you about something you don't want to talk about. I'm telling you I know there is something important in your life you're not telling me, and that's okay. This is supposed to be fun, right? She bites her bottom lip and nods. Yes, fun. Good, then let's have fun. First things first, we need to find a server who's passing around those beef tenderloin things because, hell, do they smell good. I want a coconut shrimp. I could smell them during the ceremony. And just like that, we're back to normal again. So that was your stomach making all those noises? Guilty. She tips her drink in my direction and takes a sip, looking around the place. The house is beautiful, small but gorgeous, with its wrought iron details and a definite coastal feel with its bright yellow paint and shutters. Before we were seated for the ceremony, we took a quick look around the house. Victoria and Riley were both overwhelmed with excitement, and I became caught up in their joy. Look at this place. It must have cost so much back then. Not only did he have a beautiful house and grounds, but Hemingway saved 6-toed cats and had built a rather impressive pool that, according to the fact plaque, was a bitch to build. They had to break through coral to build this thing, and before Key West had fresh water piped in, they had to drain the pool, then pump salt water in every 3 days. Seriously? Riley asks, leaning over to check out the plaque. I take that moment to place my hand on her lower back and pull her in a little closer. Just in time, too, because an older couple steps next to us, a chatty disposition written all over their gleeful faces. "That beef tenderloin is to die for. Have you tried any?" the man asks me. "Not yet. I'm hoping to flag down a server soon." "You won't be sorry." He holds his hand out. "I'm Gregory, and this is my wife, Tess." I grip the man's beefy hand and give it a firm shake, only to return it to Riley's back. "Gregory, nice to meet you. I'm Beck, and this is my wife, Riley. We're newlyweds." "Oh, congratulations. How wonderful. Were Tiffany and Dell at your wedding?" I give him a sorrowful look. "I wish. We had a tiny ceremony out on the rocky cliffs of Maine's harbor. It was quaint and perfect for us. We celebrated with a lobster cake." "Lobster cake?" Tess looks between us. "I don't think I've ever heard of a lobster cake before. Did it taste good?" "Did it have chunks of lobster in it?" Gregory asks, joining in with his wife. Well, aren't they cutely obtuse? I hold back the bold laugh, desperate to escape. No. I guess I was a little deceiving there. I meant the cake was in the shape of a lobster. The flavor was strawberry with fudge. Isn't that right, sweetheart? "Oh, yeah," Riley finally chimes in. "This guy wanted lemon, but I held strong with my choice of strawberry, and thank God I did because everyone raved about it." "And yet they would have raved about the lemon, and you didn't give them a chance." "No one raves about lemon," she deadpans. "That's not true. I was raving lemon up a storm the other day. Lemon is where it's at. Am I right, Gregory?" I give the man a little nudge with my elbow, but he shakes his head. "I have to disagree with you there. Lemon is not my favorite." You and me both. In reality, I would easily pass on lemon and dive right into strawberry with fudge. Hell, I hope Tiffany and Dell have strawberry with fudge cake. Tess takes a sip of her drink and asks, "So, how do you two know the bride and groom?" With panic in our eyes, Riley and I glance at each other. It was a topic we never discussed before we came. Rookie mistake. "Badminton?" Riley blurts out, swallowing hard after as if she couldn't believe she said that. "Badminton?" Tess asks as her eyebrows crease together. Riley nods, panic still in her eyes, and instead of being the gallant gentleman that's wooed this woman since we met, I leave the explaining to Riley because, frankly, I want to hear all about this. Plus, it's fun to watch Riley create. Almost beautiful. Right then and there, you can see her mind spinning with all the possibilities of interesting badminton stories. "Yes, badminton." She laughs as if she's about to tell the funniest story ever, so I gear up, sip my water, and wait for the show. Ever the storyteller. "Oh, it was so silly. You see, I'm a huge fanatic about badminton. Grew up playing my entire life, almost went to the Olympics for it." "Oh, Christ, she's really going for it." "Really?" Gregory asks. "Wow, you must be really good." Oh, this guy is not a smart man. Pretending to do a few swats with her imaginary racket, Riley says, "See that? Called that the rye whack. They still teach it in my hometown. It's a stroke named after me, nothing too special. But when you're least expecting it, boy, can I hammer that cock." Involuntarily, I snort, causing water to shoot up the back of my throat and out my nose. I cover my face as I cough and try to catch my breath. Riley pats me on the back, a giant smile on her face as she says, "You okay there, big man?" She turns to Gregory and Tess. This guy, weirdest thing, he has a hard time swallowing without snorting it back up his throat and through his nose. We've been to the doctor a few times. He's going to a specialist when we get back. She pats me some more. "Don't worry, honey. We'll be sure to figure out your snorting water problem. It won't be like this forever." "Oh, that's sweet." Tess clasps her hands together and stares at us as I wipe my nose. Gregory continues the story. "So you met while playing badminton?" "Yes," Riley perks up again. "It was a wet day, and as you can tell, water doesn't mix well here with Beck. It's like if it rains, he starts to melt. Can't handle it. But he was putting on a good show for me, making an absolute fool of himself, trying to hit the shuttlecock with the rye whack. But talk about uncoordinated. He's better suited sorting and wrapping pennies. It's his hobby, actually. Loves packaging pennies." What a lovely pastime. Tess smiles at me. Oh, hell. Packaging pennies. Where is she getting this stuff? And I might not fawn and drool over sports like other men I know, but I sure as hell know how to play them. This girl is getting herself into some major trouble with her storytelling. Just wait until it's my turn. Yes, he has a collection of packaged pennies, at least $5,000 of pennies stuffed in the garage. I'm like, turn those pennies in, honey, and let's get a freaking jet ski. Riley lifts her hand for a high five, which Gregory cautiously delivers. Riley shakes her hand and then makes a fake gun motion at him with a wink. Nice snap there, Gregory. Impressive. Thank you. Gregory, Tess, how are you? A woman wearing a leopard print dress, bright red lipstick, and her hair up in a cocoon of curls coos from the side, pulling Gregory and Tess's attention away from us. Thank God. We wave and slowly back away, my grip tight on Riley's upper arm. When out of earshot, I lean down and whisper in her ear, What the hell was that? She pokes my stomach. Having a little fun. What, you don't wrap pennies for jollies? More like silver dollars. I bite down on her ear, causing her to gasp. The sound so sweet. Oh, I see what you did there. Made a reference about your penis. Halting in my pursuit, I pull away, and she gives me a smarmy smile that says, Game on. Is this really happening? Are we going to spend the night telling lies to these innocent wedding attendees to outbest each other? If you don't think you can handle it, oh, saucy, I might not lie, but I have no problem in playing along with your storytelling. I might not be an author, but I can tell a good fucking story. She eyes me over her cup. Then game on, Wilder. Judy and Dwayne, nice to meet you. I shake the hands of two strangers putting on a show. Nice to meet you, too. How do you know the bride and groom? A nursery, I say, taking a sip of my water. A nursery? That seems like an odd place to meet since Tiffany and Dell don't have kids. Oh, sorry about that, Dwayne. I pat the old guy on the back. I meant a plant nursery. We were shopping for a tree to put in our front yard. Such a hard decision, you know? Should we go with the classic maple, or do we want to bring a Colorado feel to our front yard and plant an aspen? Or what about the cherry blossom? Or evergreen, Judy points out. Exactly, Judy, exactly. God, what a decision. We spent hours in that nursery fighting over what tree would look best. Riley over here, she thought, why not plant our fake Christmas tree in the front and call it a day? Oh, that's a horrid idea, Judy says with disgust. Why would you ever think that? She's partial to plastic, I say, and then point to her breasts, which garners a giant whack to my stomach. Yeah, Everest, crazy, right? What a trip that was, huh, honey? Oh, Riley cringes and covers her mouth. Sorry, sore subject for this guy. He had such a bad case of altitude sickness after the first 1,000 feet, he had to be airlifted off the mountain by helicopter. They wrapped him up in space blankets like a little sushi roll and took him to the nearest hospital, where the nurses had to revert back to bottle feeding him for a few days. He was delirious. Can't blame him. Bottle feed? Why didn't they use an IV? Carrie asks in awe of Riley's story. Oh, they did, but he also needed something in his stomach and refused to eat. He truly thought for a couple of days he was a baby. Speaking from behind her hand, she shout whispers, They had to put him in a grown man's diaper to keep everything contained. Oh, dear. Quite a mess. Thankfully, I was scaling the side of Everest and didn't have to watch my husband lift his butt to have his diaper changed. I think that would have put a dent in our sexual relationship, you know? Oh, yes. I don't think I could get that image out of my head, Carrie answers, giving me a once-over. I grind my teeth together, putting on a good smile, as Carrie, in her purple crushed velvet ensemble, casts judgment. Had a hard time sucking from the nipple of the bottle. I decide to join in on the conversation. They had to bring in the elephant-sized bottles for me. What? Why? Carrie's hand is to her chest. I thumb toward Riley. Was so used to sucking on her thumb-sized nips I couldn't get used to small ones. Oh, dear. Carrie stares directly at Riley's chest as I happily sip away at my water and pop another beef tenderloin into my mouth, while Riley shoots daggers in my direction. "What the hell are you two doing?" Zoe asks, murder in her eyes. Riley flinches from the tone of Zoe's voice. It's venomous, like she's about to strike any second. "Whatever do you mean?" The innocence is completely transparent. No one believes us at this point. Not that I blame them with the amount of lies we've told in the last hour. How we have so many different stories to tell strangers is frankly impressive. I think we should get an award. Leaning in close, her left eye twitching, she says, "I just finished talking to my aunt, who told me about this couple who sucks on elephant nipples while hiking Everest with their plastic boobs. When I asked my aunt who they were talking about, she pointed to you two." I can't help it. I fucking laugh, and hard, as does Riley. "Stop it! This isn't funny. Someone truly believes you two met Tiffany and Dell at a swingers club that you bought outright with a bunch of wrapped-up pennies. What the hell?" I'm crying, laughing so damn hard. Legit tears are forming in my eyes as my stomach cramps. "Dude, when were you airlifted off fucking Everest?" Chris asks, coming up from behind me. Justine steps up next to him. "And when in the hell did you find the time to build a 100-acre chicken sanctuary?" Oh, I forgot about the chicken sanctuary. Riley and I hold on to each other, laughing the entire time as our friends surround us, clearly not happy with our shenanigans. The music fades and the DJ steps up to the microphone. "If the guests could please take their seats, we're going to welcome the wedding party." "This isn't over," Zoe points at both of us. "I want to know more about the chicken sanctuary. Should I invest, man?" Justine is pushing him toward his seat as Chris motions with his fingers to text him. I wipe under my eyes and glance at Riley, who's laughing as well. When our eyes meet, we pause for a second and then start laughing all over. That was the most fun I've ever had at a wedding.
Chapter 13. Riley. Okay, I don't think I can eat another bite. I push my plate away and take a deep breath, grateful my dress is flowy since I'm currently sporting a food baby. I'm completely stuffed. Well, I wouldn't say completely stuffed. Beck wiggles his eyebrows at me as he wipes his face with a napkin. This man. Our plan for seating was simple. We were going to check out the seating chart and scan tables to see if any guests didn't show up. But unfortunately for us, everyone came. Most likely because Dell and Tiffany are the cutest couple ever. So when we couldn't find any seating, Beck decided on the next best thing. Bar-height tables on the porch of the famous house. This is going to sound super corny, and I know some may roll their eyes at me. But to be standing here, under the stars, in a romantic setting on the same rock Hemingway once stood on, feels magical. Like all the words are floating around me, ready to be grabbed and put on paper. I'm inspired. I'm enamored. I'm spending my last night in Key West throwing caution to the wind and soaking every last moment up. "How good are you at dancing?" Beck asks as the DJ starts playing a Bruno Mars song. "Depends. How good are you at dancing?" I eye him up and down. His chest peeks through the undone buttons of his shirt. His pants are tight enough for me to see every deliciously defined part of his lower half. There is no hiding his robust form. When I opened my hotel door to him earlier, I kept trying to pinch myself to see if this was all a dream. But when I didn't wake up, I knew this was reality, a strange yet exciting reality. Tossing his napkin on his plate, he says, "Back in Malibu, I like to go to an underground salsa club a few times a month." Color me surprised at this little revelation. "Are you serious?" "Dead serious. I've got moves, Saucy. The question is, do you?" Of course he's a good dancer. Why wouldn't he be? He seems to be good at everything he does, even storytelling. Let me guess. You sing like Harry Styles, cook like Emeril Lagasse, and model professionally on the side like David Beckham as well. He takes my hand in his and brings me closer to him. "I don't know about the modeling thing,
but I'm a damn good cook when I want to be. And if you put me in front of a microphone, I'll sing you one hell of a song."
"Figures." He chuckles and drags me to the dance floor just in time for the start of Shout. Classic wedding song, and even though it's overplayed most of the time, I still have no problem dancing to it, or singing for that matter. Beck takes no time in moving around me, using me as his own dancing prop, spinning me around, twirling me into his body and then out. When the music picks up, so does his dancing, as well as mine as I try to keep up with him. Jumping up and down, arms in the air, he's yelling, "Shout!" along with everyone else. And it's as if everything around me slows down and my entire focus is on Beck as he brings the crowd to the dance floor, singing his heart out and directing the wedding party to get low to the ground. Oh, hell. He's too much. Too adorable. Too sexy. Too everything. I was right. He's going to be a difficult one to forget.
A little bit louder now. A little bit louder now.
Beck is waving his arms now.
Hey.
Mid-jump, his eyes connect with mine. His eyes are bright with mischief.
His grin widens. His small dimples peek out just for me.
His gaze stays on me, amidst the jumping and the singing, and he holds me captive. Hell, if my heart doesn't flip right then and there, I'm in trouble. 10 songs later, Beck has yet to leave the dance floor, and has now become the life of the party. There have been at least 3 dance circles I've participated in and held my own with Beck, who has been eye-fucking me ever since I started to really lay the moves on him. The sexual tension between us, the small touches, the heavy breathing is suffocating the dance floor. The way his eyes blaze when he catches a glimpse of the lace panties I have under my dress, or when his eyes focus on the low-cut V of my dress. There is a fire roaring between us, ready to explode.
"This is for all my sexy singles and couples out there. Let me see your moves,"
the DJ says in a low, berry-white voice. The beginning of Havana by Camila Cabello starts to play, and Beck immediately turns toward me. He's a few feet away, so when we make eye contact, he motions with his finger to come closer, the motion like a tractor beam pulling me in. It's sexy, slow, and seductive. Just the song to skyrocket my libido into overdrive. Beck is moving toward me, focused on getting me into his arms, determined. Without a second thought, Beck grabs both my hands and wraps them around his neck as he starts moving his lips and mine to the beat of the song. Our bodies connected, our pelvises rubbing, grinding. Thankfully, we're at a wedding where people like to dance, so we're not the only couple on the dance floor, but we're definitely dancing more seductively than others. Just when I start to move in time with Beck, he turns me around, my back to his chest, and splays his hand across my stomach, his head dipping over my shoulder, his lips right next to my ear. "This dress, you're fucking killing me, Riley." Moving his hand to my side, he slips it under the fabric that's covering my breasts and presses his hot palm against my equally hot skin, his thumb inches below my bare breasts. "Beck, careful," I whisper, unsure if he can hear me or not. My heart is in Havana, the music plays. Beck's hips slowly undulate with mine, his pelvis rubbing against my ass, and that's when I feel him. God, he feels good. But what feels even better is the way Beck's thumb barely grazes my bare breast. I moan, resting my head on his shoulder and reaching behind me to grip his neck. "God, you're good." He kisses the side of my head, his scruff rough, the way I like it. "Let me show you how good I am, Riley." The hand that's not pressing against my stomach travels to the opening of the slit and runs up to my hip bone where he starts to play with that special spot again. I suck in a large gulp of air and flip around so I'm facing him. I grip his cheeks and bring his mouth to mine, lightly pressing a kiss against his lips, but pulling away before he can deepen it. "Fuck, Riley, what are you doing?" "What am I doing?" I respond breathlessly. "What are you doing? I can't breathe when I'm near you, let alone concentrate on anything other than the way you're touching me." "I need you," he mutters, his voice so low I almost didn't hear him.
You two need to get back to the hotel before you start humping on the dance floor, Chris says. Everyone is fucking staring, even Tiffany and Dell.
The interruption shocks me out of the lust-filled haze. Shit. Beck takes a deep breath and looks around. From the guilty look in his eyes, I know Chris is telling the truth. I'm mortified.
Time to go, Saucy. The father of the bride is pointing at us.
Are we about to get kicked out?
Looks like it. Let's book it.
Giggling, I let Beck take my hand and guide me out the back, past the pool, through a little garden where a few of the six-toed cats are hanging out, around the house and out the gate. Looking behind us, Beck must spot someone because he says,
Hurry up, Saucy. Seems like they called in the brigade on us.
I run as fast as I can in my heels, hand in hand with Beck, along the streets toward our hotel, past the southernmost point of the United States and right into our resort. When we slow down, we both struggle to catch our breath. Beck takes a second to scan behind us for any followers. Are we clear?
Looks like it.
Beck lets out a long breath and then chuckles.
Damn, Riley, you almost got us caught.
Me? I point to my chest. How was that my fault? Beck looks me up and down.
I can't be held accountable for what you do with your hands and mouth. You made me forget everything and everybody around us. So basically, it's your fault I didn't get any dessert. That cake looked damn good, too.
There is no way I'm letting you blame this on me. I walk across the parking lot, toward the ocean where our rooms reside.
Face it, Riley. You made the moves. You have to pay the consequences.
I shake my head, humor in my smile. You're delusional. As I climb the steps to our second-floor rooms, I feel Beck hot on my tail. It's impossible not to feel him so close to me because his presence is larger than life. When I reach my room, I turn toward Beck to find his gaze set on mine, his body thrumming with need.
Are you going to bed, Riley?
His voice washes over me like an exciting chill, and goosebumps prickle over my skin. I was thinking about it. He steps forward and brings his hand to my cheek where he cups my face.
Are you really going to sleep?
I nod, biting down on my bottom lip, hating that I can't be bolder, that I let my nerves and brain take over.
Okay.
He presses a light kiss against my head, and although the gesture is simple, very Beck, it touches me deeply. It's a kiss that says, I treasure you, and I want to be treasured. I want to be treasured by him.
Have a good night.
And before I can even understand what's happening, Beck's entering his hotel room, leaving me speechless. What just happened? Did I misread the entire night? I mean, the sexual innuendo, the touching, the light kisses here and there, were they all for nothing? More confused than ever, I open my hotel door and set down my clutch. I look in the mirror. Hair's all in place, maybe a little flatter than earlier this evening, but still looking good. I smile, showing off my teeth and make sure there is nothing in them. I test my breath, and everything seems on the up and up. So why the hell is Beck in his room and I'm in mine? Turning toward my bed, I sneer at it. Even though it looks very welcoming, all cushy and pillowy, I have no desire to rest my head on it right now. Instead, I head to the balcony to listen to the ocean. I need something to calm my racing nerves. I open the sliding glass door and I'm hit by the humidity of the night. I should be used to the weather after dancing for at least an hour in it, but it feels more stifling now than ever, even with the ocean breeze kicking up. Sighing, I go to sit in my chair when I hear,
I thought you were going to sleep.
Startled, I leap in place and find Beck leaning against his balcony wall, shirtless, pants partly undone. So sexy. God, you scared me. He pushes off from his spot and walks to the railing that splits our sections where he grips the black metal.
Didn't mean to startle you.
He licks his lips and stares at mine.
Couldn't sleep?
Didn't even try.
And why's that?
He's fishing. This is so much harder than I thought, but I try to express myself like I've never had before. Because I thought my night would end differently.
Effortlessly, Beck hops over the railing and leans against it, still keeping his distance. Arms crossed over his chest, his pecs bulging like I've never seen before, he asks, "And how did you see your night ending? I'm assuming not being chased by angry wedding guests."
Not really.
Still in my heels, I toe the ground and say,
Was kind of hoping this guy I can't seem to stay away from would ask to spend a little more time with me before I leave in the morning.
Beck scratches the side of his jaw. "And this guy you speak of, do I know him?" Why is he making this so goddamn difficult? I swear I can read his thoughts through his intense stare. He's going to force me to say it. Taking a deep breath, I close the space between us and gently run my fingers up his chest. His chest isn't devoid of hair, but what he does have is trimmed almost all the way down, so it has the feeling of stubble. I like it. A lot. For some reason, it's sexier than a completely bare chest, especially with how strong he is. He's all male, and I love the way he reacts to my touch.
What would a night in your bed feel like?
I ask him, my legs shaking underneath me. His eyes sharpen and the corners of his mouth lift. "A night in my bed?" He pulls me in even closer by my hips and brushes my hair over my shoulder, his hand cupping the back of my neck, his thumb making slow circles along my tendons. Demanding, relentless, endless. Do you feel this, Riley? This pull between us? The pull you've been fighting ever since you met me? If you step foot in my room, it's going to combust. I won't be gentle. I won't be able to hold back, at least not the first time.
I take an audible breath when his hand makes contact with the straps of my dress and he starts to loosen them.
Beck, tell me to stop and I will. But I swear to God, Riley, if you say yes, I'm going to fuck you until morning. This night will go down as the best night of my life.
Fuck me.
A bear-like groan pops out of Beck's mouth as he hops back over the railing and then reaches for me, sweeping me up into his arms. Oh, hello. When Beck walks us into his room, he shuts the sliding glass door, lowers me to my feet, then spins me and gently pushes me against the door, my hands pressing against the cool barrier. He undoes the back of my dress, and in one swift movement, the garment falls to the ground, leaving me in nothing but my lace panties and heels. Beck presses his hand against my lower back and talks to me softly. "Fuck, Riley. I've been waiting too damn long to see what your tits look like pressed against this window. I've envisioned fucking you against it, hearing you moan my name until you come. Then," he trails his fingers down my ass, "I would take you against the bed, your hands gripping the headboard, your tits bouncing with each and every thrust I steal from you. But all of this can wait, because right now, I need to know what you taste like."
Hooking his fingers in my panties, he pulls, then pushes them down my legs until they hit the floor as well. I kick them away along with my dress and stand there naked, waiting for Beck. I feel him retreat for a second before he comes back and gently kicks my feet wider. He crouches behind me, his hands on my ass, when he pops my hips out and squats beneath me. Oh God, it's so much. I've never wanted something as much as I want Beck now. I need him now.
Chapter 14. Beck. Fuck. Fucking hell. I wipe my hand over my face and take in Riley from behind. From the slope of her back to the roundness of her perfect ass to her toned legs propped up in those killer heels. She surpasses every fantasy I've had of her. Crouching down behind her, I spread her legs farther apart to accommodate my broad shoulders, then I slide beneath her. Glancing up, I'm greeted by the press of her breasts against the window, along with her hands, holding her in place. Do you like the idea of someone catching us? Of someone seeing the pleasure I bring you, Riley? Her chest rapidly rises and falls, her stomach moving along with each and every breath. I lightly run my fingers up the inside of her legs, marveling in her silky skin. Answer me, Riley. Do you like the idea of being caught? Yes, she answers breathlessly. And what if we are? What if someone from below spots us? What will you do? My fingers continue to move up her legs until they reach the juncture of her thighs. I rub my thumbs near her sensitive area, lightly teasing her, torturing her. I don't know. I scoot closer, my mouth inching forward, dry as fuck, desperate for a swipe, one taste of this woman who's thrown me into a lustful tailspin ever since I've arrived in Key West. Not the answer I was looking for. I remove my hands and scoot back, which causes her to moan in disappointment. She moves her hips forward, but I still her. Beck, please. Impatient. Does that mean you're wet for me? God, yes, she huffs out. Wanting to see just how wet, I bring my fingers to her slit and ever so lightly press them briefly inside. My fingers slide in with ease. Fuck. So goddamn wet. Shit, Riley. I told you. Desperation. Love that. Please don't make me wait any longer. Moving forward again, I bring my hands up her thighs, spreading them even more until I reach her pussy. With my thumbs, I spread her. Glistening and so goddamn pretty, her breathing picks up even more, a light whimper escaping past her plump lips. Tell me, Riley. Tell me what you would do if someone caught us. Another whimper, this one almost pained. Call me a dick, but I love how tortured she's feeling right now, because I know within minutes, once she answers the question, she's going to feel so damn good. To encourage her even more, I lightly blow on her clit, causing her hips to buck. Fuck, I would scream your name, she answers. I would let them know how good you make me feel. If I wasn't so goddamn hard right now, I would have grown at least 2 more fucking inches from her answer, from the strain in her voice. I'm tempted to keep one hand on my cock, stroking it with each and every lick of my tongue. I want her to grip me, to feel my girth, to tease me like I'm teasing her. Beck, please, please. Smiling like a motherfucking fool, I reach out my tongue and very gently flick her clit. The first taste, fuck, it's good, addicting, and it blocks out everything else around us. The room turns black, my peripheral vision blurring, my intentions focused on one thing and one thing alone. Eating this woman out. Plunging forward, I lap her up. Long, languid, flat strokes along her entire slit. Slow, fast, flick, stroke, kiss, suck. Oh, fuck, Beck, oh God, yes! Her knees start to knock against my shoulders, her body shaking under my hands. I pause, pulling my face away, wanting to see how far she is. What are you doing? I move my thumb and lightly run it along her slit, loving how fucking wet she is. I don't think I've ever been with a woman who's been this wet, this turned on. You're close, aren't you? Are you throbbing? Pounding. She takes a deep breath. Are you edging me? Maybe. I press down on her clit and her head flies back, her moans so damn loud that I grow so uncomfortably hard. I need some kind of relief, so I grip my cock and squeeze the base, hard. I hiss between my teeth before I press my mouth against her again. This time I'm fucking ravenous. Squeezing my cock, I plunge my tongue, lapping her up. A cold sweat breaks out over my skin. My balls ache, and my mouth is on fire from how fast I'm working my tongue along her clit, begging for her to release. Fuck. Riley's hips lightly pound against the glass as they move with my tongue, and she screams, the sound echoing through our small room. God, oh God, yes. She continues to move her hips, burying them over my mouth. My hand still holds my cock, my tongue going along for the ride until she slows her hips down. I take no time in standing and scooping her up in my arms, only to toss her on the bed. Her black hair drapes over her face, but the moment she moves it out of the way, I'm met with the most stated and beautiful eyes I've ever seen. She takes a deep breath and looks at me, her eyes spending more time on my erection. I swear to God, if eyes could smile, hers just did. And that goddamn tongue of hers, it licks her lips as her legs fall to the side, her heels kicked off in her transfer to the bed. I nod with my head and say, "Scoot the fuck back and grab the headboard." "What if I don't want to?" I start stroking my cock, my body tingling with each and every pass of my hand. "Then I have no problem pleasuring myself in front of you." "Doesn't that only work when women do that?" She runs her hand down on her wet pussy. My jaw tightens. Not wanting to break, I continue to stroke and shut my eyes for effect. "You tell me." I groan from the pressure, and when I open my eyes up, she scoots back toward the headboard and grips. So responsive. Love that. "Beautiful," I say, leaning over her for a brief second to place a chaste kiss on each of her nipples. I retreat to my bag, grab a condom, and toss it on the nightstand. "I'm going to warn you right now. I'm not going to be gentle. I probably won't have much finesse either, but I promise you, after our first round, I'll be better." I run a hand over my head. "You got me so fucking twisted that if I don't get inside you soon, I'll lose my damn mind." Smiling, she says, "Then what are you waiting for?" She spreads her legs even farther and my mouth waters. I need this woman. I need her so bad. Picking up the condom, I tear it open and sheathe myself, watching how her eyes never stray from my cock. Hard as stone, I hover over Riley and press the head of my cock through her slit, squeezing my eyes shut from how good she feels. Riley, fuck. I crash my lips to hers, and just when I think I might be too rough with my mouth, she matches each and every stroke of my tongue. We mesh, our mouths fusing together, both striving for more, both begging for more. Her hips ride up against mine, her center teasing the fuck out of my dick, warm and soft, enticing. With my tongue gliding across hers, I grip one of her breasts and squeeze, catching her gasp in my mouth. Been dreaming about these tits for days. My fingers find her already puckered nipple. I roll the pink nub between my fingers, loving her involuntary hip movements. "I want to touch you, Beck." I start playing with her other nipple. Her breasts aren't huge, but they aren't small either. The perfect handful. "Touch me, then." Moving her hands through my hair, down my neck, to my back, past the slope of my ass, she grips my cheeks and starts to grind them against her pelvis. I accidentally squeeze too hard on her nipple from the feeling of her pussy pressed against my dick. She squeaks, but then kisses me lightly. "Again?" she asks, so damn innocently, I can't help but listen to her direction. I squeeze her nipple again, this time a little harder. A sharp hiss escapes past her lips as her back arches off the mattress, the look of utter pleasure crossing her features. Shit, I can't hold back now. I need to be inside you. I grip my aching cock and place it in front of her entrance. With one smooth stroke, I squeeze myself in. Fuck, you're so tight. She breathes heavily, her eyes wide now. You're so different. Chuckling softly, my hips gently moving back and forth, I say, "I hope that's a damn good thing." So good. She lifts her hands to the headboard and with a light kiss to my lips, she whispers, "Fuck me, Beck." Melting into our touch, I brace myself on the bed and start to slowly move my hips in and out of her, glancing down at our connection, loving how deep she can take me, how her legs are spread so far that with each pulse inside her, I bottom out. So hot, so tight, so damn sexy. Every little moan that passes Riley's lips is like an electric jolt straight to my cock, spurring me on, driving my hips harder and harder. I grind against her pelvis, swiveling with each thrust, trying to hit all the right spots, and from the look of pure ecstasy on her face, I'm doing just that. "More," She pants as her hands move to her breasts and pinch her nipples. There will be none of that. Lowering my head, I nudge her hand out of the way and take one of her pebbled nipples into my mouth, where I bite down on the swollen nub. She lifts off the bed, her movement forcefully clenching her around my cock. Oh, fuck. Do that again. I grunt out, my eyes feeling like they're about to roll back in my head. Without pause, she clenches around me once, twice, 3 times. And I'm a goner. A guttural groan escapes me as my hips still and Riley pulses around me, milking me so fucking hard that my vision goes black. All I hear are her cries of ecstasy as I bite down on her nipple once more, my orgasm taking over. My balls ache, my dick throbs, my heart pounds uncontrollably in my chest as I try to catch my breath. Huffing, sweating, and completely sated, I barely lift up and look at Riley, eyes closed and a beautiful smile on her face. Wanting to see those endless pools of blue, I press a light kiss over each eyelid. They flutter open and she meets my gaze. Fucking gorgeous. So fucking gorgeous. Licking her upper lip, she says, "That was incredible." Instead of replying, I kiss her, to make sure that this is real, that what we just experienced wasn't a dream, that I truly have this undeniably amazing woman in my arms, in my bed. Her hand curls around my neck, her thumb playing with the short strands of my hair. When I pull away, I kiss her nose and take off to the bathroom where I dispose of the condom. When I come back to the bed, Riley is sitting up, scanning the room, an unsure look on her face. Well, not for long. Tackling her, I bring her down to the mattress and spoon the hell out of her, cupping her body against mine. "Oh, is this happening?" she asks, sounding light and playful. "What, spooning you?" "Yeah, it's happening. But only until I can gain back some strength, and then, my sexy saucy, I'll be taking it nice and slow, making you come over and over." Awfully confident, aren't we? Saucy, from the way you react so passionately to my touch, I have no doubt in my mind. No response, only a nuzzle from her behind, and a contented sigh. I'm right there with her. There's some rustling next to me, and I barely register the sound in my sex-induced coma. It isn't until a cool breeze hits me that I realize I'm alone. Peering an eye open, I scan the room to find Riley on the other side of the sliding glass door, quietly shutting it. Is she leaving? I lift my head barely to look at the time. 5 a.m. Shit, her early flight. Dragging my body out of bed, feeling satisfying aches from last night, I throw on a pair of shorts that are hanging out of my suitcase and pad across the floor, stubbing my toe on the desk chair. Fuck! I dance around for a second, swearing until my toe stops throbbing. Limping like an idiot, I make my way out onto my balcony just in time to see Riley close her door. Before she can lock it, I grab the handle and open it up. What are you doing?" she asks, startled. "Sorry," I say, my toe's still throbbing. "I didn't mean to startle you." That's okay." She's barely wearing the dress she wore to the wedding last night, and her shoes are clutched to her chest. "You should be sleeping, Beck." "Yeah, and you should be next to me." I take a step forward as she sighs. "I have to get ready for my flight. I have no more than 10 minutes before I have to call an Uber. My guess is Victoria is on her way here to make sure I leave this room on time." Sounds just like Victoria. Awkwardly, I stand there trying to figure out what to say. Last night was... I don't know. It was the kind of night you never forget. It was the kind of night that changes your way of thinking. Going into this trip, I wanted to have a good time, and if I met a girl, hey, bonus. I had no intention of leaving this island with any girl on my mind, but after last night, after these last few days, I know there is no way in hell I can say goodbye to Riley right now. I want more of her. I feel like we're beginning something new, not shutting the door on a brief chapter in our lives. Looking uncomfortable, Riley fidgets in place, Good thing we took a shower early this morning, huh? She pulls on her hair. I can roll right into plain clothes and take off. Ignoring her small talk, I take a step forward and say, Riley, we need to talk. Before she can let me get anything else in, she shakes her head. No need to talk, Beck. Let's shake hands, thank each other for the amazing night, and go our separate ways. What if I'm not ready to go my separate way? Sighing heavily, Riley starts moving around the room, collecting her belongings and shoving them in her bag while she speaks to me. Beck, don't be ridiculous. From the beginning we knew this was only a little fling in Key West. Don't be that cliché, wanting more after a promised fling. Come on. Cliché? What the hell are you talking about? Undoing her dress and letting it fall to the floor, she unabashedly strips in front of me and starts dressing herself in a pair of leggings, sports bra, and long-sleeve t-shirt. I can't help but stare, soak her in one more time before she leaves. It happens in all the movies, the promise of a vacation fling, and then one of the lovers wants more. Can't we call it like it is and be done? Why complicate things? Getting a little angry, I say, maybe because I want more. Maybe because I want to see where this might go. She throws her hair in a high bun, her silky black strands binding together. Don't be ridiculous, Beck. I live in Maine and you live in Southern California. We couldn't live on two more opposite sides of the spectrum. That's just miles. She packs her small backpack with her phone, laptop, and wallet. Lots of miles. Something we can easily work out. She shakes her head and zips all her bags up, putting an end to this conversation, especially with what she says next. And what about all the space between us, not physically, but mentally? There are parts of you that you haven't opened up to me about, like why you don't drink and who this Christine chick is, and there are parts of me you don't know about, dark parts of my life that, frankly, I'm not willing to share. She stumps me there. There are parts of me I don't share because I'm too fucking ashamed to share them with anyone new. Yes, I've turned a new leaf in life, but I'm still not comfortable with the man I used to be, nor do I want to share that part of my life, the part I've shut out of the outside world. Cal's the only one I really talk to about it, but that's only because he won't let me forget, because the minute you forget is the minute you can find yourself back in the same spot. It's what he always tells me. There is a knock on her door. You better be up and ready to go. You know I like to get to the airport early. Victoria's voice sounds from the other side of the door. Shrugging her shoulders, Riley gives me a sad smile, puts her backpack on, and starts to roll her suitcase to the door. So that's it? I ask, unsure of what else to say. Knock, knock. Riley, let's go. Yeah, Beck, that's it. She opens the door to an impatient Victoria. Give me 1 second. We don't have... Victoria spots me and her face softens. I'll, go get an Uber. Turning away, her wheelie bag rolling behind her, she disappears down the outside hallway, providing me a few extra minutes with Riley. Releasing the handle of her bag, Riley steps up to me and wraps her arms around my waist, pulling me into a hug. And when she looks up at me, those crystal blue eyes of hers captivating me, a pang, or sorrow, hits me in the stomach. Is this really goodbye? Thank you for everything, Beck. Thank you for the fun, the memories. She smiles sheepishly. The orgasms? Stepping back, she grips my hand and says, Thank you for showing me how to let go and have fun again. You unlocked a part of me I haven't seen in a while. She squeezes my hand and puts more distance between us, retreating to her bag. Bye, Beck. Opening the door again, she gives me one last glance before heading out of the room. Is this really how this is going to end? With a quick hug and a thank you? After the past few days we've shared together, this is really it? Fuck. I don't want it to be. Wait, I call out, pulling her back by the arm. I clamp my hand around the back of her neck and bring her mouth to mine where I lay sweet kisses across her lips. Her hands wrap around my arms, and she matches each movement of my mouth across hers before breaking away. I have to go. She presses her fingers to her mouth. With one final glance in my direction, she says, Bye, Beck, and takes off, out of her room, and out of my life. Forever. Fuck. Dude, you've barely spoken a word all day, Chris says while peeling back the wrapper to his cheeseburger. I gave you the first flight because leaving Paradise sucks, but now that we're waiting for our second and you didn't want a burger from Five Guys, I'm starting to feel a little concerned. Just not hungry, I say, staring at my phone. Not buying it, Chris says with his mouth full. Did you leave something at the hotel? A charger? Dude, we can get you a new one. It's going to be okay, pal. Chris pats me on the shoulder with his greasy hand. I didn't leave my charger. Oh, good then. Want to get some candy bars? I'm feeling nutrageous right now. That and a Take 5. Have you had one of those yet? I'm good, man. I wave him off and scan through my texts, Riley's name popping up with every scroll of back and forth I do. Not even a Milky Way? Leave him alone, Justine says, finally pulling her head out of her iPad. Can't you see he's upset from having to say goodbye to Riley? Leaning toward me, she adds, by the way, she's a fantastic author. Don't I fucking know it. I read the book I started the other day on the airplane. It isn't just about sex. It's about the compelling storyline with broken characters. It's beautiful how she can express so much with words. Oh, this is a Riley thing. Dude, I thought you guys were just flinging it. We were. I sit back in the uncomfortable airport chair and pass a hand over my face, trying to scrub thoughts of Riley out of me, but nothing seems to work. She's etched in my brain. But Chris pushes me to say more. I don't know, man. What do you want me to say? That I miss her? That I wish there was more to our little fling than a chaste goodbye this morning? Maybe. Justine whacks Chris in the arm. Don't be a dick, be a friend. Ouch, he rubs his arm. You and I both know I'm not good at this touchy-feely kind of crap. Let me warm up before you start hitting me. It's fun traveling and hanging out with a married couple. Have I mentioned that? Especially a couple who have been together for a little over 10 years. No need to talk about it. I cut him off before he can try to open me up more than I want to be. I'm good. Just trying to get out of vacation mode. See? Chris motions to me. He's floating down from vacation mode. Justine rolls her eyes and pushes Chris out of the way. You are so obtuse. Do us all a favor and go get your candy bars and some chocolate-covered pretzels for me, yogurt-covered for Beck. He'll want them for the flight. Justine knows me too damn well. Taking direction well, and most likely wanting to get away from this conversation as fast as possible, he takes off, one of his burger napkins sticking to the back of his jeans. God, he's a disaster, Justine chuckles. I don't know why I keep him around. Me neither. Justine places her hand on my knee and forces me to meet her gaze. Tell me everything, and don't try to get away with saying there is nothing to tell. I wasn't born yesterday, Beck. I know when you're reeling from something, and right now you're tail spinning. Talk to me. There is something you need to know about Justine. She's very good at getting what she wants. It's the way she softly speaks to you, but with a no-bullshit attitude. The combination is lethal, and when you think your mouth is a steel trap, you find yourself divulging your darkest secrets. I flip my phone in my hands. I didn't expect to like her as much as I do. You guys had an interesting kind of connection. I liked her. I agree. I tip my head back and look to the ceiling. And I can't quite figure out if the connection was from being on vacation and being in the same frame of mind, or if we actually had this cosmic pull to each other. Anyone can be in the same frame of mind, especially when it comes to vacation mode, but there was definitely something between you two. What you had wasn't magical vacation mode, it was deeper than that. But how was it deeper? We only skimmed the surface when we talked about things. Like she so brutally pointed out when she left, there are things in my life she doesn't know, some dark things, and vice versa. From what it seems, we were both hiding from each other while enjoying one another at the same time. How is that deep? Seems more shallow to me. Maybe she's right. Maybe it truly was just a fling. Justine shakes her head. You know, connecting on a deeper level isn't just about talking about your pasts and the dark parts of your lives, because that's only a little segment of feeling something deeper with another human. Connecting with another soul is about complementing each other's sense of humor, adventurous side, and, of course, sexual chemistry. From observing you two the past few days, you had all three covered. I can't argue with her. I connected with Riley more than any other woman, even Noelle. And maybe that was scary to her if she felt the same thing. Sighing, I say, "That's great and all, but it doesn't matter. She really doesn't want anything to do with me past Key West." "Did she say that?" I nod. In a much nicer way, but that was the gist of it. To her it was a fling, which is fair because that's all it was supposed to be. "But it was much more to you." "From the very first moment I saw her." I nod again. "Hell, I don't want it to be. I'm not ready to expose someone else to my world, especially Riley, but fuck, there is this pain churning in my gut, telling me that letting her walk away was a huge mistake." "Eep." Justine claps her hands together. "Oh, it's so romantic seeing you all tied up in knots." I roll my eyes. Not surprised, Justine is getting giddy. Ever since I got my life back on track, she's been rooting for me to meet someone. It was one of the main reasons I tried doing the blind dating thing 6 months ago. After that didn't pan out, she kept nagging me to try again, but I wasn't in the right frame of mind to do so. I'm starting to think I might never be in the right frame of mind. "I'm not asking for a marriage here," I continue. "I wanted to talk to her some more, you know? Kind of see where this could take us." "That's fair. What's holding you back?" I stare at my phone again. There's over 3,000 miles separating us. "So, you're not committed to living in LA. Who knows, maybe if this turns serious, you can find a cute little art gallery to paint for. Don't let the small, insignificant factors stop you from pursuing something that could be incredible." I pause to think about her words as Chris comes barreling forward. "I have the goods." He flops down between Justine and me. "Did we figure everything out?" "Yup. Beck is going to go after the girl." "Hey, I didn't say that." "Oh, please," Justine scoffs. "It's written all over your face. Stop letting your brain deny it and let your heart take the lead." She nods at my phone. "Go ahead, text her. You know you want to." I do, desperately. I've been trying to think of the perfect text to send her that wasn't lame, but that reminded her of the time we had together. "Oh, I'm good at texting. Let me take the lead on this." Chris steals my phone from my hands. Before Chris can look at the phone, Justine snags it from his grasp. "You are a shit texter. All you do is use GIFs." "Funny ones." "You only send stormtroopers pelvic thrusting in the air." True. If you scrolled through my phone and clicked on my message thread with Chris, the percentage of text you would see with a stormtrooper humping the air is too high to guess. "That's because a humping stormtrooper is pretty much a universal response." He rolls his eyes as if we're the weird ones. "Believe me, you're going to want me to handle this text message." While Justine is busy giving her husband a hard time, I steal back my phone, not wanting either of them to participate in texting Riley. "Hey, I can help. I'm poetic," Justine complains. My brows crease together. I'm not writing her a poem. Christ, that would be weird. "Why not? I like rhyming. I'm good at it. For instance," she clears her throat, "pussies are pink, dicks are stiff, spread your legs so I can get one last whiff." See? Poetic and enticing. Chris and I silently stare at Justine, utterly confused as to where the hell that little poem came from, and slightly grossed out. She motions at the two of us. "See? Stunned you both, so imagine Riley's response. She'll be flying to LA before you know it with one thing on her mind. Your tongue." "For the love of God," Chris looks around. "No more Riley Ryan books for you. They're turning you into a pervert." "Please," Justine laughs. "I was a pervert long before I started reading her books. She's only reminded me of the potential I have inside me." "Lucky me." Ignoring the bickering married couple, I check my phone again, kind of wishing there was a text from Riley waiting for me. Knowing that's probably not going to happen after how we left things, I'm going to have to make the first move. Lips twisted to the side, I try to think the perfect, "I got it." press on the little camera emblem and find the picture of us in front of the helicopter. I add it to our text message thread and type out a comment with it before I send. Beck, can't stop thinking about that smile of yours. The smile I got to see every day for the past few days. The one that brightened my vacation. The one that seems to be fogging up my brain now. Happy, I press send and wait. And wait. And fucking wait.
Part 3. Red Pandas and Assless Chaps. Chapter 15. Riley.
Riley, this is absolutely brilliant. I am head over heels swooning over here,
my agent Amy says into the phone.